Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. We wouldn't have hit over 2,000 subscribers without you. I also want to let you know the Discord server you voted for is ready. You can suggest stories, vote on what gets narrated next, or just hang out and talk. It's free to join my way of giving back for getting us here. The link is in the description. Today's story is Part 5 of The Fallen Legion, File 2. Summary. Following the events of File 1, Naruto and his Nightwings have secured their sanctuary, but at a massive cost. The world now knows they exist. Thrust into the spotlight of a supernatural realm teetering on the razor's edge between fragile peace and absolute war, Naruto finds himself leading a growing faction through the chaos. New alliances will be forged, and deadly new enemies will rise. But they will endure. They are Shinobi, the living legacy of a lost universe, and they will not yield to anyone. Never again. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto and high school DxD. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Havoc-Teir, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Report 18 Eclipse. Kyoto. Former defense line. The late afternoon had swept over the battlefield that has returned to a weary state of cleanup now that the aggression and desperation have subsided. The ruined clearing lay as both a testament to the ferocity of the defense, and the total annihilation of the aggressors, becoming the final resting place for many. The victors, however, now soared through the shattered earth, scorched dirt, and disturbed ground to clear away what they destroyed. As the able-bodied sorted through the wreckage, help came in the form of the 2nd Legion, the Dark Doves, and the 3rd Legion, the Golden Orioles, to help document the situation and catalog the battle. For the lower legions, the 41st, 112 ND, 121st, and the 222nd, this was a novel experience. Working shoulder to shoulder with the best of their faction and being treated as comrades and not subordinates, was a welcome change compared to how their faction had operated before the Legion system was implemented. They too belonged here, was the general feel they all shared. As the analysts of the 3rd Legion discussed ramifications with the special forces of the 2nd Legion officers, under the watch of Shikamaru and Chojuro, Naruto was on the front lines once more, lifting rocks to clear paths to the fallen enemy for documentation of death. Even though they were enemies, their names should still be remembered and any relatives informed. Yet, a call over the radio caught his attention. "Commander, this is Ryan of the 112 ND, the Silent Choir Legion. Please respond to the following." Placing the rock he was helping lift aside with casual ease, the other 5 men nodding that they had let it go too, Naruto lifted his arm with the radio and answered. "Go ahead." "Sir, a beam of light has just appeared above Kyoto," Ryan began, causing everyone listening to gaze up. Surely enough, Naruto knew that it was likely that a seraph was coming to inform Michael of their effort here. The scout continued though. "We believe that heaven has indeed noticed and confirmed." Naruto cut in, looking back down from the sky, then added, "Keep watch and alert of any approach. Everyone else, back to work out." Kyoto, Imperial Council Hall. Sirzex continued perfectly calmly. "So, what we want and hope for is to ratify a non-aggression treaty between our nation and this alliance, along with a trade and economic cooperative partnership agreement that benefits all sides." The silence was heavy and filled with anticipation. It hung in the air for a long while, way too long for most to feel comfortable. Eventually, Azazel broke it with a sigh, then spoke. "In truth, Sirzex, I want to say yes and get this over with." He leaned back in his seat, arms folded as he met the devil's gaze directly as he added, However, between this meeting and what my own have brought to my attention, even if we did say yes and ratified a non-aggression agreement or anything, not many of your people would actually follow it. The governor raised a hand, halting Seraphal's rebuttals dead. Only when he lowered it, Azazel finished. Get a hold on your people, Sirzex. Actions speak louder than words. My own are cleaning up their act, verified by both our partners in heaven and here in Kyoto. So, I will ask you again, can you say the same? The silence was heavy, however Michael cut through it without haste and with clarity. Meaningful change is not easy, however, the Grigori have shown that it is possible. We will continue to monitor them, but Azazel has not spoken any falsehoods this day. Gabriel nodded then added. Safety and care have shown their sincerity in their motivation, and the right guidance in their command. Serial added flatly, while glancing at Azazel with a knowing glint in her blank expression. The fallen governor made no mention of whom she is referring to, though some already knew. Michael then finished for his faction. We too wish for your inclusion at this table. However, we must also exercise care and await your own reforms and dedication to move alongside others as equals. Sirzex just nodded, expecting that from heaven in all honesty. Though being reminded of his faction's fragmented state by Azazel is a bit degrading, seeing as the fallen were more so and at risk of dying out until recently. Seraphal bristled internally at that but remained composed as she prodded back flatly. Reforms and dedication? We have remained committed to peace between our factions. Azazel, Benimyun, Shamahazai, and Serial all raised a single eyebrow each at that statement, but the Satan of diplomatic relations continued smoothly. Yet you, Governor General, have deployed a reincarnation system that rivaled ours. It is clear that you are bolstering your numbers with these new soldiers. Azazel blinked once, brow lowered as he returned. Our reincarnation system is not built to bolster our numbers with soldiers. It's a second chance for those who seek it. Sirzex asked calmly. Is that so? Then care to explain why you kept it so secret then? With a casual shrug, Azazel explained. The fundamental problem with the whole process that we have observed in your evil peace system is why we took so long. Why we kept it secret from the masses. To ensure we do not fall into the same problem as you have. Every born devil in attendance felt something uncomfortable with that statement, as there are many problems with their system. They've ironed it out over time, but a few still persist to the current era. With a lazy shrug, Azazel continued. Thus, it took a long time to get it right and iron out the problems that could potentially arise based off what we have seen with your system. He then jabbed a thumb at the Heaven group, then added. Thanks in part to Heaven and our own development team, that is no longer the case. The built-in safeguards are present in both my Fallen Grace and Heaven's Brave Saint system, seeing as we wanted transparency in our judgment to deploy it. That felt like a gut punch to the entire delegation of the Devil faction. Heaven too has a reincarnation system, Brave Saint, jointly developed with the Grigori's own Fallen Grace system. The alliance is not just for convenience, nor is it limited to defense and trade, but also joint research and development projects with functional intergovernmental frameworks. Gabriel, forever energetic, was all too willing to add to the conversation. Raphael commended the thoroughness of the safeguards already in place. He said it was very prudent and kept them within hours. Serial nodded, recalling what even Jophiel and Raziel have said of the new reincarnated angels. Michael added calmly, smile small. Indeed. The Brave Saint system incorporates them with the same impressive forethought. It helped quell many concerns about the joint project after the documentation was reviewed initially. The Joint Oversight Committee had little to recommend to the system. Azazel snorted, but it held jest and not derision as he countered. How long did they try to find faults? Michael smiled softer, but Gabriel smiled truly and informed. 2 months. That got a light chuckle from Azazel. His grin was full of pride. The Nightwings really thought of it all, any extreme conditions, and unlikely scenarios to ensure that the chance of abuse was minimized as realistically as possible. If anyone does find a way, no doubt they will issue a recall notice, and close the hole, then send an update to Heaven for them to do the same. Seraphal's smile was thin and strained. How come their intelligence had no mention of this? A joint venture between Heaven and Grigori regarding a reincarnation system that rivaled, or maybe even surpassed their own. This is most troubling. Serzex was of the same mind. This instantly changed the game, as now both Heaven and Grigori can replace their numbers. The Fallen's exceedingly low birth rate prevented them from gaining any significant numbers, far more dying due to internal power struggles and external conflicts than being born at any time. Heaven can now make new angels for the first time in several millennium since their creator died. They are no longer a mitigating factor, but soon to be a rival force again, and alongside the Grigori, could directly challenge them again. Serzex at this point realized that they alone are the only faction without access to this shared knowledge system. This development is likely to only encourage joint projects and speed up new developments across the board. Benamian could see the calculations running in both Satan's eyes and decided to throw a curved ball to ensure they understand what unity looks like. After pushing up her glasses, the gleam hiding her eyes as she spoke. To ensure that neither system is abused even with the safeguards, Lady Yasaka herself has drafted the rules and regulations regarding their explicit use within Japan. The devils looked to the leader of the Western Yukai faction, the Kyubi looking especially regal right now as she nodded with the noble dignity of her station. Yasaka added calmly, "Most certainly. My weariness of such systems is not without merit, and as both sides wanted to avoid any similarities." She didn't say with what, but it was clear of what she was speaking about as she continued regally. "My council and I have drafted numerous amendments to the current legislation which cover the use of said systems." Another surprise to the devils, but Seraphal realized something and her calculative mind processed it in speeds befitting her station as a member of the Citri house. No doubt her little sister and mother have picked up on it too. The alliance is new, a few months at most, not even a year, but the Grigori already has a reincarnated cadre. If she were to base this fallen grace system on their evil peace system, then it would reason to believe that it would take time for a low-class devil to reach high class or even ultimate class. This means that Azazel likely has had time to hide any number of misdeeds before these laws and joint oversights were established. Thus, Seraphal decided to voice these concerns. "As promising as that sounds, Lady Yasaka." She looks to the Kyubi, nodded once, then looked directly at Azazel with a deceptively soft smile before she asked, "But I feel I need to ask you, Azazel." With a raised brow, the man nodded, and so Seraphal asked, "These regulations, are they retroactively enforced considering that you are in possession of a reincarnated cadre already?" Everyone blinked at that, confused for all of a moment, before realization hit everyone in different directions and assumptions. The former Citri did not stop. "If we equate your system with ours, then we can assume that you're Nightwing commander." "Ah, I see the misunderstanding," Azazel stated calmly, almost casually as if he was talking to no one in particular. Everyone fell silent, before the seemingly off-handed comment. Yet Benamian asked instead, tone flat and unimpressed. "You are asking about whether or not we have secret reincarnated weapons out of sight of our allies, yes?" Seraphal just shrugged calmly, then asked. "It is only logically possible to ask about that fact. Considering that this alliance is not even a year old, no?" Serzex nodded and posed. "That means that we won't be confirming or denying that is a logical deduction." Azazel cut him off calmly, before pointing to Yasaka and added, "However, I won't be handing over that information. Instead, I will say that Lady Yasaka, her Kitsune, and her Tengu captains have all met every single one of my Nightwings." The devils all looked to Yasaka, who nodded her confirmation that she has in fact met them all. Heaven too looked surprised, but only briefly. Azazel then continued, smirk on full as he finished. "With that said, it is easy that you are all more than a little concerned, worried maybe, that one of my many loyal legions is stalking your territory. You are trying to gather any intel on them via our regulations." He chuckled, not hearing any denials, and thus finished. "That, unfortunately for you, is internal information. We won't be able to tell you any more about it. Surzex, though, noticed that heaven was not mentioned, and their own surprise was easy to see and thus voiced. Internal, you say, yet it seems that your allies are not included in. Before he could finish, Uriel entered the chamber abruptly. All eyes fell to him and the fact that Katerina had followed him but remained at the door. Azazel noticed her smirk and figured that the game was up. He looked towards Yasaka, who met his gaze and shrugged. It was clear that heaven had seen or observed the battle that had ended. After the truth-bearer of heaven had finished his whispering into Michael's ear, he stood back while looking between easygoing Azazel and perfectly posed Yasaka. As for Michael, he was in thought about what he had just heard. A battle had taken place while they were here discussing politics, and yet, they had not sensed or heard anything from their allies. No doubt, there is a valid reason for them to do so, and thus he should address that question first. After a slow breath out, the leader of heaven looked up and between his fellow alliance leaders and asked calmly, "Am I to assume that you two were aware of the battle beyond the city, while we sat here and discussed policy?" The devils looked caught off guard by such a statement, bewildered by the thought. Yet Uriel delivered it. "The report is as true as the air they breathe, he is not one to speak lies." They too turned on to the two other leaders of the alliance, serious expressions upon their faces. Yasaka offered a single, sharp nod. Azazel smirked, his two aides simply nodded. Benamian explained. "That we did, Lord Michael. It was a simple containment operation against a possible aggressive third party wishing to destabilize these talks." Shamahazai added smoothly. "In order to deny them such a chance, it was executed in secret and in accordance with all relevant laws of engagement. You will receive the full report, as always, once the field commander has compiled it." Somewhat concerned but understanding, Michael nodded and withheld his objections for now. Serial, however, was less amused and asked, "How did you come across this information exactly? How come we were not informed ahead of time? We could have—" "Doctrine difference, Lady Serial," Benamian informed calmly, drawing the seraph's gaze to hers. After the nod, the chief secretary of the Grigori continued. "Our intelligence confirmed the enemy's intent and profile. It would have been difficult for heaven to engage this particular enemy directly, and with such precision to enable a containment operation on this scale. I also agreed to it," Yasaka informed, drawing eyes to her. Even Rosweiss was startled by this information that a full military operation had taken place directly under their noses, and she had been none the wiser. The leader of Kyoto continued smoothly. "The threat was credible. Kyoto was under direct threat, and so I too dispatched some of my own to ensure that all went to plan. From our last update it had." The silence didn't last long as Uriel spoke to the room. "We may not see eye to eye all the time, but the strategy used by the defense force was efficient." He glanced at Azazel and muttered, "Your units are well trained and disciplined." The governor nodded with his smirk gaining a cocky element to it. Azazel replied, "We are trying to shake off our old stigma. Training and discipline are a part of that." Even Uriel couldn't oppose that, having seen it himself, and nodded singularly. Serial then asked, "Then, it was him again?" All three fallen leaders nodded, but Benamian corrected. "Not alone, Lady Serial. He led his winged division Eclipse in the containment operation." Many raised brows from both heaven and devils. Uriel just nodded, though Gabriel asked, "Can you call him? Maybe have the initial debrief." Benamian was going to object, but Azazel just shrugged and commented, "Well, the containment is complete and the second and third are aiding in the cleanup. I could ask him to come, I suppose?" He looked to Michael and asked, "If you wish to ask now and receive the paper report later?" The leader of heaven nodded softly. Michael asked, "If you would be so kind?" Azazel looked to Katerina in the doorway and nodded. She returned it before heading out. Shamahazai, though, asked the important question. "Should this not be an internal debriefing? We still have the devil delegation here." All eyes fell on the clearly unsettled faction representatives and thoughts hung around for a few moments. But eventually Azazel just shrugged and stated, "It'll be fine." Surzex and Serafal found themselves relaxed but grew anxious at this turn of events. A chance to see the Alliance's inner workings, but also to what they may find out about by staying. Kyoto, former defense line. Naruto lowered his phone and sighed. As he replaced it back inside the pocket of his trench coat, he muttered, "Damn politics." Glancing around the cleaner clearing, they were largely done in the cleanup thanks to the efficiency of the 3rd Legion's officers being bureaucrats and intelligence agents, normally staffing Grigori headquarters behind desks. They are a bit more eager for this type of field work, not dealing with the amateur work of the lower legions. Apparently, it is a major grievance of theirs. Either way, according to Katarina, Heaven is curious about the operation and Azazel has asked for him to attend for a brief debrief. Seeing as the devils are there too, she suggested making a show of it. Naruto chuckled lowly. That woman is starting to get him. First things first. He picked out a few people other by the food table, easily picking out his part-time students, and called out, "Suzu, Zenobia." When both looked to him, Naruto ordered, "Rearm yourselves and meet me by the medical tent." They both nod before heading to get their gear, leaving him to spin around and pick out 4 others from the other legions. Miguel, 121st, Connor, 41st, Jazz, 222nd, and Alia, 112 ND. Get equipped and meet me by the medical tent. The 4 in question just nodded too. An order is an order, and the commander is not one to make any without good reason. Naruto himself headed straight for the tent in question, reaching it on the edge of the clearing in no time to find Hana and Rimi checking on the few wounded. His entrance did not disrupt them as he asked, "Is Our Lady conscious yet?" Without looking up from her diagnostics, Hana replied, "Not yet. Should she be? Well, I've been summoned to the meeting." Naruto explained, then sighed, arms folded, but he grinned as he added, "Thought her presence would shake things up a little." Rimi chuckled knowingly, glancing at her pack leader, and stated, "You are being a little mischievous today. Worked up?" Naruto just shrugged, not commenting on that state of affairs right now. Though he did follow after Hana into the small divide between the Allied forces and their prisoner wing. Rimi couldn't help it, and thus declared, "No funny business and no looking at her ass." The Nightwings who heard snorted, recalling that fiasco, but Kiba blanched, not needing that image again. "Dude, that's his sister," Naruto called back. "Too late." Rimi cackled along with Yoshi. Captives medical section. Watching as Hana approached the still unconscious patient, Naruto asked immediately, "Is the seal still stable?" The medic nodded. Hana stated, "Yes. All her wounds have been treated, but her magic remains locked away." She looks to him, her clipboard held against her abdomen as she informed, "Your lightning scrambled more than a few nerve endings, nearly shorted out her central nervous system, and messed with her motor control. She's lucky to be a devil with a strong body. That strike would have sent a normal person into cardiac arrest." Shrugging nonchalantly, Naruto replied, "I knew that and didn't want to take any chances." With an amused smirk, Hana offered back, "I have no doubt. Well, you want me to wake her?" Upon his nod, she moved to the woman's head and added, "And before you ask, yes. I changed her clothes. The old ones were scorched from your strike, parts burnt to her skin, so, yeah?" He sighed, Naruto replied as he watched the prisoner slowly come to. "I wasn't going to chastise you for being a decent person, Hana. Have some faith in me, would ya?" Not looking up at him, focused on rousing the woman in her care, Hana just hummed. After a few moments of silence in the beige fabric field tent, Kateria Leviathan stirred slightly as the spell fizzled out, and her medic took a step back. Suddenly she jerked up, panting suddenly and eyes scanning the room in a panicked frenzy. When they landed on the blonde, she squeaked, "Namikaze." Naruto waved half-heartedly as he spoke. "Leviathan. Fancy meeting you here." Hana smirked but stayed silent as she moved to his side, giving time for the ultimate class devil to collect herself. After a few moments of awkward silence, Kateria asked, "Why, where am I?" "A temporary shelter on the edge of the battle site. You've only been unconscious for about an hour or so, Naruto informed casually, watching as she looked at her outfit. It was a requisition of the Nightwing training gear, the one they rarely used, gray camouflage umbu trousers and top. It lacked anything flattering and was purely utilitarian in nature. Kateria asked hesitantly. What is this? What is going on? In short? Naruto posed, drawing her attention to him as he nodded to his pack mate and added. She patched you up. I placed a rune sequence that locks away your magic. You will be coming with me for a bit of a diplomatic kiss for the alliance. Kateria's brow arched, not understanding, and thus asked. Diplomatic? What are you even saying? Chuckling, Naruto just waved her question off. Don't worry about it. Just know you're coming with me to prove a point. So, put on those heels of yours, or those boots, and meet me outside. He turns and leaves the tent, pausing halfway out and glancing back at her, the handle of his Excalibur destruction partially blocking his view as he stated. No funny business. That rune sequence can be activated remotely, and I'd rather not have to clean your guts up from this medical tent. Naruto then headed out, Hana glancing back too briefly before following him and leaving the devil of the old faction behind with her thoughts. Kyoto, Imperial Council Hall. Clearing his throat, Surzex decided to address the terminology and posed. If I may. Seeing all eyes fall onto him, he inquired. Lady Benamian said something about a wing division eclipse earlier. Care to explain? The response came immediately, but from Shimahazai. Wing divisions are what we call a group of at least 3 legions grouped together. It indicates that they have a unified command structure and specific role in a large engagement for ease of operational capabilities. He sighs as he looks up from his sheets of paper on his black wood desk and finished. As for that specific wing division, they are the newest one but are specialized in bastion defense. It was required for this particular assignment, after all. That's awfully generous of you to offer that kind of information. Seraphol probed, eyes locked on the leader of the 6th Legion of mixed fallen and devil soldiers. Shimahazai met her gaze without flinching as he reported. It's of no consequence to give it out. Wing divisions aren't fixed and can be dismissed or assembled as needed. Or reassigned depending on the operational situation. Benamian offered half-heartedly. Uriel then posed. Then if one of these wing divisions left to another operation, they would be reassigned a new designation? Azazel nodded and added. Pretty much. Helps with the modular system we have in place right now. The paperwork is a bitch though. Both Benamian and Shimahazai offer him a glare in unison. The governor chuckled knowing that they did it for him. Michael hummed at that, then offered. Then, that makes your legions operate similar to our choirs. Perhaps we should review our own operational doctrine. Uriel, who had been equally as thoughtful, inclined his head in agreement, while he offered lowly. It would be best for continued cooperation. It also offers a greater degree of flexibility to the occasion. Even more so as our choirs are more role-defined. Yasaka then proposed. Perhaps, after the planned debriefing tomorrow, we can discuss readjusting the policy to unified deployment of assets. It will give us all time to examine the Grigori system. She paused, then looked at Azazel and asked. Assuming you do not mind sharing your structure with us? With a shrug, Azazel offered casually. If it's for joint operations, a unified and understood command structure would benefit us all, right? Prevent confusion in the field. Even Serial nodded to that. It would be useful. Surzex and Seraphol shared a look. A unified command structure was being developed now. This alliance was clearly in it for the long haul and not as ad hoc as many of theirs believed or hoped for. Brynhilde glanced between the 2 angel races then offered. It would be insightful to witness a joint operation. Azazel shrugged then replied. It's early days, Brynhilde-chan. She glared at him, but he ignored it as he finished. Though we'll discuss it all later. Right now, I sense that our friends are here. All looked to the door and nothing happened. The gazes then fell back to the governor, who chuckled nervously while suspecting a certain blonde was doing this on purpose. Strolling through the halls, Naruto led his group of Zenobia, Suzu, Miguel, 121st, Connor, 41st, Jazz, 222nd, and Alia, 112 ND, escorting their one prisoner Kateria Leviathan. She was in the unofficial training attire of gray camouflage uniform, though she was allowed to wear her family crest on an armlet. Reaching the door, Katerina waiting for them, she nodded and he returned it just as they heard Azazel state, "Though we'll discuss it all later. Right now, I sense that our friends are here." Naruto and Katerina share a look, smirk, and then folded their arms. She giggled lightly. He grinned and looked back at his squad with a finger to his mouth. They all nodded, though the devil looked confused. Eventually, the white-haired cadre asked, "Pupsik, we have time tonight, no? Perhaps date in North Near-Sea?" Naruto thought on it for a moment, then sighed. After a moment, he replied, "Doubt it, cat. The report for this is going to be a bitch. Then filing the multiple documents from each legion, then no doubt Heaven's going to be a bit of a concerned bystander, right? Duh, Pupsik, but I think you need relax," Katerina insisted, light green piercing slit blue. Naruto waved her off and stated, "I will. Once the paperwork is done, the enemy processed, and the area clear again. Likely 2 days' work." He sighed hard, deflating a bit as he muttered, "Troublesome." Zenobia spoke up now, kinda nervous and feeling somewhat out of place. Teacher. Should we not be going in?" Both Naruto and Katerina glanced back at her, realization that they should, and wasted enough time by now, flashed across the features in unison as they stated together, "Duh, we should." Their heads snapped toward one another. Naruto raised brow and she smirked challengingly. "Seems she is rubbing off on him. Good, good." Clearing his throat, Naruto glanced back at his group and stated, "Heads up, chin level, and eyes forward. You did well and are still under my command. No one in there can or will touch you. Got it?" "Yes, sir." They all chorused and he nodded, then his eyes slid to the prisoner, her hands bound by regular human cuffs just longer. Naruto added, "Don't say anything unless spoken to first." It wasn't like she had much choice, Kateria thought. Her magic was firmly locked away somehow and allegedly there was a remote explosive somewhere on her body. No idea of range or yield. "No thanks, life seems best for now." The door parts without fanfare when Naruto whispered lowly, so only they would hear, "On me." With that, he led them calmly, his steps measured and relaxed, into the council hall and before the 5 other factions, Devil, Heaven, Eastern Yukai, Western Yukai, and the Norse. Naruto strolled in, face stern, his black undersuit, dark chain mail atop, and a pocketed armored black Jonin vest. Armored forearm-length gloves, twin kunai pouch, and all that was covered by his trench coat, the sleeves holding the Grigori plate, and Nightwing insignia beneath it. Excalibur Destruction was in its harness on his back, gleaming proudly. Zenobia was at his left side, standard black armored undersuit, chainmail armor, gray sleeveless vest, fingerless gloves with integrated forearm armor, and black boots that doubled as shin armor. She had a kunai holder on her left thigh, only because her teachers all do. On her upper left arm was the bare metal plate with the Grigori insignia. The left chest had the Nightwing kunai with black wings wrapped around. Duran now was in its harness on her back. The soft light seemed to give a proud gleam to it. Suzu matched her, standing opposite on Naruto's right and a step behind, though lacked the holy sword on her back, instead replaced with a halberd, but had twin kunai pouches like Naruto, with obvious signs that she knows how to use them. Connor, of the 41st the Iron Doves, had his black plate armor. It wasn't overly bulky and allowed casual movement without much sound. Though it was lined with silver and dull red-brown trim, his right arm had his defensive kit on in its collapsed form, looking like a Hungarian arm shield now that it's currently depowered. As with all operatives of the 112 ND, the silent choir, Alia's hair was in a low tail and secured beneath her dark leather armor. The subtle camouflage was muted, merging seamlessly with the few light armor plates, and the light rifle over her shoulder was spotless. She moved silently on the flank, Her eyes, though, saw every micro twitch in the room. As a member of the 121st the Obsidian Halo, Miguel had more armor than his Iron Dove counterpart, bulkier too, and his tower shield was on his left arm. He had his spear in his right hand, again collapsed for transport, and matched with his gray-trimmed, matte ebony color scheme. With a soft grin, seeming almost carefree, Jazz had his dark blue hair in a buzz cut, his light armor was interspersed and clearly leather-focused. His weapons seemed to be small throwing spears, a unique weapon to the 222nd the Storm Crows that help focus their lightning nature. They call them storm rods. In the center of them all walked the bound and magically sealed, ultimate-class Devilis, Kateria Leviathan. She kept her head up, her glasses had been returned to her, and her eyes fixated on the cadre ahead of her, not sparing the new faction a glance. The fakers were likely surprised and would try to recover her. Stopping at the center of the room, his squad matching him, their respective legion insignia on display to those around them, Naruto bowed once to Yasaka before he stated, "Lady Yasaka." Upon her nod, he looked to Azazel and bowed his head, then added, "Governor General, we have come as ordered. What can Wing Division Eclipse do for you?" Gabriel was beaming at the sight of Zenobia standing proudly beside her littlest brother, her 4 black wings folded neatly behind her, and in his colors too. "She looks like she worked hard too." Michael was of the same thought. Uriel could only nod at the discipline. Serial, though, had mixed feelings about seeing her adopted daughter as a fallen angel. Sure, she serves under her fallen twin brother, but that complicated their relationship somewhat. No, it should be fine. She will talk to her later. She was proud too. Yasaka smirked at the sight of Suzu. Her red hair and fur contrasted against the Nightwing battle uniform. She looked fine, a few bruises and scratches, so nothing serious. Though she also appeared rather battle-weary. Must have been a hard-fought fight, and now she too is keen to hear this report herself. Behind her in the Yukai stands, Sei also inspected every strand of fur on her student, and could tell she fought hard and well. From just her confident posture, it was clear that the others were fine too. Thank Amaterasu, they all survived then. Naruto kept his word and brought her babies back to her. Both Ross Weiss and Brynhilde could see the telltale signs of battle upon the group's forms. The devils had different expression depending on the era in which they were raised in. Surzex and Seraphal, having fought in the Civil War, both could tell this was a unit despite their various uniforms, different styles and emblems. Even the Kitsune looked like she belonged and even equipped similarly to her fellow soldiers of the First Legion. This indicated shared training and a unified doctrine. A troubling development. Then there's the fact that they have captured a devil of the old Satan faction, a Satan level 1 at that, and making them a credible threat to even them. Venelana and her ladies all saw the mixed group as a sign of the future that currently does not bode well for their own. Even now, they are outsiders looking in. At this rate, if they don't act soon, they will become irrelevant in no time. The Gremry matriarch, however, saw this as proof her idea was not wrong and she needed a way to bridge the gap soon, or the council will do something irreparable that will shut her out permanently. Rias, Sona, Sarorg, and Sikvaria all saw the same thing. A peerage-like unit, without the peerage limitations. Naruto was clearly the king, the 2 armored characters were the rooks, the 2 lightly armored fallen were the knights, the heavy sword the queen, and the kitsune a bishop. Together, they managed to bring down one of their strongest warriors of the old faction. Something they most certainly could not manage themselves. Smirking victoriously, Azazel offered almost lazily, "Well, Commander, our allies have some concern and wanted your initial report now. Though, I did not know about your capture of the monster of the end there. Care to share?" Naruto nodded sharply, a swift glance to Benamian, who nodded, and so he then informed. "The clean version, considering present circumstances and guests." His head jerked towards the devils was missed by no one, thus the governor and fellow cadres nodded, so he informed. "Our scouts managed to locate the entrance point. 2 squads of human wizards using signature masking technology that was reminiscent of Grigori cloaks from Research Station 31. though initial reports from the third suggest that it is at least 3 generations behind. Benamian looked up from her notes and asked, 3 generations? That's at least a decade old then. Not recent enough to indicate spies or double agents. Naruto nodded, then continued. That's what your officers have explained to me too. The investigation is already underway. The fallen group all nod, so he pressed on. When the enemy transported in via gateway set up by these wizards, Wing Division Eclipse held positions until their force had crossed the threshold. Naruto glanced back over his shoulder at the bound Leviathan, then added, We offered them a chance to turn around and leave unharmed. None missed the swallowed spit, nor the slight tremble of Kateria as she met his gaze that narrowed on her as he explained. They were rebuffed, though they were all too willing to order my surrender to their custody. That was the final warning we gave them. Michael relaxed a bit as he asked. So you offered them terms to save themselves and they refused. So you struck? Looking at the leader of heaven now, Naruto nodded and stated. Yes, Lord Michael. Our orders were clear. Defend Kyoto. They refused to turn around, thus we contained them. Uriel nodded, having seen as much. Azazel's grin never faded as he too nodded his approval along with Benamian and Shimahazai. Only upon Yasaka's nod did Naruto continue. As such, in 43 minutes, 12 seconds, we engaged in containment procedures and captured the old faction, Ultimate Class Devilis, Kateria Leviathan. Everyone nodded, so Yasaka asked. Kyoto owes you a debt, Commander. Excellent work. Not at all, Lady Yasaka. Naruto replied calmly, shoulders straight and hands clasped behind his back. He then added, Our mission was to defend the city. That is what we did. We do not go back on our word, for it cheapens it. His squad seemed to stand taller after that. There were a few claps that spread from the Yukai section, clearly of approval. It spread to the Grigori section. It was short but meaningful. After that died down, Azazel asked, Can I assume that the full report will be ready by tomorrow's debriefing? Naruto thought on it for a few moments before he informed. It can be, but I recommend 2 days at least. The Dark Doves and Golden Orioles are at the battlefield right now. Several theories have surfaced. They will likely want to investigate the leads that will make the report more comprehensive. Azazel looked to Michael and asked, What do you think, Michael? 2 days sound okay to you, while we compile a deeper report on this event. After a few moments, Michael looked to Uriel and the two shared a silent conversation. It lasted almost a minute before they both nodded, and the leader of heaven turned back to the room and informed. Very well. That seems prudent. It is also good to know that this course of action is being thoroughly investigated. Certainly. Yasaka commented immediately, a nod that was shared with her and sister faction of the Eastern Yukai. Though seeing an opportunity to offer an olive branch, the Kyubi looked to the Nikomata clan head and offered. Perhaps you may be able to help, Lady Magari? More avenues to investigate this threat. Her swaying 7 tails slowed in a contemplative motion, before eventually Magari nodded and replied. I have a few kittens who could use the experience, yes. Yasaka nodded with a smile, before looking back at Naruto and asked. In that case, Commander, in 2 days the debrief will be conducted. Naruto nodded once sharply, so she added. As for the prisoner. After observing the Alliance machine seamlessly coordinate a military operation, clean up, and organize a multi-faction investigation, Surzex decided to interject here to secure a role at the table. If we may. All eyes looked to the red-haired Satan, who raised to his feet and was looking dead at Kateria, who had yet to ordain him with so much a glance. He continued. Kateria Leviathan is not only a devil, but also wanted by our faction as a person of interest. Under the Alliance Accords, Section 4, Containment and Prisoner Details. Naruto began slowly, before his eyes slid to the Satan in a slow, deliberate pace. They were Arctic cold, no colder than even the absolute nothing of the void could produce looking at this thing called a Satan. When they finally met his stern blues of the red-headed leader, the blonde finished. Kateria Leviathan is under Alliance arrest. Until formal membership or bilateral accords exist, your jurisdiction does not extend within Alliance operational territory. His tone was formal, a hint of ice within it and a healthy amount of buried anger, and the tungsten within it was lost on no one in the city. As the devil blinked at that, caught off guard for a moment, they went to speak, but Naruto did before they could. You are a guest here, Satan. Do remember that. With his piece said, he looked forward and towards Azazel, who smirked at the performance. Though, the governor noticed the relaxing of Kateria's shoulders at the news she was not being extradited to the new devil faction for questioning. Poor woman. She had no idea what the Nightwings had coming her way. For Surzex, he knew that he had no direct control over the Alliance prisoner movement, and they did capture her. As he sat down, unwilling to create a scene here, he had at least hoped that they may budge as a gesture of goodwill towards them. Do they think so little of them already? Sarah Fall was of a similar opinion. Yet, she too was unwilling to push this too far due to the implications on display. They had captured an ultimate-class devil. Kateria is not weak by any stretch of the imagination, and she likely had a good-sized army with her. This feat has just showed that this alliance is very much capable of matching them militarily. The Council is not going to like this development. When she gets back, she will have to put out her intelligence assets in force to try and get a hand on the report. Maybe Odin could be convinced to part with a copy? Venelana and her group also saw the writing on the wall. The Alliance has stood against the might of a Satan-level devil and her army and won. This is now a priority for them. Time to increase their humanitarian efforts, try getting good with heaven as they're into this alliance. Something they will likely not anticipate. She overheard little Akino whisper to her daughter. It also seems they treated her injuries, right? Rias replied just as lowly. Yeah, I noticed that too. She does not have any injuries. It seems they treated her rather well. Sona offered calmly, getting a hum from Sikveria and Serorg, who whispered. They have rules that they seem to follow closely. A byproduct of multiple factions most likely. Sikvera claimed, and that sounded like a valid point of view, Venelana mused. The problem is, they themselves do not have access to this rule book of theirs. Perhaps, that should be their next focus. It would help them navigate this situation far more effectively. She and all the other devils focused as Azazel spoke once more. On that note, Commander, I believe that you and your forces have made us proud. I'll cover the tabs tonight, so let your troops know to rest up. Naruto nodded once sharply, then returned. Thank you, Governor General. I shall pass that information along. Azazel's grin grew a hint of coyness as he added. Too bad you are only this formal and polite in these circumstances, huh? I could get used to it. Naruto's blank face was a near-perfect replica of Koa's, who was sitting behind the governor, and had nodded at the sight of it. He has learned well. Benamian sighed through her nose, adjusting her glasses and knowing that the governor was going to regret that comment. Naruto's vengeance is the stuff that even makes her smile look tame. Not her problem, as he'll keep it to humiliation and no physical harm. Well, mostly. Shamahazai just shook his head in disappointment. Azazel brought the retaliatory attack upon himself. He won't get in the way this time around, and he can suffer the humiliation directly. Azazel finally looked back at Naruto's face and suddenly got a cold chill down his back as the blonde asked calmly. Is that all, Governor General Azazel of the Grigori? Oh boy, he's pissed, Azazel thought nervously. Maybe that wasn't the wisest crack to make. Well, he'll call in a favor with Benamian or maybe Shamahazai to watch his back. Clearing his throat, he spoke aloud now. Yes, Commander. Thank you again for your service. Naruto nodded once, sharp and final. Yet for some reason, Azazel swore he saw the astral projection of the Shinigami at his back, sharpening a blade with a knowing grin, for a moment. After the winged division Eclipse had departed, Yasaka spoke again. With that all done, I believe this is the end of the meeting. Everyone nodded, even the devil group, although it was reluctant as they had nothing really left to try use as leverage. Their position was certainly exposed here. Surzex, though, had one question and thus voiced. Just one more question. All eyes land on him again, so he pressed. My sister and her friend, they claim to be protection targets. Is it possible for someone to explain that to us? Who ordered it, and why? With a blink, all eyes landed on Yasaka, who answered clearly. That would be my doing, Lord Lucifer. Seraph's expression was confused, but she still managed and asked. May we ask why? Not seeing any harm in it, and seeing the interest from the two baby devils, Yasaka informed them. It is not anything too complicated. While they are here in Japan, and in their contracted land of Ko, they are technically under my care. Thus, I have informed all my forces to ensure that they are to be protected. That only increased the number of questions. Weren't the Nightwings supposed to be a Grigori Legion? How does Yasaka have enough control over them to order them to protect two devil heiresses? And for them to obey it too? Azazel and Yasaka shared a look, seeing their confusion, and both smirked. Messing with devils is so damn fun. Though Naruto's presence reminded him of something, thus the Governor-General called out. Actually. All looked at him and noticed how serious he got as he stared directly at Surzex's eyes when he spoke in a deliberate calm. I do have a not-so-minor question to ask of you, Surzex. If you do not mind, that is. There was not a single devil who did not feel a sense of foreboding rush over them at those words. Something in his tone held a cold, razor's edge that hid beneath the calm facade, and yet, they could not resist their curiosity. The leader of the faction then nodded, prompting a response. Azazel leaned forward slowly, calmly, and with a surgical precision that doctors wish they could, his fingers interlocked ahead of him. The air tensed, and for some reason, the light itself seemed to dim as if to escape from the coming storm. Even Michael was uncomfortable with this sudden shift in his brother's temperament. Serial and Uriel were both equally intrigued about what has the fallen governor so worked up. Gabriel was genuinely concerned about this. Yasaka, Sei, and even Rosweiss were nervous about what was about to happen for reasons unknown to them. Yet all listened when the fallen seraph of lust, the Governor-General of the Grigori, Azazel, inquired with an underlying tone of tempered, divine-level tungsten. Earlier, I said I found your request insulting. Do you know why? The silence hung thickly and waited, the light dimming further, as if holding its breath. Yet the devils shared a look, so the leader of the fallen spelled it out. I will tell you why, to jog your memory. Azazel did not smile, but his magic simmered just beneath the surface and made hairs of all stand on end as he stated. You claim to want peace. You claim to want to join us. Yet you yourself ordered the kidnapping of one Hanabi Namikaze during, not even after, the defense of your sister. His voice dropped multiple octaves as he asked dangerously. So, I ask, why the hell would I ever trust a damn word you say, when you are so quick to cross lines that none of us would consider, huh? All eyes snapped on the devils in disbelief. They did what now? Yasaka's gaze sharpened dangerously, knowing the girl personally and now hearing that the devils had tried to kidnap her while her brother was busy saving them. How distasteful. All the seraphim in attendance lost their smiles, if they had them, at the news and just looked at the devil faction. Gabriel not smiling was a major thing, as rare as an eclipse, and at the thought of kidnapping a young girl whilst her brother was helping them at the same time. Serial's glare could have frozen the sun. Hanabi is a strong, capable, and rather impressionable young woman, who carries scars far in excess of any of these devils could hope to understand on their worst days. Yet they tried to capture her whilst her twin rescued them, knowing that they were siblings? How shameful. Uriel just shook his head. Typical devils, so self-serving. Sure, his opinion on the fallen is only slightly better than that of the devils, but at least they are proving to be turning over a new leaf. Those Nightwings, though. They are honest and genuine in their efforts to protect others. Yet, the devils try stab them in the back. Michael too was most troubled by this development. Although he hasn't met with this Hanabi personally, the fact that she shares a name with his half-brother means that they are likely connected. Gabriel speaks of her fondly too, so she must be a kind young woman. To now hear that the devils had attempted to take her, while Naruto was busy defending them. Rosweiss had even stopped taking notes, looking up at the devils with barely veiled disappointment at this. It was clear it was true, watching the devil's reactions to the accusation, and a really bad thing to do considering what they are now attempting to achieve. Brynhilde did not even try hide her disdain from showing. How dare they try steal a maiden whilst her family defend them from their enemies? No honor whatsoever. In the devil stands, heavy swallows of spit were had. A few gently elegant face palms from the ladies, as they had either not heard of or had forgotten about that. Even Venelana was now mumbling about that being brought up and not keeping it in her calculations. Surzex kept himself composed in the face of the universal reality that he did indeed mess up. Royally. It's impossible to even try avoiding it, as it is clear that the First Legion had informed their leaders about the situation. Yet before he could try excuse himself, or even attempt to apologize or even appease them, Benamian spoke candidly. To make matters worse, someone within your faction fed information to your old devil faction, and they too attempted to kidnap another member of our forces during the Hokkaido operation. Yasaka was swift to ask. Do you have Euclid Lucifuge? Benamian informed, clipped, getting a barely noted flinch from Surzex at the name of his wife's younger brother. His brother-in-law no less. She continued icily. According to Naruto, none of his believes in coincidences and are working under the assumption that the Lucifer are attempting to kidnap their younger members. Her eyes sharpened to the point that the air itself held its breath. Benamian finished. Be glad that Naruto was under orders, Lord Lucifer. Had he not been, your neck would have been his target when he entered this room. Cornered and up against the preverbal wall, Surzex inclined his head formally and stated. I wish to formally apologize. Words are cheap, Surzex. Azazel warned sharply, his eyes glowing faintly with his restrained fury. He had warned them countless times that the disappearance of his own will not be tolerated, yet they persist. He growled. Last warning? Any further attempts on any of my people will be met with deadly force from this point on. He leaned back, eyes still a vibrant purple as he ended. No more games. We have cleaned up our act. Do not give me a reason to overlook our progress, and see what exactly they can do when truly motivated. Never has a threat reached that level before, or the devil's fear been so palpable. Jinjugaku no Haisaido, Intelligence Department. In the long, barren, and dark corridors of the Intelligence Department somewhere below the village hidden among the shrines, Naruto leads Kateria to her new residence for her foreseeable future. He had dropped off the others back at the defense line to aid in the clean-up before bringing her here. He could tell that despite her pride, Kateria was genuinely concerned for her future, and has likely never been this powerless before. Beneath her calm composure, the seeds of fear had long been planted, and are now beginning to sprout. When they reached a T-junction, Naruto grabbed her shoulder and halted her. When she looked back at him, he was looking into the darkness of the off corridor and spoke calmly. Ephora. Where's Elise or Anko? A light chuckle from the darkness followed the question. Golden eyes opened in the darkness, their pupils slit, and a slight hiss as the response came back. Mistress Anko is currently resting, awaiting your return, and your doll is likely in the office. As she finished, Ephora emerged from the darkness in her true Lamia form with her deep bronze scales, short curling crimson hair, and a dangerous smirk splitting her dark lipstick-covered lips. Kateria whispered to herself. A Lamia? Golden slit eyes slid to her, becoming fine lines and intense. Ephora then asked. Who's your friend, Lord Naruto? Newest resident. Naruto confirmed smoothly, with a light glance to the subject of discussion. Though, he added. Though, I might need your help later with this one. Some of your special brew Anko has told me about should work well with my personal attention. Ephora perked up at that. She has yet to work with Naruto directly and was insanely curious to do so. Thus, she asked? You are conducting her interrogation, Lord Naruto? She seemed eager, seeing as her tail was swaying rather excessively. Naruto noticed and nodded simply, then stated. It's been a while since I last did. Figured I should study a bit before trying again. Don't want another Elise on my hands. Slithering up to him, Ephora offered like silk. Oh, but Elise is such a good girl, Lord Naruto. What kind of? Naruto snorted, then gave her a look that halted her. You called her a doll not even 30 seconds ago, Ephra. Besides, I have other work to do, so I will likely call upon you tomorrow before we start with this one. He gently nudged Kateria down the forward path, noticing that the fear had built up a fair amount during that conversation. As they move into the cell area, not that Kateria noticed, when Ephra spoke again. Prisoner 247 has been rather insistent about. I heard. Naruto muttered, unfazed by the repeated request, and glanced to the snake woman. He then added, I will deal with that cat later. It was then, Elise appeared from one of the cells, bowed dutifully, then reported. Master Naruto. The cell has been prepared along with the 5 others on this floor. Her tone was soft yet empty of anything that indicated her own thoughts, and for some reason, that unnerved Kateria more than she allowed to show. She watched as Naruto nodded once stiffly, then looked to her and informed. For now, conduct the regular intake stuff with Ephra here as backup. If this Devulus tries anything funny, you have permission to use your twice critical to defend yourself, and Miss Paralytic will handle the rest. Elisa's light green eyes scanned over the bound and magicless form of Kateria with distant analytical eyes, then nodded once and reported. Understood, Master Naruto. I will not fail you. She watched him leave shortly afterwards, they all did, before turning on to the new prisoner, and continued. Prisoner 251, please enter your cell and we shall begin your dress down and preliminary examination. Kateria blinked at the human-like woman's emotionless tone and inhuman-like stiffness, then went to speak only to find that she had summoned her sacred gear as if prepared for resistance. The Lamia looked equally unbothered, though caught the subtle flexing of her jaw muscles which suggested she too was ready with that paralytic mentioned. Thus, she chose the smart option of not causing any trouble and caged her pride for now while heading into her new cage. Yes, she wanted to rage and demand respect for her title, but something deep within tells Kateria that survival here will be a bitter journey that she has to survive. The Leviathan house rests on her shoulders, after all. Kyoto, Four Seasons Hotel, Diplomatic Suite. In the diplomatic suite within the Four Seasons Hotel, the Satans were introduced to the 2-floor penthouse with the finest of decor at the very top of the building. The Ryokan style was a different take on the luxury they live in, elegant enough for them to feel comfortable and not overly anxious or expensive. From the paper screens to the cedar wooden beams, and the heated black stone floors, it allowed the seamless integration of more modern human amenities without taking anything from the grandeur of it all. The temple-like feel was not hostile, just calming and strangely settling. Surzex allowed the tension to bleed from his shoulders first, then the rest of his body as he sat at the tea table, and out at the panoramic view of the city skyline with his mother and sister at his sides. No longer was he in his robes of state, however his downtime clothes were made of the finest silk as he lounged around in deep thought. Seraphal looked the most comfortable of any devil present, seemingly unbothered by the yukai taste on fine establishments, and lending credence to her role as diplomatic correspondent, leading to her being in such places many times before. After his second sip of his tea, Surzex then spoke aloud to seemingly no one. That was terrible. Try a train wreck. Seraphal snipped, hunched over and deep in thought. None moved to oppose them, but the words hung over the gathering until Seraphal broke it. They even threaten us, but what makes it worse is that we had no way to counter, and it wasn't even what scared me. That is because they offered something far worse, little Sarah. Venelana responded softly, lifting her tea to her lip gracefully. Before she sipped, she finished. Irrelevance. Both Satans grimaced at the word that signaled a fate worse than even outright war or antagonism. It would lead to a true, quiet death of a civilization should it come to pass. Understanding, Rias thus asked carefully. But we have a lot to offer, right? Surely, we can apologize and… It isn't that simple, Rias. Surzex commented lowly, his Brokon tendencies set aside in the face of this dilemma. That was how serious this was. After swirling his tea once more, he added with his eyes fixated on the liquid. As it stands, everything we can offer is being covered by others via alternative means. From that report, Venelana posed softly, mirroring her son's actions of swirling the tea in her cup and staring into it deeply, as if it had the answers. She finished. The fallen angels have been providing security and intelligence. Heaven humanitarian aid. The Yukai the moral centerpiece, authority, and overlap the other two. We have no trust either. The Yukai are acting as the bridge between them instead of conflict. Seraphal murmured lowly, yet they all heard. In all honesty, by all accounts it should not work. Yet it does, and well too. The soft murmur of activity from the suite's other occupants drifted down from the upper level, or the Zen garden. Not as energetic as this morning, but still a comfort for the older devils in attendance. With a sigh, Surzex looks to his mother and asked, "We have plenty of work ahead of us. How are you doing on your softer approach?" As Rias reached for another snack on the table, Venelana pondered on how best to explain her progress. As limited as it may have been. After a few moments, she voiced, "Well, I have made my initial intentions clear towards the Yukai Council. The Oni and Crane clans have heard me out at least." Upon both Satan's nod, she continued, "Lady Yokata was not against the idea of cooperative projects, but was not pragmatic enough to abandon her own beliefs either. She has principles and is a practical idealist. Respectable, but unhelpful in our case with no social capital behind us. That is the most troubling part." Seraphal commented as she reached for a cake slice on the table, then added, "With the Eastern faction having a seat in that meeting too, it also means that they are no longer an option for us either." Surzex sighs hard again, leaning back into his seat and uncrossing his legs before he added, "The Council is not going to allow this to slide. They will likely lash out. Discreetly at first, then more overtly if they can get away with it. It's your job to handle that, Surzex," Venelana asserted firmly, looking to him and his half-smirk that was filled with weariness. The foursome was joined by Sona, Lady Citri, and Lady Phoenix, with the latter punctuating their arrival when she asked, "We are in worse shape than we anticipated. I did not even get to ask about my son." Another deep exhale from Surzex, who had forgotten about the third son of the Phoenix house among the chaos at being laid out to bear the way they had, and so he looked at Seraphal. She nodded, then stated, "I will inquire about it tomorrow morning. You said that the Yukai have him?" Lady Phoenix nodded as she took up her teacup, so the Satan of diplomatic affairs added, "I will make a request to meet him and Perry Citri as a visitor and representative. It may trigger a meeting with the Yukai security services we can use to press for release or exchange." As the thanks were made, Rias got an idea she voiced without much thought. "I want to see if I can find Naruto again." Everyone looked to her with a mixture of curiosity and surprise. When she looked up from her tea, she explained, "Well, I think that's the fastest solution to a lot of our problems, right? He's got enough pull to make the other factions think and adjust. The Grigori are basically under his command too. If we can make a connection to him. He's a soldier, Rias-tan." Surzex stated firmly yet with an undertone of weariness, maybe a bit more forced than intended, but he got his baby sister's attention squarely on him. He then stated, "A loyal one at that. Skilled and deadly. You've seen it yourself, so I do not believe it to be the best idea to go poking around and looking for him." Seraphal nodded and elaborated sternly. "You heard what Yasaka said. Only while you are in code does your protection become their directive. Not here. Not in the underworld, only in Ko." Rias nodded and went to object, but her mother did. Venelana spoke calmly, like she has seen the path ahead with perfect clarity. "Rias is right." All looked to the woman as she continued smoothly, gaze out of the wide window. "Cadre Naruto Namikaze. Everything gravitates around him. We need a connection to him and everything else will fall into place afterwards." Blank-faced, Surzex asked. "He is dangerous. More so than even Azazel and Michael together. What you are proposing is suicide, especially after what we have done to him. Not to mention, we have no idea what makes him click." Seraphal added sternly, lifting her cup of tea and spoke before she drank. "All we know is that he's a fallen cadre, reincarnated, a lightning user, and has a younger sister we tried to kidnap. She sips her tea, then added. Not to mention, your report suggested that he has some kind of connection, or is being overwatched by Serial, Seraph of Death, personally. How in the seven hells are we supposed to work with that? With a gentle smile, Venelana offered calmly. The clue is in the tales. Serzex and Seraphal share a long look before it clicked. Seeing this, the Gremry matriarch confirmed. Precisely as you have realized. Just as the 6th Legion has our fellow devils within, it seems that the 1st Legion has Kitsune. By the looks of it, they already have a joint training program. We just need to work our way into it. In the following silence, Rias looked between her mother and brother with a flowing gaze. After a long few moments, the only sound was that of the chatter in the other rooms as a lone reminder that time had not in fact stopped. Yet after this passed, Serzex spoke carefully. You, Mother, think that we can get an implant or position within the most important military unit of the Grigori, maybe even the Alliance itself, by using Rias to get in? Rias is my first choice, yes. Venelana replied calmly, elegantly, and with more confidence projected than she actually had. Admittedly, she knew this was a major gamble. That short encounter in the kimono shop was not enough to get an accurate read on the cadre's personality fully. But she has a gut feeling that she was not wrong here. As dubious as that sounded, Serzex remained suspect of his mother's plan while Seraphal looked more contemplative. After a full minute, Seraphal spoke up. We have tonight and tomorrow, yes. We should spend our remaining time to lay out the groundwork for our next moves. Whatever they are. This led the others in thoughts on how best to navigate these trouble-prone times. Lady Citri then offered. Perhaps, little Rias may not be the best person for this mission. We should find out about the temperaments and personalities of the players we are going up against. Indeed. Venelana responded with a soft nod, while reaching for the teapot. Though as she poured her refill, she added, But I stand by my choice of my daughter's involvement. After all, she has a connection with the Nightwings already. A relation with both the cadre and his little sister. Lady Citri responded smoothly. As does my Sona-chan. She should not be dismissed so casually either. We may find ourselves facing a more intellectual opposition than the charismatic leading cadre after all. In the village hidden among the shrines, a certain Nara sneezed. Venelana raised a single brow, then challenged. Oh? And you suspect that my Rias can handle such an opponent? Is that not rather conceited of you? Before the argument really got going, Rias spoke up abruptly. Actually, I think Aquino might be best. All eyes lock on to her because of that statement. Seraphal asked softly. And why do you say that Rias Tan? Yet before the redhead could speak, Sona did. He, Cadre Namikaze that is, refers to Aquino-san by a nickname as opposed to us as protection targets. This may suggest that he may find a sense of kinship between them. She blew on her tea before looking to her older sister and finished. That is my own current theory after studying our interactions thus far. Rias nodded at her friend's point, then looked at her brother and added. Which also means that my peerage has the best shot at making a dent in the wall in negotiations. If we can get even an acknowledgement from Cadre Naruto, it should make things far easier for us, right? Venelana then added, despite her own deep concern on the matter, but the situation called for drastic measures. It would also show that we are willing to put our power where our mouths are, and trusting them with one of our own. The two Satans share a look. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Report 19, Feathered Light. Jinjugaku no Hai-Saido, Residential District. The midday sun peeked through the still-closed gray curtains and warmed part of the bedroom in which lay a certain blonde, who had been up most the night before with paperwork. He did not stir initially, the tiredness from the battle, both the physical and bureaucratic, having taken their toll and exhausted him. As he turned over, the covers pulled up over his shoulder, the rest returned to him once more, and he settled down again. As the breathing stabilized once more, it soon revealed the gentle smell of fried fish and fresh miso soup being prepared. It was ignored for the most part. However, the silent parting of the door signaled the arrival of another blonde, her stomach swollen from her status, approached the still form within the bed and eventually sat on the edge beside him. Her presence softly alerted the occupant that it was time and, as much as he didn't want to, he roused from the realms of unconsciousness. A gentle hand parting his hair and the soft voice spoke beneath a whisper. "It's time to wake up." With a sigh, blue eyes part to reveal a pair of stunning ones staring back at him with a gentle coolness that always seemed to be a steadying expression. Naruto then whispered back. "Samui, what time is it?" With a small smile, Samui replied gently. 1. Another sigh, before he slowly sat up, revealing his bare chest and elongated canines as he stretched with a yawn. After achieving that, he exhaled hard and then nodded, kissed her, that she returned, before getting up and revealing his nude form. Samui watched him get up and grab his clothes he kept at her place. Just some underwear, trousers, and a t-shirt for now as he stepped into the hall. She followed briefly, then parted to the kitchen when he entered the shower, likely to wash off the smell of their activities last night. Yes, she still has needs, and he is always there to ensure they are met. What? She's pregnant, not a nun. Her needs are still there. The shower ran while she set the table, somewhat difficult now that she was this far along, but if you asked her, it was cool and worth the extra effort. After all, it was her choice to do this, and if she was perfectly honest, Samui was grateful that she could be this selfish and that Naruto had not rejected her. Yes, she may have been a bit pushy, and a few would say that she gave him little choice, but she knows her partner. Most others would have denied any involvement, but he never did. It was selfish of her to force this outcome, yet, after everything they've lost, no one held it against her. Ignoring the crimson glow of her cheeks of their family activities partaken last night, Samui has, on occasion, considered whether or not to apologize for pushing things forward in this direction, but then he would just show up, like last night, and act as if she hadn't done anything wrong. He smiled and hugged her, tell her that things are going well or asked how she's doing. But the best thing was when he asked how their family was doing. His tone was always soft and warm. His blue eyes seemed to sparkle too, she noted. In truth, if you had asked her 5 years ago about the prospect of settling down with a guy and raising a family, she probably would have just said something generic like, "When the time comes." But now that it's here, she wished she had started it sooner. No, then things would have been a lot harder. Likely, not with her current partner either, and that would have been a shame. Really and truly a shame. Samui's thoughts were broken through, hands stopped setting the table, when strong arms wrapped around her from behind a warm presence engulfed her smaller frame and Naruto whispered into her ear. "How's my family doing this afternoon?" Leaning back into the embrace, Samui enjoyed the gesture of warmth and with a smile, replied, "We are cool. I made lunch for us." He hummed, hands gently placed on her enlarged stomach and being guided gently by hers as he then kissed her pale cheek, then added, "Thanks, Sam-chan." She nodded once, smile small but serene. This is what she wanted. Was that so wrong to push for? After a full course of a balanced breakfast, with a side of a quick make-out session, Naruto got dressed in his black undersuit, dark chain mail, armored black jonin vest, and armored forearm-length gloves. His twin kunai pouch loaded, shuriken holder secured, and his black trench coat looking crisp. Reaching the door, Naruto gave Samui one final peck before headed out while being seen off by his girlfriend at the door. As he left, he spotted both the expectant mothers, both 4 months along, of the Lightning Company. One was the gray-haired Kunoichi Kyoto of Nadeshiko, and the formerly battle-crazed Sakaria sitting on the veranda of the house opposite. They too spotted him, and Kyoto waved, rather childishly, with Naruto grinning as he returned it. As the youngest of the Nadeshiko trio, Naruto treated Kyoto like his younger sister without meaning to, and it caused them a bit of friction at one point. It was later explained to him by Ren that she actually had a major crush on him. It was awkward for all of 2 hours. The war did not allow any more time than that. Sakuria, on the other hand, has adapted well to their inner circle and her presence melding into the background of their group. No longer the battle maniac, but just one combat expert among the many. Though, she was growing into her own, coming into motherhood like none other. This is when Omo appeared, pop in mouth and in full uniform. As the two walked down Lightning Street, the white-haired teen handed over one such lollipop to the blonde at his side and it was taken. The two made it to the exit. They were met by Hana, Kiba, and Genma, awaiting them casually. Yet, all three noticed the swagger in the footsteps of the two approaching meeting point. Hana's eyes narrowed while the fellow males gained knowing smirks that both Omo and Naruto obviously recognized, thus their matching ones as they reached them. Naruto broke the silence. Something happen? Did something happen? You sly fox, you know damn well something happened. Kiba muttered through his grin, getting chuckles from the men. Hana remained silent, though Naruto noticed her subtle sniffing. He shrugged then replied. All things considered, Samui's fine. Same with Kyoto and Sakuria. Omo added immediately and the two guys nodded. Hana settled down. Genma offered. Well, the other legions have been busy. Several new avenues have been identified, and the second are moving on the earthbound ones. Omo raised a brow, surprised, though Naruto just nodded and replied. Katarina's likely wanting to capitalize off our victory with a clean sweep. I take it the third are dealing with the underworld? Along with the Cadre Teresa and her 17th Legion, the Blue Birds. Genma informed calmly and got a surprised look from Naruto, who muttered. Well, I haven't met that one. Though, if it's Benamian, we have to trust that she's capable. There was a pause, before he added as if distant. Though something about that name. Genma and Kiba just nodded to that, the former added to get back on track. Yeah, we can't be everywhere at once. Even if the world thinks we are. Ain't that the truth? Omo muttered, but Hana asked. What is our stance then? Eclipse is still here and we secure our positions in Japan. Naruto began, causing her to fall silent. After a moment more of thought, he added. Sendai is still unstable. Sapporo needs a deep clean and investigation. Fukuoka and Okinawa both need scouting, but even closer provinces need to be cleared out. He sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose at the increasing level of stress at just the thought of the task ahead. After a moment, Naruto continued. We've negated our regular duties thanks to all the issues that had popped up in recent times. First, we need to figure out what the plan is from Azazel, and then we need to finish establishing ourselves as the country's Grigori headquarters. Sounds like a lot of work. Kiba grumbled, getting a wry smile from the blonde among them. Naruto replied. Because it is. Guess we should get to it then. Omo muttered again, swirling the lemon lollipop in his mouth, and the others nodded. Hana voiced. What about those guys who got away? Naruto looked to her, steel blues meeting her sharp black as he replied. The hunt isn't over yet. Is it? She smirked and shook her head, thus he added. Fuckface, Monkey, and Posh Boy are on our shit list. I'll put word out to Benamian. The next time they surface, we head out and claim that bounty. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Naruto, Hana, Kiba, and Genma arrive in the war room to find Shikamaru among the many leaders present. Michael and Raphael for Heaven. Azazel and Katarina for the Grigori, Ross Weiss and Brynhildr for the Norse, again as observers. Allegedly. The entrance of the 4 additional Nightwings drew all eyes and Azazel nodded when he spoke. Sleep well? Like a child. Naruto quipped easily as he reached the center of the room with a map of the world spread out over the surface. As his team spread out, he asked. What's new? Clipping his light shut, Shikamaru began. Initial reports are in. We have numerous hot spots across the board. Numerous forces are already moving to investigate. This is a multiple front engagement. Yeah, so I hear. Naruto commented lowly, then glanced over at Azazel and added. Teresa and her 17th Legion, the Blue Birds, huh? Azazel quirked an eyebrow, a sly smirk on his lips as he asked. Oh, you know of them? Didn't think you've met. Read their file on the way over. Naruto admitted without shame, looking back at the maps then finished. Even the ones Benamian probably tried to hide. Balls it. Azazel murmured, arms still crossed, but Naruto shrugged then replied. Glad to have their skill set. He then looked back at his leader and finished. If we can leave that lone wolf stuff out, so can they. We're on the same team, so make sure you stress that to her. Sasha too. With a heavy sigh, Azazel nods lazily while he offered. Yeah, been meaning to. Same with Angelo and his 15th Legion, the War Sparrows. Starting to feel like a damn babysitter. That's what happens when you leave your work up to others as long as you have. Shikamaru drawled lazily, receiving an update from the 3rd Legion on his phone and sighing. Azazel takes the rebuttal on the chin then nodded, as he returned. Yeah, my bad. I guess. Still, with you guys taking charge here I can get back to Sataniel and… If you say research. Naruto warned, glancing to the guy who stiffened lightly and then sagged. After a breath, Azazel straightened and informed. I need to check in with Amuro's first, then check when Teresa and Angelo are back to speak with them. Keep Benamian or Shamahaza informed of your next plan of action. Re-establishment. Naruto cut in again, drawing all eyes to him. When he looked up at Azazel, he added. We were mid-conciliatory expansion when this all kicked off. We need to get back to it, and set up shop properly to secure our footing before things get out of hand. Katarina clapped daintily as she voiced. Duh pupsik. Time you did. Heaven and the Norse in the room blinked at that, surprised and confused that apparently the local Grigori garrison had managed this all without a full base or control over the region. Naruto just sighed something that sounded like troublesome, getting a serious nod from Shikamaru, though he returned to her with a look as he spoke. Yes, better late than never. Scouts have already. About that. Shikamaru cut in, drawing the blonde's attention, and so he finished. Both the 112 ND Silent Choir and 222nd Storm Crow Legions are already scoping out the entire peninsula. His fellow Nightwings lifted brows into their hairlines as the Nara smirked then added. Seems they are hoping to make a good impression to encourage a continued partnership with us. Azazel smirked harder. His forces are gelling better than ever before and he was absolutely loving this. Katarina was weighing the pros and cons. She wants to help her pupsik, but her doves are not part of the pupsik's wing division. Yet. Perhaps adopt 41st the Iron Doves as subsection of her 2nd Legion Dark Doves. Offer training, resources, and some of her better-behaved children? That sounds right. Naruto finally responded. But I thought Eclipse was done after. Haven't done the paperwork yet. Azazel drawled, feigning disinterest so hard it was almost comical. After he gained the attention of all, the deadpans from the Nightwings did not deter him as he finished. We could keep it active along with the others. No harm done, in all honesty. Says the guy who slips past paperwork like a plague. Naruto griped, glaring at his fellow seraphic-level fallen angel. The governor went to object but stopped. He just admitted to not having done the paperwork and thus shrugged. Azazel stated. No comment. Point is. He pointed at his fellow fallen seraph then added. You are still in command of Eclipse. You want to keep them around, that's fine. You want to dismiss them, that's fine too. It's your call. With a sigh, Naruto rubbed his forehead while he muttered. We don't exactly have the long-term infrastructure to hold this many people, you know. It's so damn troublesome. Yeah, they know it too. Shikamaru cut in, and Naruto nodded before looking back at the governor and asked. If we do keep Eclipse active, then what are we doing about internal security and… Later. Azazel cut him off, waving the whole topic away dismissively as he looked towards Michael and then added. Right now, we need to go over the basics of what we currently know. Naruto waved him off and stated. We have only just registered the prisoners and identified them and avenues to investigate certain leads. The report isn't due till tomorrow evening. Michael finally spoke calmly. That it is, Naruto. However, Shikamaru has graciously asked us to attend this afternoon as a priority. Shikamaru caught his friend's eye and nodded, causing Naruto to sigh before looking to Hana, who handed him a file, and he flipped through it. After a few moments, he retrieved a list of names and placed it on the table, then spoke. Any of these names ring a bell? Michael and Raphael observed the names, but none of them jumped out. The Nightwings noticed, and so, Naruto explained. They are all fallen angels. Looks were shared between the heavenly duo, though Azazel raised a brow but connected the dots quickly and his second joined the first. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Naruto spelled it out. They are fallen angels not on our records. Angels who fell that are not recognized by us, the Grigori. An organization comprised of them. Which means that these are ours. Michael realized and got nods from the fallen in attendance. Raphael then posed. But that would be unlikely. They would have destabilized them, and we would have. There are many unknowns at this point. Genma added calmly, leaning against the rear wall suddenly, twisting the toothpick in his mouth. When he caught the attention, he shrugged then added. All we know, they are not ours. Which either means they are yours, or a third party is making angels outside our two factions. Both dangerous precedents. Raphael acknowledged, getting nods from the room, and so Michael asked. Any of your intelligence suggest anything of creation of these other angels? Katarina spoke here in response. Nate. We know of artificial human, homunculi, hybrid, and chimera war beasts. Azazel nodded then added. Benamian is already mobilizing our entire intelligence capability just to check that list hasn't grown. He pauses then looks to Naruto and added. Expect new targets soon. The doves are handling the artificial humans and hybrid. Whitetails are handling chimera war beasts. This leaves the homunculi for the Nightwings. Naruto folds his arms and nodded, so Azazel looked back at his brother then added. In the meantime, you will need to do a full account of your lower choirs. See if anyone is missing. Michael looked troubled but nodded slowly. He did not want to think that there was such extremist among his own. To go to the lengths of falling just to strike out at their allies. He may have to pull Uriel back from training the human exorcists. Looking to his strongest subordinate, Azazel continued. You plan on finishing your establishment in this sector, that's fine. Keep Tamil and his 10th Legion up to date with your plans. Naruto nodded before the governor then asked. As for the intelligence and reports, you'll have them on time. Naruto assured, causing everyone to nod along. He then added. While we are on the topic of targets, that boy and his friends are ours. I'm leading my hunting team after them. Azazel raised a brow then asked. Vala and his two cronies? You know where they are. Benamian's looking into it. Naruto conceded, nodding once then added. As soon as she gets a hit, the silent paw will deploy. Smirking, Azazel asked. It's official then? Hana and Kiba smirked dangerously. Naruto shrugged casually before he stated. Paperwork has been sitting in my desk drawer for a while. But with our schedule no longer being so cramped. Another shrug as Azazel nodded, so he finished. Well, if you'll excuse me, I have to go meet with Yasaka. To explain why her barracks is overloaded with fallen, and why they haven't relocated to our base. Azazel inclined his head again, and just as Naruto turned about, Michael spoke up. Actually, Naruto. Drawing the pretend cadre's attention, so he continued. It has actually come to our attention, but is it possible for us to know the location? No. Naruto cut him off casually, yet firmly and with no hesitation. Raphael is about to ask, but the fallen continued. It is not about trust, but rather operational security. Michael went to speak, Naruto did first. And no. It isn't just you either. The bulk of our fellow fallen have no idea either. Only Azazel, Benamian, Shamahazai, Tamil, Barakwil, and Katarina beyond our legion have its location. The latter only just finding out recently and knows the consequences should that leave her lips. Katerina swallowed thickly, knowing that to be true. Her own plans rely on that secrecy. Naruto did not look at her, eyes fixed on Michael as he continued. As for the yokai? 6 kitsune and 1 tengu know of our home location. The rest know we are here, somewhere, but that's it. He shrugged lazily, his fellows nodded, and so he finished. I won't ask you for forgiveness, Michael, it would be a waste because none of us are ashamed of this decision. It is a part of our nature to keep secrets, and none, not one, is as important to us as our home. With his piece said, Naruto headed out calmly and without looking back. Hana and Kiba at his side. Genma had vanished at one point, none bothered to know where nor did they question it. As they reached the door, Michael asked, Perhaps, one day, you may feel comfortable enough to trust us with that secret? Naruto nor his 2 escorts even glanced backwards before they exited the room, Hana closing it softly behind them. With a sigh, Azazel spoke up. It isn't out of malice, Michael. Yet before the archangel in question could form thoughts, Shikamaru informed. It's our doctrine. When eyes land on him reading the files on his desk, he added. If you don't know where we are, any intelligence gathering attempts, or rogue infiltrators in your factions can discover it either. And before you say that heaven is secure, Azazel cut in, knowing exactly what his brothers were about to say. Again, when their blue eyes locked onto his purple, he added. The fact that we have potentially come across newly fallen angels in this last operation suggests that you have at least some sympathizers in your gilded halls. If they had taken that information with them, this whole operation would have been much different. Michael could not dismiss that possibility in the slightest. Not with evidence now in hand. With a soft sigh, he stood from his seat and stated, Yes, I suppose there is some wisdom to be had in our continued ignorance. For now at least. As for this list, may I keep it? Shikamaru waved him off while looking over the reports on his desk and stated flatly. Yeah, we got copies. Michael nodded with a small smile. The dedication was evident, and knowing these young fallen. Pausing, that's another thing he decided to voice. Actually, Shikamaru. How old are you all? The Nara looked up at the leader of heaven, blinking confused for a moment. When he identified the inquiry properly, he raised a brow in a gesture of what? Nodding, Michael asked calmly. For one so young to be as dedicated as you are in seeking justice and not stray. It is an extraordinary thing. I was curious about. Sorry, Michael-san. Shikamaru drawled, returning to the report as he added. Personnel files and their contents are classified and confidential information. You do not need to bother yourself with it. More secrets. Michael realized at this moment that they really did not know much about their nieces, nephews, and new half-brother. Just that they were reincarnated by their fallen brother, they are dedicated, and morally strong in the defense of the innocent, and just in their efforts. How curious. They are normally far more diligent than this. Yasaka's office. Naruto knock did not land as he heard voices that he did not know immediately. It took a few moments before it dawned on him. Lady Citri, Phoenix, and Satan Leviathan, it seems they are discussing. You can come in, Naruto. Yasaka's voice was unmistakable, muffled by the soft sakura door that was rather decorative. Though Naruto sighed before he responded. This is an internal matter. We'll wait. Be that as it may. Yasaka replied calmly, the other voices obviously gone quiet as she added. I do need your input on this matter. So please. Grumbling, Naruto pushed open the door and stepped in while flanked by Kiba and Hana to reveal who they all heard through the door. 2 dark-haired and a blonde devil sitting ahead of the Kyuubi. With a quick uniform bow, due to outsiders, he reported. You called, Lady Yasaka? Nodding with grace, Yasaka gestured to her current company while she spoke. Well, yes, Commander. As you can see, we have the Devil delegation requesting access to both Perry Satiri and Riser Phoenix. I wanted your opinion on the security risk both have proved and whether or not to allow visitations. Standing at ease, Naruto reported smoothly. Citri is not an issue, nor is her peerage. Fuck, riser Phoenix. Kiba bit his lip. Hana remained blank face, mostly, as they both know what Naruto thinks of that particular devil, and the others now suspected it. The commander of the Nightwings continued as if he hadn't misspoken. However, has numerous mental stability issues. That being said, I believe his attendant Yubaliona is safe to interact with. The Western Yukai faction leader nodded, but Naruto finished. Though, their repatriation is down to you, Lady Yasaka, as all three are within Yukai custody, not Grigori. Yasaka looked to the devils, who were more interested in the three Nightwings than her, so she cleared her throat and the two matriarchs snapped back to her, leaving Seraphol the only one staring, unashamedly at the Nightwings as the QB spoke. There you have it. As I trust in their assessments, those are your options. Lady Phoenix and Citri share looks, a silent conversation. Naruto though raised a brow at Seraphol, who was looking him up and down, no doubt trying to sense his strength, and thus he commented completely flatly. Sorry, Satan. I'm not into short chicks. Snapping up to his face, looking perfectly serious, Seraphol actually glared at him as she snipped. I'm not short. 800 yen, she says. She's fun-sized. Or something. Kiba stage whispered, causing Seraphol to fall silent. Hana then added same stage whisper. 2 on her, saying she's magical-sized. Guys. Naruto muttered, causing them both to fall silent. Professionalism returned for all of 5 seconds before the commander added. She's clearly Satan-sized. Those other guys weren't her height. Kiba commented with a snicker. Hana nodded, then posed. Probably lacked a proper diet or something. Her proportions are all weird. Probably. Naruto and Kiba spoke together, with Seraphol jumping up from her chair and about to yell at them, but Kiba uttered. Did she just hop down? She did. Naruto and Hana spoke in unison, and the Satan of diplomatic affairs had never felt so humiliated, face burning scarlet. Yasaka, utilizing her many years of patience and grace, cut into their dismantling of the Satan's ego with serene dignity. I would appreciate that you do not insult our guests, Commander Captains. Yes, ma'am. All three Nightwings chorused in unison and blankly, though Kiba added. We would also appreciate not being ogled, ma'am. I felt like a piece of meat, ma'am. Naruto added, though he also noted that her golden tails were twitching in amusement, and no doubt her tails she could not quite suppress. I understand your grievances. Yasaka spoke calmly, a gentle smile that did not reach her eyes as she gestured to the Satan. Then she added gently, however, she is a lady of high standing. So please play nice, as I am sure she will apologize for inappropriately staring. The air was tense. Seraphol was staring at the Nightwings, who were staring back. After 30 seconds, Yasaka asked, Well, Lady Seraphol? The Satan did not break her gaze from the three fallen. Seraphol asked. Firstly, I am a magic girl size. Immediately both men seamlessly handed over 200 yen to Hana, who took it smoothly and slipped it into her back pocket, all without breaking eye contact. This only annoyed the Satan, who ground out. Secondly, you should show me some respect. That is rule 1 of any diplomatic. Hana handed 100 yen to Naruto, who took it and slid it into his trenchcoat without looking away from the Leviathan seat holder. The tension built up between the two groups before Lady Citri broke it. About seeing my cousin, Citri? Yasaka simply nodded, while giving an eye to Naruto, who shrugged then reported. Your prison, your jurisdiction, Lady Yasaka. We came to let you know that we have resumed our normal operations. A full report will be made at Amor. He stares back at Seraphol, who was clearly trying to memorize every word he said, then finished. Appropriate time. Yasaka inclined her head and replied. Very well, Commander, please keep me informed. With a swift nod, Naruto, Hana, and Kiba turned to leave. Naturally, and as they expected, Seraphol asked. Commander, I wish to. No. Naruto cut her off, not even looking back or slowing his stride, as he stepped out of the room, Hana closing the door behind them with a smirk that the Satan noticed before the door shut. Seraphal naturally bristled at the lack of respect but said nothing as she got back to negotiating with the western faction of the Yukai. This is likely their best chance into the alliance, even if ideally, they would want to open at least a dialogue with the leader of the Nightwings. Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, Training Ground 1. Panting hard, Issei took up the training staff at his side before climbing back to his feet, with some effort, and facing his dad who stood a few meters away with a surprisingly stern visage, training staff in hand. After a moment, the son asked, "This is so damn hard. Why can't I just, use my gear?" With another sigh, Goro offered patiently. "Over-reliance on external powers has killed better fighters than you, Issei. Training your body never fails to yield results and will save you one day. Same with your reflexes." He spins his staff like he was born to, muscle memory returning after the decades of disuse and the rust thoroughly washed away thanks to the recent sparring between Choji and a few others of these fallen angels. Honestly, Goro has never felt this good and in shape. He missed it, in honesty. With a sigh, Issei looked around the training ground. The normally torn-up and crater-laden field was occupied by numerous smaller groups of trainees with their Nightwing tutors. Unlike them, he was learning how to fight from his father, who apparently was a well-practiced warrior of the hero faction in his youth. Looking back to his father, he asked finally, "Then, why am I learning how to use a stick and not?" Before he could blink, Goro was already mid-swing and Issei threw an instinctual defense that didn't really do anything. The father's staff stopped just prior to hitting his son's hair, before he sighed and explained. "It is simple, Issei. Reacting is one thing, moving is another. Right now you are barely able to react. That will get you killed quickly." Pulling back his staff, spinning it a handful of times before resting it on his shoulder, he continued. "From what I have seen of these fallen, is that their reaction time is damn near instant, moving at the same time to prevent being caught off guard or out of position. If you want any hope of joining them in the future, you need to be at least able to react in time to stop me from striking you." Hesitating for a moment, Issei nodded slowly but noticed Zioniva beyond his father going through a light shadow spar with that guard woman. Honestly, those two are some of the finest women he's seen, but then again, all the girls here are hot beyond belief. That snake lady has all the curves and really dangerous. That medic, Amino her name, has a great rack and gentle personality. Makes him want to protect her. Then there's the twins, Abigail and Serena. Unfairly attractive and the largest chest. A staff slam knocked Issei off his feet, wind from his lungs, and tumbling across the grassy dirt. After coughing and wheezing for a few minutes, he peeked up to see his father's exasperated expression, rubbing his eyes. Goro muttered, "Honestly, where did we go wrong with you, Issei? We are talking about your survival and your mind just wonders." As his breathing stabilized, wincing each time, Issei slowly gets back to a knee when his father gestured to the side. Following the motion, the son of two former heroes saw his friend and former schoolmate Genshiro getting tutored by a tall blonde chick using small fans in each hand. Seeing the confusion, Goro informed his son, "Your friend, Genshiro, has been growing rather fast. He's been asking for training from just about anyone who would listen, trying to find out what he is most suitable for. Shiori-san is just the latest and seems to be teaching him a dance using Tezsen. Probably for balanced footwork, if I had to guess." Still holding his abdomen from the cheap shot his father gave him, Issei responded while watching his friend. "So I should learn to dance too? Last time I asked for help, I got chased around the forest thinking snakes were chasing me." Goro chuckled softly, looking to his son and replied softly, "Your stamina increased, right? From what Mitarashi-san said, it was all illusionary and you weren't harmed more than a few scratches." Swallowing hard, Issei muttered, "Doesn't make the nightmares any less real, or terrifying." Goro chuckled again, mirth in his breath as he responded, "You will see that those nightmares, as you call them, are just the tip of the iceberg, Issei. The world you're stepping into, this supernatural world, it is not for the faint of heart. The seriousness in the man's voice told his son everything, yet nothing at the same time but only the need to improve no matter what. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Intelligence Department. The barren, dim corridors of the Intelligence Department were as empty and lifeless as ever as Naruto strolled down them, Hana at his side. Neither spoke, either wavered, their steps made no noise in this labyrinth beneath the village hidden among the shrines. Turning at the junction, either Nightwing even flinched at the sudden arrival of the warden of these dark depths, appearing on step on the commander's right, opposite the Inuzuka, Elise informed. Prisoner 247 has been moved to the interrogation room too, Master. Has she agreed to be receptive? Naruto asked as they cleared another signless intersection. The former heroine nodded sharply. Elise reported. She has expressed her wishes to that end, yes, Master. The trio reached the room in absolute silence, the warden only overtaking when they arrive, and she pulls open the lock, then door to allow the Nightwing's unobtrusive access to the prisoner, who shot up stiff back, her black tails limp behind her. Before she could say a word, her overstimulated instincts flared lightly and snapped to the hazel-haired woman, tattoos on her cheeks known as Hana. Clearing his throat, Naruto leaned on the plain metal desk as he spoke calmly. Prisoner 247, you have repeatedly requested to meet me, so out with it. Swallowing softly, Kuroka the Stray spoke quickly. I can be useful to you. Both Nightwings felt the least tense at those words, that no doubt echoed from a memory her mind has locked on to as a stabilizing factor, an emotional lifeline. They both ignored it as the black-haired Nekishu continued. I used to work for the Grigori, like you, but under Team Vala. We know this, 247. Naruto informed, face blank and unflinching. After a few moments of silence, softly reading her surface thoughts, he continued. Tell me about the reason you left? Golden eyes flickered in something suppressed, unease most likely, but after a moment, Kuroka offered flatly. I needed to stay with Vala to show that I was strong enough for him. Not giving away what he was seeing behind the words she spoke, or the other dragon she was actually working for, Naruto pushed. For what purpose? I need to. Kuroka began but paused and finally broke eye contact. Fiddling with her fingers, hesitating in a textbook fashion. Looked natural enough to fool most, but not these shinobi and not when one was literally reading her surface thoughts. Naruto picked up her orders from the Dragon of Infinity. To keep an eye on her investment, to ensure that the White Dragon Emperor was traceable. To guide him towards the ultimate goal of challenging Great Red, the Dragon of Dreams, or the Dragon of Dragons. To help reclaim her so-called silence. Great, a completely apathetic beyond-God entity with a developing entitlement complex, utilizing brute force and infinite power to collect the rogues, displaced, and needy to her own agenda with no care for the stability of anything else. Wait a second. If she is truly infinite. Taking a gamble, Naruto pushes off the desk, drawing eyes to him as he went through a few hand signs for a Yamanaka clan jutsu. He needs to dive deeper into the prisoner's psyche for the answers to why a being of infinite power needs help dealing with the Dragon of Dreams. Despite having her own abilities sealed away, Kuroka could feel the chakra build up and blinked. Wait, how does a fallen angel have chakra? A second blink. That isn't right. This chakra is different from what she is used to. It's thicker, denser, and part Tuki? That makes no sense. She tunes in just when the leader stops with his hands and fingers in a strange position. 247, you won't remember this, but your sister is actually here in Kyoto. Kuroka's eyes widened, but before she could speak, his blue eyes flashed cyan and then nothing. Jerking awake in her cell, Kuroka looked around at the small barren room and sighed. Still in this place, no chakra, no Tuki, and they even took her gifted power from her secret master. Getting up from her bed, Kuroka strolled over to the door and banged against the door a few times. She could not damage it, she tried that already. Could not scratch it with her claws, that was one of her first attempts, so she waits patiently. A few minutes later, that human with ginger hair appeared and spoke. 247, why are you making so much noise again? Kuroka bristled at that. No matter how many times she's complained about being addressed as a mere number, this human doll has only ever used it to address her. Pushing that aside for now, the Nekashu pressed. When will I meet your boss? I told you I have information to trade. A mechanical nod from the human-like being, as usual, before she replied flatly. My master has not given me any new orders pertaining to you, 247. Be assured that he has been notified of your request. Kuroka wanted to groan, hiss, to shout, but this girl never reacts to anything. While her tails slashed out of sight of her warden, she instead asked, Any time frame at all, Naya? With a slow blink of her green eyes, the human shook her head and responded, Not at all. You will be seen when he decides to see you. The window was shut in the rogue's face. Kuroka had no idea how to feel about this. Jinjigaku no Hai-Saido, Night Tower. Within his office, Naruto is joined by Azazel, Benemyun, Tamil, Chojuro, Shikamaru, and Kuratsuchi, all of which are sitting around the room while he relayed what he learned from Kuroka. With a frown, Kuratsuchi began. So, this infinite dragon. She's the one we've been concerned about and hiding from, huh? Naruto and Shikamaru both nod stiffly, the Nara stated. We knew of her from the Grigori records. Suspected she had a connection to the brigade, this just confirms it. Azazel grunts, as he paces around the room, his normal smirk gone, and when he reaches Naruto's side, he offered. The likelihood of her taking an interest in you all is high. Meeting his fellow Seraph's gaze directly as he perched on the side of his desk, he added. Especially you, Naruto. If it discovers that you are a second Seraph of the Fallen, and your domain of death, Benemyun commented. You and Serial are two beings even the great immortals must take care of crossing. She may approach you indirectly, at first, through intermediaries to gain insight into your potential, then move to bribe you with more power. Naruto snorts, the other former shinobi understanding his action, and were not surprised when he reported. She can try. A few moments of thoughtful silence before he offered. The fact that she hasn't found us yet suggests that our wards here have inadvertently hid us from her detection. With his arms crossed, leaning back in his comfortable seat, Tamil muttered. For now, sure. No idea how long that shall last. That's true. Chojuro added calmly, a sharp nod from the couch, and Kuratsuchi frowned due to the truth of it. Though, she added after a moment, we've moved carefully so far. We just have to move harder and leave no traces. If we engage an enemy, anywhere, make sure we kill or capture them swiftly. Silence anyone who could reveal our potential locations. Chojuro offered her back, and when she nods, Shikamaru added. Brutal but possibly required. That, alongside our standing information blackout, means we can't even remotely relax our guard. Azazel, noticing the various photos on the desk and began studying them, spoke distractedly. So, you're keeping the other legions ignorant of your base here then? Have to. Naruto reported with a shrug. Benemyun added softly. That will shape your group's internal perceptions quite a bit. Adjusting her glasses and becoming more thoughtful at the damage control and narrative drive she will need to spin this to prevent discontent growing. Tamil spoke up suddenly. With that aside, what are the ongoing plans for our newest wing division? Clearly, you are spreading out to reclaim the Japanese sector, no? Shikamaru turned back from gazing out onto the village, back into the room, and stated. The legions of Wing Division Eclipse are currently scouting out locations for more permanent footholds, yes. We have to be careful about the Eastern Yukai faction at present, so most our bases will be to the west until the diplomatic situation has improved. With a heavy sigh, Naruto added. Meanwhile, we are still training up our... Hey, Naruto. Azazel suddenly spoke up, drawing all eyes to him and onto the fact he was holding a framed photograph. When the governor finally broke his eyes from it, he turned it around, revealing the photograph of the small Nightwing gala from some time back. Everyone blinked at that, either in surprise or recollection. Azazel pressed, with a grin. Since when do you all clean up so well, huh? It was a special occasion. Naruto offered back with a shrug. Shikamaru and Chojuro nodded once to confirm. That did not stop the governor. Azazel continued. You guys look like noble elite families at a proper high-class ball. You know that, right? Still confused, Naruto asked carefully. And that is relevant. How? Chuckling, eyes glistening in madness or brilliance, it was hard to say, Azazel pressed. Think about this for a second. Over the last year or so, we have completely retooled the faction. Cleaned up spies, cemented loyalties, helped the insane, and formed the legions, right? Everyone else just nodded, hoping he was going somewhere with this, though Benamian might have something but stayed quiet. Azazel continued laying out his idea. This has revitalized our people and given us a new purpose. A new identity. Tamil grunts and asked. Yes, so, patriotism is up. It's great and… Yes, it is and stuff. Azazel commented, waving him off before looking back at the photograph and grinning. He continued. However, that has just turned us into a more efficient military force. You can't have an actual society based on the military. It would be too rigid. Too brittle. It will lack longevity. Shikamaru caught on, thus asked. You want to create a type of autocratic society with us leading as nobles? Benamian offered immediately. That is a highly risky proposition. Azazel snorts before he added. Not just them, obviously. But think of it. A gala hosted by us. We'll call it something like the Night of Black Wings. Or something. Gather respected members from across our people and hand out awards and prizes for whatever discipline, science, engineering, healthcare, industry, trade, heck, even diplomacy. Kuratsuchi asked, ever the skeptic. And you think this will help, what? Flush out the Grigori beyond simple combat roles? It's not impossible. Benamian offered carefully, adjusting her glasses, though her eyes never truly focused on anything. Distractedly, she offered again. It would certainly highlight other avenues for our people beyond the traditional combative roles. Encourage innovative ideas and approaches in our less visible fields. Finally meeting her leader's eyes, she finished. It could work. It could easily be just what our enemies are waiting for. Kuratsuchi countered, arms crossed and leaning back. She looked annoyed as she quipped. Think about it. All our best and brightest gathered in one place. Too great a target. She isn't wrong. Shikamaru added, glancing to Azazel then down at Naruto between them. He added, it would draw a lot of attention from the supernatural world. Even we would be stretched to suppress it all. Either way, Azazel began, placing the picture down and eyeing up the fine suits on display. From Ginma in his dark gray and maroon tie beside Kurenai in her matching maroon strapless, to Chojuro navy suit with his lady so looking fine on his arm. Obviously, dead center was Naruto and Ino, looking like the head of an underground family and very imposing, yet perfectly balanced the gathering. Azazel finished. I'm going to start planning it. I expect you all to show up at least as equal to that. Gesturing to the picture as he makes his way towards the door. The Nightwings all share looks as both Benamian and Tamil follow their leader out, the former offering a nod to them all and the latter waving back at them. When the door shut, Shikamaru muttered what they were all thinking. Troublesome. Tell me about it. Naruto grumbled, Kuratsuchi snipped. That sounds like a pain in the ass. There is no way we are going to it, right? We'll be expected to. Chojuro offered. Shikamaru countered. That is in fact a problem that we can't ignore. Figured. Naruto sighed, sagging in his seat behind his desk, and everyone nodded. After a few moments, he added, let's just focus on establishing ourselves in Japan properly. Everyone nodded, at various levels of annoyance or anxiety. Jinjugaku no Hai Saito, Laboratory 3. This previously empty laboratory, built with the assumption that expansion of magical knowledge of this world was required for long-term habitation, has become something of a classroom and theory crucible of untested ambitions and youth exuberance. Like the fabrication stations, the walls were made white and spotless, the hidden seals preventing anything inside from being sensed from beyond. To prevent panic. Unlike the fabrication stations, however, there is also an additional layer of isolation to prevent external sources of magic to interfere with the presumed delicate, and potentially unstable, work within. It was all theory to the Nightwings, who use magic like instinctively, like jutsu without hand signs and not through this world's traditional magic learning and deployment. Azazel is still rather giddy about that fact, actually. Stepping through the isolation barrier's internal door, Naruto leads Hana into the workspace of the only two devils aware of the Nightwings' lodgings and reside beside them. Nakao and Ihara Akira. Yet before either shinobi could speak, Nakao shouted, "Whoever you are, this place is restricted access." Amused, Naruto called back, "Is that so, Nakao-san?" There was an eep, likely from Ihara, his younger sister, followed by the sound of a chair falling over and hushed whispers. Hana and Naruto shared a glance, both smirking in mirth at inadvertently startling the duo. A cleared throat before Nakao called back, Sir. Mitsukuji-sama. Naruto is fine, Nakao-san. May we enter? Just wanted to check up on you and your sister." Naruto responded calmly, though there was no little amount of mirth hidden in the tone. Yet Hana had other plans and added softly, "Nakao-chan, Ihara-chan, when was the last time you ate something properly?" The silence was telling. Thus, the Inuzuka nodded with a sigh, then spoke with her authority of chief medical practitioner, and a maternal undercurrent. "Both of you are coming with us to have a full dinner in the dining pavilion, and then getting a full night's rest. Now get out here." It only took 5 seconds for both young, aspiring teens to appear beyond the black fabric covering the door that they insisted on, and both looking instantly better than the last time Naruto saw them, back in the medical center. Nakao's shaggy brown hair no longer frayed but remained shaggy and far more vibrant in its untamable form. His brown eyes gleamed with determination and drive, no longer fear-filled and lost. He also seems taller and far more confident than before, no longer shifting to a defensive posture in his presence on reflex. Ihara, now 14, also stands taller and more confident, even if she still reflexively stands behind her older brother. Her brown hair looked well taken care of, considering how much time they spend in the lab. More like the time they do not spend beyond it. She, like Hana, has it in a high ponytail, and her fingers are covered in chalk, suggesting she was studying on a blackboard. Likely another lesson from her brother, as the senior of the two. With a nod, Naruto added his voice to Hana's as he stated, "Come on, both of you. I'm sure Choji already has his stoves running." Nakao grins while following the two fallen out and responded, "Choji-san's cooking is something else. If I weren't so busy, I'd ask to be his apprentice." Hana snorts, Naruto chuckles as the door shuts behind the two siblings, and he replied, "You are among a very long list of applicants, I assure you." All three smirked at that as they reached the main road back out of the research district towards the central tower known as Night Tower. This is when the quiet one of the quartet added, Ihara whispered gently, Choji-san taught me how to bake bread last week. He, told me to come back to learn to make sweet buns." That tugged on Naruto's heartstrings a bit, recalling a friend who loved sweet buns the same way he loved ramen. Not that he let it show, as Nakao added swiftly, "I could do with a sweet bun. Maybe something a little more." Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, village. "Dango, kid!" Anko announced her presence, appearing at Naruto's side abruptly and successfully scaring the two young mages. Naruto sighed as she continued, "The answer to anything is always Dango." The snake mistress waved around her half-eaten stick of the sweet dumpling as she ranted about the goodness of the almighty sweet. This was interrupted by Naruto, the second she claimed it to be the food of the gods, with a snort that stopped her, and he declared, "We all know that ramen is the food of the gods, Anko. Let's not rehash old arguments." Chuckling with a low, simmering intent that lacked any real venom, Anko whispered, "Oh, Naruto-kun. I believe I won that argument, no?" Naruto's elegant response was a simple, single, raised eyebrow. The chuckle and grin got darker upon Anko's face as they passed by the tower now, just as Ephra and Damaris appeared from the door. None bat an eye at the two snake ladies latching on to the group of 5. Unlike Ephra's deep bronze scales, short curling crimson hair and loud personality, Damaris is far quieter and far kinder than her fellow Lamia. Ivory scales that are dusted violet, hair of white that reminds most of snow, and soft violet eyes that truly show the depths of her kindness. Her gentle presence puts most at ease around her. Most being key here. The older members of the Shinobi Corps never truly let their guard down around her, and she knows it. Enko and Naruto simply explain that in their profession, those who give off such aura are the most dangerous. It's habit. An inbuilt reflex and not a reflection on her character or their thoughts about her. Though Naruto noticed that Damaris was with Ephra and that likely means an interrogation had just happened. Much like Ino and himself, Damaris has a limited telepathic capability that is her uniqueness among her sisters and is complemented by her empathy sense. Though, she has often been rather frustrated about how guarded the emotions of the Nightwings are, much to the amusement of Anko. Naruto knows that amusement was actually relief, likely because she is the last person who wants her true feelings to be read by anyone who was not him. But that isn't here nor there. Underworld, Jurgery headquarters. Azazel sat back in his office chair and looked out the window on the side when his door opened. In stepped his most trusted, Shamahazi, his vice-governor. Barakweel, his chief of military affairs. Benemune, his chief secretary. Tamiel, his head of business. Armoros, researcher of anti-magic, and finally, Sahariel, researcher of the moon. When the door shut behind them, it sealed with every rune the Grigori had at their disposal, including the ones Naruto reorganized and proposed for the headquarters. This got plenty of raised eyebrows, but Azazel ignored that and spoke gravely. We have a situation. All locked in on their governor directly now, and he did not waste time. An oversight on my part, I admit, but it seems to me that the First Legion is far more important than we anticipated. Shared glances before all eyes locked onto their leader. Azazel nodded once, sharply, then explained. Tamiel, Benemune, and I just came from their headquarters in the human world. There was a picture of themselves all done up and looking like top-tier nobles on Naruto's desk. Is this related to the gala idea? Tamiel asked and Benemune nodded too, thinking this was about that. Azazel's grin was half-hearted at best because he shook his head then corrected. Yes, but also no. In that photograph I spotted something. It was likely overlooked by them, and so they didn't notice as it was perfectly hidden by editing. What was? Shamahazi drawled, annoyed at this dramatically elongated exposé. Just spill it. Azazel lifted both hand and listed. Ino, Sakura, Kurinai, something, Kigirl, Temari, and Karui, all of them had editing done on their midriff in that particular photo. Not only that, in the last few months I haven't seen any of them among the Nightwings. He lowered his fingers, tapping them against the desk in rhythm with his ticking thoughts while leaning back and proposed. Not when I visited. Not out on mission. Not in any reports. Barakweel asked sternly. What are you suggesting, Azazel? Surely if you checked. I did. Azazel confirmed with a nod, still tapping the desk as he added. Which led me to find that Samui, leader of the Nightwing Lightning Company, hasn't been on so much as a patrol since the Tokyo incident. Besides, of course, my insistence on her joining the Hokkaido incident. He paused, then recalled the death glare Naruto gave him, thus the governor informed. At the time, I thought it would be great to have a flashy joint attack between Naruto and Samui to end the fight. He glared at me for it, and that only feeds into my hypothesis now. Let me get this straight. Armoros spoke carefully, folding his bulky arms, while his violet eyes lock on to his leader's own. He finished. You want us to believe that your pride and joy, the mythical legends themselves, have somehow, someway, kept 8 possible pregnancies from you, and you are only finding out now? It's the most likely explanation, yes. Azazel stated flatly. Shamahazi rubbed his temples as he muttered. And they gave you no indications they were lying to you? A pause as the governor thought on it. Azazel then offered. It's more like. I never asked? though as he said that he caught Benjamin adjusting her glasses and turned to her as she spoke. Then is it lie of omission then? I am sure that they know of our race's lack of fertility, as they have submitted mission reports finding a four-winged Ruka during that mission in Yamanashi. The others blinked. Azazel countered. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. Benjamin nods once, then explained. I briefly spoke with Hana-chan when she was brought in. Tagaki, Hada, and Nishiki, all members of the 1st Legion's new auxiliary unit, have all been submitting regular updates of her progress. Barakwil grunted, then offered. With that in mind, if these 8 are truly expecting, then them keeping it secret makes sense. Tactically and strategically speaking, of course. Sahariel tucks his hands into his lab coat pockets and chuffs, then states while adjusting his thick glasses. How do you figure that out, Thunderhead? This isn't important. For that exact reason, Barakwil states, shooting the guy a side eye as his lightning sparks slightly across his own violet eyes and masking his own grief on the subject. After a moment, Benjamin offered. I too see the logic behind their action. After all, she adjusts her own glasses as all eyes fall upon her. It was not long ago that our fellows hunted down others who bore children, and then the children themselves. The ones we call first gens were hunted by everyone, not just us, but the devils, heaven, and even the Vatican. Benjamin's face looked unimpressed, borderline upset as she finished. Knowing all the secrets surrounding them, what is one more secret to them? A long silence. After a minute, Azazel sighed, hard, then nodded, agreeing before he spoke. Then we maintain this secret too. Admittedly, it is still nothing but a theory and unconfirmed, but not one word will pass our lips of this matter. A few glances, before slowly each cadre present nodded along in agreement. Benjamin then offered. Perhaps I should label this under a new classification? Azazel nods in agreement, so she posed. Then, how about Code Cyan? That froze the governor for all of a second as he looked to her. Benjamin calmly adjusted her glasses but held a blank face. It did not take him long to connect the dots and nod. Azazel thus ordered. Sounds good. Again, no one outside this room is to even utter it. If anyone asks? Tamil inquired, and the governor shrugged. Azazel then offered calmly. If anyone asks why I dragged you in here, say that I wanted your collective approval on my new artificial sacred gear. A dragon type. Sahariel snorted, hands tugging on his coat pockets as he quipped. Yeah, that'll be believable. Azazel smirked, then shrugged, pulling out a large golden dagger with a purple jewel atop it, and then stated. All the reason why I have one such object here. They all blinked at that, but he continued. It isn't finished and barely functional at the moment. I need to head back to the Nightwings village and study the boosted gear or the Ritter's gear they have there. Armoros perked up and asked. Oh, that reminds me of a request Benjamin sent me. Apparently, absorption line appeared within a boy under your test tube Fallen's care. They aren't test tube Fallen. Azazel sighed aloud, but Armoros continued anyway. You want me to gather the other parts of Rita's gears and bring them here? You can use it as an excuse to visit. With a sharp nod, Azazel remarked. Could get some solid intelligence on them, and how they integrate with one another. My research would make a massive leap forward. He blinked, then nodded again with a grin, then ordered. How fast can you grab them? Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Residential District. Yawning with the setting sun at his back, Naruto steps into the residence zone of the Nightwings and waves off Chojuro, who heads over to the Kiri Street. Honestly, he doesn't know why they built this area based on their original villages, but everyone fell naturally into it, so he is not complaining. It beats tents and gives everyone just enough sense of home to fend off homesickness, not enough to mourn. They've done enough of that for a lifetime. Then again, Kuratsuchi is still supposedly working on that memorial proposal from months ago. He won't mention it though. It would give her added pressure to finish it, and that defeats the purpose of it in the first place. None of that matters right now as standing before him, smile as bright as the setting sun on this fine dust time, was none other than his official wife Ino, standing in the doorway to her single-story home. There were literally flowers everywhere, even its outer walls, and yet the scent was soothing and beautiful. The second they got close enough, Naruto's arms snaked around her waist, and she placed a kiss on his lips. When they broke apart, she offered softly, "Welcome home. Glad to be back." Naruto's equally soft response, and she smiled beautifully before tugging him in via their interlocked hands. Though inside Ino's house, however, Naruto found the kitchen a mismatch between a bomb site, a grocery store, and a research station. His brows shot into his hairline. She giggled before she explained. "You see, I got a bit, peckish." With the most deadpan expression in Shinobi history, Naruto muttered, "I don't doubt." Then he sighs, as Ino just smiled brighter as if nothing was wrong. Rolling up his sleeves, Naruto moved forward to tackle this familiar foe, and ignoring the yelling then crashed from the house 4 doors down. Seems a certain Nara had not done his research and did not take this adjustment into account for a change. By the feather, he has never been so grateful for Samly's emotional control giving him a heads up for Ino, and her lack of such. 2 hours later. Melting into her sofa in her living room, Ino hums as her husband massages run down her leg to her feet, all the while she has a spoon of mint chocolate ice cream in her mouth. She does not typically like the mint, more of a caramel or chocolate, but you know it is not actually all that bad. Especially since Naruto put in lemon juice. As he worked lower and lower, the mother-to-be continued to plow through her 6th bowl of her dessert. After the spicy hamburger steak, cheesy fries, and 3 greens salad, all 3 portions mind you, Ino was feeling very content right now. Looking around her living room, the fireplace was lit, the soft glow lit up the room and just made everything feel far cozier and warmer. She could not contain her small squeal at that thought. That thought of making this home so perfectly homey and sweet. A soft chuckle drew her cornflower blue eyes sharply to the man who dared disrespect. He kissed her. Brain reboot. Ino definitely did not have a goofy smile at that gesture, nor did she play with her spoon when Naruto spoke. "You're so cute when you're happy." "Oh, stop it," she whispered, spoon of ice cream already scooped and heading to her lips as she finished. "I married you already. Having our kid to boot. No need to flatter me." Ino found her ice cream halting before it reached her lips, drawing her gaze to his, and Naruto beamed a smile as he chirped. "Just telling the truth, Ino-chan." The blush raised up from below her baggy hoodie, actually his, but who cares, at that one, and she barely managed to roll her eyes. The goofy, uncool smile she wore had nothing to do with it as she finally got her scoop of ice cream, then mentally whispered, "Idiot." Naruto nodded calmly, focused on his wife's legs he was massaging as he retorted, "My gentle light." Report 20, the 3rd step. 6th heaven. Within his office, Michael was sitting at his desk, eyes locked on the list he received from the Grigori. It is only 2 pages long of names and suspected heavenly angels that had fallen to participate in this attack on Kyoto. How troubling this was. Michael has been aware of the growing lines within his father's heaven, among his celestial children, and this time, they may have crossed a line he did not anticipate. A knock on the door drew his blue eyes up. "Come in, Uriel." In stepped the King of Diamonds of the new Brave Saint system, though at current he hasn't selected any of his members, but it was still rather early days of the implementation of this new system. Stopping before his brother, Uriel inquired, "You seem troubled, Michael." With a single sharp nod, Michael revealed, "Yes, Uriel. I am concerned about the choices of some of the lower choirs." This got Uriel to raise a single, sharp-shaped blonde brow, so the leader of heaven elaborated further, sliding the lists forward. "Our allies of the Twilight Alliance have given us this list of fallen angels that participated in the attack on Kyoto that you witnessed." Reading over the names stiffly, Uriel nodded, so Michael continued. "However, according to both Naruto and Shikamaru, who verified with Benamun and Shamhazai, none of them have ever belonged to the Grigori." That sharpened the blue eyes of the Flame of God, connecting the dots easily enough and meeting his brother's gaze firmly, seeing the nod. A breath, sharp, disciplined, focused, Uriel nods once, then stated. I shall investigate this personally. Though, I will likely have to stop beside the Dominions first. Verify the names myself. Michael inclined his head with resolve, then informed. Please do. Our allies believe that we will and should handle this, thus are no longer pursuing this matter. Then we shall not prove to be incompetent. Uriel informed with a nod, then down at the list of names that were supposed to carry their father's light for humanity. His eyes narrowed in calculated judgments, initial contemplative judgments that will not be acted upon or made aloud until the truth has been determined. I will be meeting with the principalities shortly, Michael informed, breaking his brother from his thoughts, and standing up. Uriel nodded, made sense to be thoroughly aligned on all levels, thus the leader of Angel added. We must understand the scope of this matter and handle this situation, quietly. Then let us pray that it is isolated to the lower levels. Uriel confirmed as he followed his brother out of the office, before he whispered lower. Or Father help us. Jinjigaku no Hai-Saido, Residential District. Beneath the crescent moon-filled sky of the hidden shrine village of Shinobi, two blondes were within a single-story home within the isolated, protected area deep within the larger village were cuddling. The clearly pregnant woman, the mental warfare master Kunoichi known as Ino, was asleep blissfully. Her husband, however, was wide awake while holding her in his arms and running his hands through her silver-highlighted platinum hair. Naruto sat in bed, eyes reflecting the moon as he stared out the window and was unable to sleep. With all the work on the horizon, it's supposed that he could be forgiven for being concerned about things. Freshly fallen angels, falling from heaven specifically to fight them and siding with the enemy. Which means that their security protocols will be reviewed. They are working, as intended, but a part of him is still concerned about their allies, heaven, having possibly a movement against them. A knife that might find their back. Typical day for a shinobi, am I right? In other news, those 222nd Storm Crows suggested a location in the province of Kumamoto for a new base of operations. Would work as a chain for Chojuro's original request for a base in Okinawa. Something to consider, perhaps. 112nd The Silent Choir, however, suspiciously reported that they found several locations in the Naro prefecture with an increased amount of detailed information. Naruto mused next with a knowing smirk. The final location in the South Fukui prefecture. Probably the most eastern location they can set a base officially and knowingly. Yes, they have operated as far as Sendai and Hokkaido in prior operations, but those are to be kept under the rug. At least, until the Eastern Yukai faction officially takes a side in regard to the Twilight Alliance and on part them. Politics. Naruto hates the word and what it represents. Regardless of how necessary it is in these circumstances. Though, he'll leave it to the professionals. Ko, Temari, and maybe even Hanabi. Still, he needs to check in on that and speak with the Nikomata leader, Magari, her name was. That old crone with 7 tails that tried to play them back then. A pause as Naruto's eyes traced the moonlight over a drifting cloud above. Shikamaru should be working with that daughter of hers, Yuma, right? They're probably halfway through decoding the brigade's next 7 moves. Or napping. Nodding to himself, Naruto suspects the latter. He may not know Yuma, but he knows Shika, and he's probably finished the analysis, sent it to the team in the 3rd Legion, and now napping at his desk to avoid going home to disturb the sleeping Temari. Makes sense if you ask the Kage? Honestly, who thought that Shikamaru, of all people, would have the most problems with predicting the cravings and mood swings of the tactically brilliant, diplomatically gifted Kunoichi and leader of the Wind Company to this extent? Kiba's performance is second only to his own, much to everyone's surprise. Naruto would give his brother in all but blood credit where due. He somehow figured out how to keep Sakura, not only calm, but also somewhat gooey like he does with Ino. The blonde, however, suspects that his sister and the Inuzuka women have something to do with that. Or perhaps his nose is just that good, who knows? Omoi doesn't manage anything. Kyoto runs their house and Sakaria just lives there. She is far too giddy about being a mother to care about much else. As a former heavenly angel, she held no expectation of ever bearing life, but now that it's happening. Like her history of excessive combat, she is going all in and is completely unrepentant about it. No one blames her, nor do they care to. Genma has two modes: casual badass or father of the year. There is no in-between. Paired that with Kurenai being a helicopter mother with strong enough genjutsu to install the fear of death into the likes of Azazel, then yeah. That kid she's carrying is going to be protected, unnoticed, and incredibly dangerous. Mirai is the unofficial mascot of the Nightwings, and there is not a single one of them who will not level a nation on her whim. It's in the rule book. Naruto hasn't really spent more than an hour or two with the youngest Nightwing, but he has been kept appraised of her progress in casual talks with Genma. The father is strong with the casual legend. A blink before Naruto's gaze slipped towards the direction of the tower, brow arched. Why is Azazel here? Well, he will have to deal with his clones. Oh. Looking back down at his peacefully sleeping wife in his arms, Naruto ponders whether or not he should slip out and face his faction's leadership himself, or will his clones cause him further headaches. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Night Tower. Within the office of the Mitsukage sat 4 duplicates of a certain blonde sorting through the mass of reports and documents that were submitted in the wake of the recent combat action. Stacks litter every surface, being carried and sorted by the chakra constructs left behind by their creator a few hours ago. So understandably, they are all somewhat irritated in accordance with their respective personalities. It didn't help when the Governor-General near enough kicked the door open. Azazel bellowed. "Kid! You're awake! Perfect!" He paused upon seeing 4 blondes staring back at him, various eye colors among them. It took a few moments before the one at the desk, his eyes a similar purple to the fallen seraph's own, Naruto called. "What you want, Azazel?" "As you can see," gesturing to the paperwork around the office before he added, "we are actually busy doing work here." Locking onto the speaker, Azazel collected himself upon a moment's notice and probed carefully. "Is this that same trick from that breakfast?" "No shit," Naruto replied. This one had scarlet eyes and tight frown as he stared at the old man while dropping 2 files on the first Naruto's desk. With a glare, he continued. "Now what does a punk-ass wuss like you want here at this log-forsaken time, huh?" It only took a moment for the governor to click his finger, pointing to that clone who asked him, and Azazel announced. "Wrath, right?" Naruto, Wrath, snorted, his red-eyed glare locked on the seraph, who instead looked to the one behind the desk he was now leaning against. Azazel stated with a grin. "Your lust, right?" The first clone offered a casual wave, not looking up as his purple eyes scanned another page. Naruto, Lust, responded. Yeah, the other 2 are envy and pride. But you did not answer Wrath's question." Glancing up, smirk playful, he finished. "What brings you here?" Azazel glanced to the other 2 briefly, not paying him any mind at all while working on their respective paperwork, before he answered. "Well, firstly, I wanted to know if you were aware of the locations of your bases." Naruto, Wrath, snorted, waved him off, then grunted. "Nah, that's undecided. You'll know when Benamian does." "What else?" Grinning, Azazel nodded, then posed. "I got the other Vitra sacred gears for your trainee." "Yeah, that's not happening yet," Naruto, Wrath, declared sharply, glaring at the governor, his red eyes razor sharp and seemingly glowing. Before Azazel could ask, he explained. "Kid's still human, that much power would fry him, probably. Without fail." Naruto, Pride, informed without looking up. The envy clone nodded along as he stamped another file complete, then muttered. "I don't get paid enough for this. You think we can be bought? This level of excellence?" Naruto, Pride, barked at his envy counterpart, glaring something fierce and loaded with contempt. "Have some damn pride in your work. Look how sloppy your penmanship is." Blinking olishly, Azazel asked. "Why is he still human?" "You guys make the Fallen Grace pieces." "That we do." Naruto, Lust, confirms with a soft nod, leaning back in his chair with an easygoing smile and confidence rolling off him. When his purple eyes met with his fellow fallen seraph, he posed. He isn't ready yet, oh so soon he will be. We could, at least ask him. Naruto, wrath, stated, glancing back over his shoulder at his fellow clone. When the two met gazes, he enforced. It should be his choice. That grandfather of his too. Naruto, lust, thought on it for a moment, then shrugged and responded. No harm, I guess. Both wrath and lust returned their gazes to Azazel, who was watching pride chastise envy over his barely acceptable work. Naruto, wrath, sneered as he growled. Dumbass! Azazel, envy, and pride all look over to wrath, though lust chuckled smoothly behind him. Naruto, lust, inquired. Is that all, Azazel? Nodding, Azazel asked. Well, yeah, though, I was kinda hoping you'd do it now. I have research equipment to take. Your sacred gear research, right? Naruto, lust, offered, and when the man nodded, he continued. We shall prepare a laboratory for you. Shall we say, I don't know, about midday? How about 10? Azazel counter-offered, getting the glare from wrath again, but the lust clone just nodded. Naruto, lust, replied. I believe that can happen, yes. However, only if Gentru is willing to undergo the procedure. Then, I will have to convince one of my medics to oversee it all. Just as Azazel went to speak, the knock on the door interrupted him, and the clones called in unison. Come in. The door opened, revealing Ren and Amino, both stepping in with folders. The Nadeshiko Kunoichi stated. Well, hello there, boys. Her smile grew teasing instantly, and all the Naruto clones rolled their eyes, with the exception being the lust clone, whose smirk grew just as teasing as he returned. Hello yourselves, ladies. What can we do for you fine women this night? Azazel chuckled. This lust clone was speaking his language, and his grin told all as much, not that anyone paid attention to him as he leaned on the wall and out of the way of the entering women. Amino reached the desk first, smile small but honest as she handed over the recent medical records and explained. Naruto-sama, these are the recent reports that we have compiled on our own people. The Wrath clone had received the file and began flipping through it while the medic explained further. Nothing too drastic has happened. Tenten-san has already been taken into physical therapy, though is taking it slow and with all due diligence as you had requested of her. Naruto, lust, nods once, then smiles playfully as he responded. That's good to know. I'll pay her a visit to congratulate her. A short pause as he tilts his head opposite, getting cheeky. And maybe give her some encouragement. Not a single person within that office was ignorant of what the clone was actually saying, with the other clones letting out discontented sighs of annoyance. The pride and envy clones both rolled their eyes. The wrath clone just exhaled sharply, then muttered. By the sage, could you keep your unnecessary thoughts to yourself? Naruto, lust, side-eyed his fellow clone, playful smirk in his purple eyes as he chirped. Nope. Don't listen to him. Ren whispered, suddenly sliding behind the desk and casually sitting upon the Naruto lust clone's lap like she belonged there. As her arms enclosed around his neck, she added, Just keep having fun. Being our leader can be stressful, right? Naruto's clone smirked, a playful sparkle in its purple eyes as he replied. Oh, but it does have its perks. I must admit. Focus. Naruto's pride clone demands, slamming his fist down on his own desk, glaring at its lust-filled counterpart. Ren chuckles lowly along with Azazel and the lust clone, though Amino cleared her throat, all eyes on her, as she reported. Naruto-sama, I must also inform you that the number of physical relationships has increased rather dramatically. With a low growl, Naruto's wrath clone snipped sharply. They what? Amino nodded once, decisively, then explained. Most of our Genin-level operatives have been, how can I say, experimenting with one another and our newest members of the Auxiliary Corps, which itself has been rather open with the various aspects of adulthood. How delightful! Naruto's envy personality clone griped, clenching his fists, and was clearly not jealous. The pride clone beside rolled his eyes, then snipped. That is of none of our concern. It is though. Naruto's wrath clone growled, glaring at the two despairing clones like they insulted his way of life. Looking back at the medic, he asked, "Are they at least being safe about it?" Amino nods dutifully, then reported, "It is how I am aware of it. Though I am also aware that the amount of drinking has increased among them too. Tabito, our bartender, has been keeping track and reporting them to me regularly. I have a full report for Hanasama for the morning handover prepared." "Oh, don't be such a stick in the mud," Azazel offered casually, shrugging his shoulders, but the red eyes of the wrath clone glared holes into his being. Both pride and envy just rolled their eyes, while the lust and Ren clones just smirked playfully. The governor added calmly, "What's the worst that could happen?" "A lack of discipline." Naruto's wrath clone snipped sharply, then looked back at Amino and informed, "Let Hana know in detail what is what, then we shall tackle this by mid-morning. No doubt Kuratsuchi will have choice words about this. The boss too." "I will be thorough, Naruto-sama," Amino informed with a sharp nod, subtly straightening her collared, sleeveless medical gown and doctor's coat while keeping her light brown eyes locked on his brilliant reds. As she turned to leave, wrath pinched the bridge of his nose as he turned on his lust counterpart, who had begun whispering discreetly into Ren's ears and she returning it with teasing clearly escalating between them. His eyebrow twitched, irritation growing, as he growled, "Both of you! Focus! The boss left us in charge, it does not give you permission to flirt endlessly." Ren glances at the wrath incarnate version of the blonde she was gracing with her presence atop, light blue eyes filled with playful intent as she replied, "Oh come on, Red. Your boss is usually on guard and no fun at all. Let me have my fun for a change. It's harmless." Naruto's lustful clone replied wistfully, seemingly no care in the world despite his hold on the hips of the kunoichi said to be able to destabilize nations. He too teased back, "Mostly. If the rumors of these hips are true, that is, then I get your apprehension. Destabilizing nations is no joke." Ren giggled lightly at that rumor, rocking said hips across the clone's lap as she offered, "Ah, that rumor." She bit her lip in a way that made even Azazel, a being of lust, think twice, as she then whispered, "That was an honest mistake. I had no idea that that particular prince was to be married to the opposition leader's daughter, or that his best friend was the son of the neighboring daimyo's land. Though, I must admit they were both rather cute." All the Narutos rolled their eyes at that, the lust clone just chuckled at her antics, though Azazel just snorted, grinning at the kunoichi perched on the lap of the blonde as he retorted, "You're dangerous, you know that." Ren just smiled, pulling her Naruto clone into a soft hug as her feet kick up beyond them both and replied, "Thank you. I do try sometimes." Pinching the bridge of his nose, breathing out softly, the wrath clone was trying to keep his temper in check, but this damn kunoichi and lust incarnate, both of them, were driving him up the damn wall. After a moment, his red eyes locked back on the Governor General and he asked with clear forced calm, "Is there anything else, Azazel?" Chuckling, Azazel waved him off, pushing off the wall, then as he turned to the door and replied, "Nah. I'll be back later. Just tell Naruto not to be late for the debrief." Naruto's wrath clone nodded once, sharply, then replied curtly, "The boss won't be. I might make him," Ren announced sultrily, a soft chuckle and gleam in her eyes that made Azazel chuckle too. Wrath shot her a look that she ignored, and innocently played with her clone comforter's golden locks as she whispered, "Might need him for a massage, or to sort his hair out. I haven't decided on a reason yet. I'm sure we can figure something out, Ren-chan." Naruto's lustful clone reported with a grin, that she matched and nodded sagely to as if it was only natural. Wrath facepalmed, gently as to not dispel itself, and muttered into his palm, "Lustful idiots. The lot of you. Preach." Naruto's pride and envy clones reported, both glaring at the lustful counterpart who was giggling with Ren on his lap, whispering all sorts of things that were likely not safe for the working environment. Pride muttered lowly, "The boss is going to be in for something unrefined, no doubt. Putting it lightly." Envy reported just as softly, glaring harder at the two locked in their own world of innuendos, teasing, and shameless flirting. Honestly, get a room you two. Jinjugaku no Haisaido, residential district. Morning hit the village hidden among the shrines, the sun still barely above the horizon, birds chirping, and the residents preparing to file reports or fulfill their duties once again. Within the secure, secluded, and safe residential district of the village, home of the Shinobi survivors, all is calm and quiet until a knock on the door broke it. Naruto pulled the door on Ino's home open and got an eyeful of pink, causing him to blink then smile as he greeted. Sakura. Kiba, what brings you here so early? Breakfast. Sakura reported immediately, stepping into the home and brushing past Naruto, who chuckled as he allowed the 4-month-along pregnant woman into the house. He then looked to Kiba, who stepped in next, an apologetic smile as he offered. Sorry man, it seems her sense of smell has been all over the place recently. Naruto waved him off, then closed the door as he replied. It's fine, honestly. Ino's the same, so don't worry about it. As if summoned by her name, Ino appeared from the bathroom, took one sniff, and near enough bulldozed past both men towards the dining table and proving her husband's correct deduction inadvertently. Kiba's sweat dropped. Naruto just shrugged it off. Honestly, this was a lot easier thanks to Samui giving him a heads up prior to the likelihoods of their moods and cravings. She was a lot calmer and more controlled, but she still had them, and he had to learn, fast. As breakfast was consumed, literally in the case of the expecting kunoichi, calmly by the husbands, the chatter was casual and calm. After it though, Naruto dropped a bomb on something he detected during the night when he asked. Say, Sakura, could you give Ino a quick once-over? Dapping her mouth of the tomato sauce, Sakura raised a delicate pink eyebrow as her green eyes shift from him to her best friend, who was staring at her husband confused. The medic asked calmly. Huh? Why? Is something wrong with? Nothing's wrong, Percy. Naruto offered calmly, swirling his coffee within its mug gently before looking to his wife and added. Just an irregularity I noticed last night. I'm a good censor, but a medical professional's opinion would be great. Irregularity? Ino squeaked, instantly shielding her showing bump and looking more than a little petrified. Naruto added quickly, seriously. Nothing harmful, honest. I just want to make sure of something. That did not comfort Ino in the slightest, but Sakura was already dropping down beside her best friend, and after a few moments, her hand glowed a soft blue. Not even 5 seconds after placing the appendage above the bump did her eyebrows shoot into her hair. The pinkette gasped. Twins! Ino's head snapped towards her best friend's face so fast, the guys thought she might have hurt herself as she squeaked. Twins? Sakura nodded frantically, smile growing as she reported. They look identical, chakra too, but it's still early, so that has a chance to change. She then looked to Naruto, still smiling as she added. This is what you sensed, right? 2 matching chakra signals. Naruto nods once solemnly, before he whispered. I've sensed my son inside Samui before recently. It wasn't hard to sense them too, but it was confusing me as there were 2 separate but identical signatures. I just wanted to make sure. Kiba chuckled, slapping his hand down on his friend's shoulder as he spoke. I don't envy you, man. 3 kids in the space of, what? 3 months. Naruto nods then replied. Yeah, but we'll manage, right? We can handle this. Kiba nods, smile fading to something sincere as he offered. Without a doubt. Everyone's here to help. We got this. It's not that simple. Naruto replied softly, growing introspective, something he has only began doing recently, he noted, probably because of all this yin chakra in his system since coming to this world. It's not too bad and helps, so he isn't complaining much about it, but it's another thing he has to think about. When he looked to his childhood friend, he continued. Missions are still just as dangerous as ever. That hasn't changed, but our forces are limited. We have less than 30 field-able forces within our 69 survivors. The genin. I'm not comfortable letting out into the field without significant backup nearby. Kiba nods once, as he added. The kidnapping attempts? The kidnapping attempts. Naruto confirmed with a nod, then pivoted. With the other legions here, a lot of pressure has been taken off our shoulders, but they aren't us. Their stealth is passable, well, at least for the 112 ND silent choir. But again, it isn't that simple. Our doctrines are different. Worked out well before. Kiba pointed out, and the blonde nodded once as it did. That containment had worked out perfectly, but then again, he had help from Shikamaru and everyone to help coordinate that. With a tired sigh, Naruto rebuffed. By the log, I hate being so damn introspective. This Yin chakra shift is killing me. Kiba snorted into his cup. The two wives finally emerged from their own private conversation at that. Sakura offered, curiosity piquing. I've been meaning to ask you about that. Naruto smiled halfway, knowingly, but Ino chirped. It's how he can use my techniques that I taught him. Kurenai and I taught him how to train his Yin chakra. Now, it's his most potent weapon. Now he actually thinks things through. Kiba snickered, getting a glare from his blonde counterpart that turns it into a belly laugh, and the others smirked knowingly. Sakura added. If only he learnt that sooner. I wouldn't have had such a headache in dealing with him back then. I wasn't that bad. Naruto protested vehemently, but only got a snickering Inuzuka and 2 flat stares from the ladies. He adjusted, only a slight concede. I had redeemable qualities. We did not say you didn't, Whiskers. Ino chirped, though her smirk told of incoming mischief as she added. Just that you were a bit of a dense mess. Still is. Kiba chuckled into his cup, getting an elbow from Naruto for the effort. Sakura added. Your heart was always in the right place, you just didn't think things through. I admit. Naruto began carefully, all eyes were on him in an instant. He added slowly. I may have been a little bit intense. Ino snorted, then quipped. Whiskers, you have charged so many S-class missing ninja that your name became shorthand for doing something stupid. The Inuzuka family nodded once, but Naruto countered. In my defense, they were after me. What was I supposed to do? Let them get the first punch. Wait for backup. Sakura said perfectly flatly, green eyes piercing and unapologetic. He went to counter, but she added. Or actually follow the plan we agreed on. Naruto's mouth shut with an audible click and Kiba burst out in laughter all over again, clutching his side. Ino sighed, cheek in palm as she offered. Honestly, you were cute, but so headstrong and too loud for being a ninja. Naruto snorted, then retorted. Loud? Ino, you were the poster girl for fangirls with all that squealing you did. She was about to defend herself, when he looked to Sakura, who stiffened as he spoke. Do I need to say anything, Sakura-chan? The medic glared back at him, hands on hip, pink brow arched. That was agreed to never be spoken of. Naruto sipped his coffee calmly and without haste, not breaking eye contact even as he lowered his cup to the still dish-laden table, then spoke. Implied? Never promised. Let's just leave that aside. Kiba offered, and Naruto turned on him next, brow lifted and smirk teasing that caused the Inuzuka to stiffen. No words were said, but the message understood. However, it didn't last as Naruto suddenly stiffened, gaze growing distant. Everyone knows that look, his clones likely just dispelled, and he was receiving the memories. For 2 minutes silence ruled. Naruto's face palm broke it and echoed in the living room, his cheeks burning pink as he muttered. I swear to the log. Kiba's fanged grin returned as he asked. Oh, something happened last night? I'm going to murder my lust clone. Naruto muttered darkly, eyebrow twitching fiercely. Kiba bust out into laughter, Sakura had an exasperated smile and Ino looked at her husband flatly as she asked. So, who am I stringing up? Naruto gets up from the table, collecting the dishes as he spoke. The usual suspects. Ren's teasing, Azazel being Azazel, and Amino informing me that the genin are getting drunk and partying more, if you get my drift. Sounds like trouble. Sakura muttered, rubbing her expanded stomach calmly, and the others didn't argue. It was true. Yeah, well, Naruto began, as he headed towards the kitchen while balancing the dishes with Kiba following behind with the rest. He added, "They're cooped up in the village all the time for their safety. Idle hands." Ino confirmed with a nod from her seat, holding her own bump and had no intention of moving from the sofa with Sakura beside her. "Right," Naruto confirmed with a nod, then Kiba added, "The city should be safe, right? Surely, we could let them out there, right?" "Possibly," Naruto replied as the two of them started cleaning up. After a moment, he added, "I'll talk to Shikamaru, Maki, and Kuratsuchi about it. Maybe start them on patrol rotations within Kyoto. Keep them busy and advance their training faster." "Joint training with non-shinobi?" Sakura asked, and Naruto nodded, then explained. "Considering we are the only shinobi in this world, it's going to be the standard. I could take a class for tracking," Kiba offered, but Naruto waved him off before handing him the next plate, then responded, "Not yet. Let's sort out the auxiliary problem first. Once they're clear for security clearance, then you can have them." "They haven't been cleared yet?" Ino asked incredulously, and Naruto sighed then responded, "Not fully, no. Been kinda busy with defending Kyoto, reports, and interrogations. After the debrief later, I plan on going through them all in one go." He shudders as he hands over a pot to Kiba, who began drying it with a cloth as the blonde reported. "No doubt the bulk of them are going to have done some serious stuff and have messed up psychological trauma to dig through." Ino smiled halfway, and offered softly, "If it gets too much, I'll be fine, Inoheim." Naruto returned as he glanced back over his shoulder, smirk on full, mischievous gleam in his blue eyes. He chirped, "I learned from the best, right?" Ino huffed, haughtily, as she whipped her silver-streaked, platinum blonde hair and quipped, "Damn straight you did." The four chuckled softly, though Sakura offered, "I can stay here and keep Ino company for the day." Handing over the penultimate serving bowl to his friend, Naruto glanced back again while he responded, "Sam-chan will be here soon too. If you could keep them company, that'll be great, thanks Sakura-chan." Jinjugaku no Hi-Saido, Dining Pavilion. With a yawn, Naruto dropped onto the long table where the Saji family sat and directly opposite Genshiro, who looked up. Before he could speak, the black bang blonde did. "Okay, first off, good morning." The Saji family all returned it, and Naruto nodded, then continued. "Secondly, we have been given the other parts of your sacred gear. Vritra from headquarters." Genshiro's eyes widened, but his grandfather cut in, Yashigahara asked. "There are other pieces, Naruto boy." Naruto sighed, face dropping into his open hand, and added, "Yeah, there is. Problem is, that'll mean you'd likely get a huge power-up." His free left hand waved around airily. "No idea what would happen though, so I'm not too keen on it. Especially with you still being human. I haven't checked your progress, so I can't give any accurate information on the actual outcome. My weapons specialist is still in physiotherapy, so she's no help." Yashigahara thought on it, looking to his grandson trying to figure out what this meant. Eventually he spoke his thoughts aloud. "Genshiro boy, this is your choice, yes, but you should wait until you understand what this power means." "Good advice." A new voice, drawing eyes to the Nadeshiko known as Shizuka, who dropped down to sit beside Naruto, whose eyebrow was twitching as he snipped tightly. "You know, I'd appreciate it if you kept that girl of yours on a tighter leash." Amusement danced across the emerald eyes of the kunoichi. Shizuka slipped a few locks of her midnight hair behind her ear as she replied softly, "I took care of her before I left home to come here." The teens immediately flushed cheeks, Yashigahara muttering something about kids these days, and Naruto didn't react at all. She continued, pulling her chopsticks from her lips and looking to the secret serif. "She was really worked up for some reason, though she mentioned your name." "Of course she did." Naruto snipped, still resting his face on hand and unbothered. Shizuka smiled as if she knew what happened, but he added after a huff, "Even though I was at home all night." "Uh-huh," Shizuka hummed, but he gave her a look and informed. With witnesses. I believe you, she insisted, but it was weak and knowing. Gentira finally spoke now, breaking into the duo's conversation. Can I get lessons first? I haven't even used my current gear yet. Both Nightwings' gazes shifted to the school kid, and after a moment, Naruto nods once then offered. Fair enough. Though, we don't have any teachers for you, seeing as none of us have a sacred gear. A throat clearing from the next table over drew attention to the three members of the Havoc-Teir family. Mickey offered calmly. I can help with the summoning of it. We were planning on getting Issei up to scratch first. Goro commented, then sipped his water calmly. He looked over, crooked smile as he added. But if we can help, it might be beneficial to have them train together. It took a moment, before Gentira perked up and nodded, then replied. I will be in your care, Issei's dad. Goro. My name's Goro. Goro chuckled into his drink, then sat it down, though Naruto contemplated his words. Heroes, former heroes. With a blink, Naruto muttered. Maybe she could help. Elise. Shizuka offered, just swallowing her rice, then asked. You think she can fight? I know she can. Naruto commented as he got up from the table, climbing out as he added. And more recent with a twice critical. So yes, she can fight. Where are you going? To the Imperial Palace. Naruto explained as he glanced back at the Nadeshiko, brow arched as he inquired. Why? I'll be your escort. Shizuka informed, scoffing down her food with an elegant grace and perfect efficiency. Yet, he countered smoothly. Nah, don't sweat it, Hana will. But the kunoichi was somehow already handing over her empty tray at the counter, cleared, and heading back to him. Naruto muttered. Why are you so? He sighed, then muttered. Troublesome. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Appearing before the palace, Naruto is in his usual gear and is flanked immediately by Shizuka and the glaring Hana, who inquired. Your presence is unnecessary. Why do you insist in being here? I could say the same for you. Shizuka replied casually, both following the silent blonde as he makes his way in through the courtyard and toward the palace. The Nadeshiko continued smoothly, ignoring her fellow's glare. You're in charge of medical. I am just being diligent as a member of the Intelligence Department. Intelligence Department? You're agricultural. Hana snipped, getting a pleasant smile from her fellow black, hime-cut, haired kunoichi annoying her further. Shizuka replied sweetly. I've been reassigned. The Inuzuka matriarch cut her eye to Naruto, who added smoothly. She's still under probation. As they enter the building, the guards saluting as they pass by, Hana pressed. But her punishment is technically not a punishment anymore, Naruto informed as they traveled through the halls. When he glanced to her, he finished. She's voluntarily taken on the agricultural department duty and stepping up as co-head of intelligence. He sighed, muttering as they finally reached the stairs up to the second floor, and continued. We're taking on additional responsibilities across the board. With me leading not just us, but the other legions in Wing Division Eclipse. Naruto trailed off as they reached the door to the briefing room, his brows scrunched together in confusion. He glanced to Hana, who too stared at the door ahead of them, brow raised, though she slowly gained a sharp smirk of predatory intent. She mentioned. Seems there is a certain cat marking her territory, subtly. The others just accepted that as they pushed the door open and revealed that, within the chamber, Shikamaru was already present. A rare sight, an early Nara. He wasn't alone as Yuma, the Nikomura representative from the Eastern Yukai faction, was snoozing with her head on the desk beside him. Just them two. The others had yet to arrive. When Naruto's eyes met Shikamaru's, the blonde smirk grew with his unspoken understanding, and the spiky ponytailed friend just narrowed his eyes. Nothing was said, but everything was understood. Naruto reached the same table, then sat beside him and asked. So, what have we got? Shikamaru eyed him and then the two kunoichi that followed, both sitting on the other side the blonde to him before he finally replied. The usual. Naruto hummed, glancing to the Nikomata casually snoozing upon the desk. Then he asked, "What about the new legions?" Sliding over a file, Shikamaru informed. "Well, the 112nd have already selected their base of operations, as explained. The Nara forest to the south." Naruto confirmed, looking over the report. He smirked, as he muttered softly, not looking up. What a coincidence. Shinobi do not believe in coincidence, because evidence typically reveals that it was anything but, and had the annoying habit of showing up well after the incident. Thus, Shikamaru's casual acceptance was accepted as is for the audience, while the shinobi present knew his involvement did not need to be spoken aloud. The next on the list was the 41st Legion, the Iron Doves, and Naruto was not surprised that this had both Shikamaru and Choji's fingers all over it. The cadre muttered. Rako Mountains, to the north of Kobe. Hyogo Prefecture. Considering they are our heavy infantry and mainline troops of the Legion. Shikamaru rationalized, head in palm as he stared in the blonde's general direction. Hana added. It won't take them long to respond if we need them either. Logistical support looks good too. Shizuka commented, with both Naruto and Shikamaru nods following her deduction. The blonde replied. I'm not arguing against it or anything. Naruto flipped the page and his brows shot up, his eyes flowing to the lazy genius before he offered. The Obsidian want Shiga to our east? Shikamaru sighed, then explained. They want to stay close. Hyogo's been taken, Nara too, and Osaka is too densely populated to be an effective hiding place. Thus, they want Shiga and are rather insistent on it. Hana looked up from the report, while still feigning ignorance to the fact she was leaning against Naruto's shoulder softly, and posed. The political climate might be a bit spiky. Shikamaru nodded, then added. I am aware of that, obviously. But at the same time, it isn't a bad play overall and would secure us on all sides. Naruto nodded, then suggested. We leave it with Ko then. Diplomatic relations and bureaucrats are his favorite war zones and prey. We could always deploy Anko. Shizuka offered softly to the room and no one in particular. She played the innocent card well, but none of the shinobi brought it for a second. She smiled softly and added. Just a thought. A clearing of a throat, Naruto finished up the list with. The Storm Crows are investigating the Chugoku Mountains? And northern Kyushu. Shikamaru added smoothly, getting nods from the rest as he informed. There are interdiction force. At least, they claim to be. It's still early days. Just then the door opened up again and Yasaka stepped in with Sei and Tialara at her sides, that were promptly followed in by the familiar flow of clan heads, including the likes of Isamu of the Turtle and Tortoise clans, Oshiro Chika of the Key tribe and Pain in the Nightwings ass, constantly pushing for his daughter's inclusion in their ranks, and obsessing over Choji being married into his tribe. As they all began to sit, Naruto began packing up the internal files that Shikamaru gave him and slipped it into his jacket. Yasaka was about to ask, when the door parted again and in stepped Azazel and Benamune. Simple nods with the others before they both joined the Nightwing group. Immediately afterwards stepped in Michael and Gabriel, who immediately waved at the Nightwing's side. Brynhildr and Roswise followed next with Magari, the leader of the Nikomatas, flanked by two other Nikomata. Her entrance somehow made Yuma appear as a diligent, eagle-eyed woman and observed sitting beside Shikamaru. No trace of the lazing cat from before remained on the last daughter of Magari. With the door shut, Shizuka placed a sealing tag on its seam and it flashed active to confirm its activation. Though some noticed it was different from the sealing card used previously. Before anyone could ask, Naruto began. Okay, so the official debriefing of the defense of Kyoto is this. Kyoto, Yukai District. At the same time. A sneeze drew all attention to the red head of the group, Akino asked. That was unexpected, Rias. Are you okay? Rias nodded, confused, but then perked up. Maybe someone's talking about me? Kiba sighed, not bothering to point out the unlikely possibility of such and walking ahead. Kaneko followed him for all of 2 minutes, before her nose caught the whiff of something sweet, warm, and delicious. The rest of the peerage literally watched the small white-haired rook turn on a dime and follow her nose without warning, or a single word spoken. Instead of standing around, the Gremry peerage followed their youngest member through the streets of the Ukai district. Eventually the students of Ko Academy stumbled upon a bake sale at an orphanage. A stand-alone one, not a single connection to the church, thus weren't even acknowledged by the staff or children, who were manning the few stalls set out. Rias let out a tiny breath of relief for that, before noticing Kaneko was already digging out her wallet and staring at the manju, various flavors of mochi, agar, and even some taiyaki out on display. It was clear that most were made by the children, but among them were more professionally made ones, likely prepared by the staff. Not seeing anything suspect, Rias, Akino, and Kiba approached too before browsing the selections available. They discreetly listened into the passing crowd, the locals gossiping, the staff servicing buyers, and the children who were trying their best and getting head pats. By the time Rias got to paying for her own selection of sweets, she came face to face with a light blonde woman. Her hair fell down to her waist but pulled back in a ponytail and ribbons to keep her face clear. She wore a white top and mustard yellow jacket atop a white top that partially exposed her midriff, blue jeans and sandals. What caught the devil's attention, though, were her eyes were a pale lavender. No human has that kind of coloring naturally, yet she felt and sensed human. Rias was brought out of her thoughts when this woman offered a smile and asked, "Is that all, miss?" Nodding, the Gremry handed over the payment, and was given a receipt before the woman bowed and added, "Thank you for your patronage." Rias smiled back and nodded, before moving off and joining her peerage nearby, who were already chowing down on the tasty snacks. When she reached them, they noticed her contemplative face, and Akino asked, "Something wrong, Rias?" Looking up at her friend, Rias offered back, "That woman." Gesturing with her head towards the stalls in front of the orphanage, not turning around, she added, "Her eyes were unusual." Kiba and Akino glanced over to witness said woman handling another customer with a smile and small talk. They too noticed her pale lavender eyes, which was likely a sign of her inhuman nature. Thus, the knight offered, "They are unusual, President, but she feels human." Rias nodded, but Akino added, "She also reads as human to me. Her demeanor leads to someone raised by a shrine. Perhaps a shrine maiden? Smells like lemon cake and sunflower." Kaneko announced between bites of her mochi, not even glancing up at her friends. Rias just nods, but frowns lightly as she distractedly grabbed her own taiyaki from the bag she got. After a moment, she inquired, "If she's of the shrine, then she probably works at one nearby, right?" "Probably," Akino informed calmly, then looked to her friend and asked, "What of it?" Before the heiress could answer, Kiba offered, "It doesn't matter anyway. If she was a threat, no doubt the security forces would have acted. We should not provoke them." Rias frowned lightly but nodded. The Satans had already returned to the underworld, thus the last thing they need to do is get into more trouble with the Ukai or their Grigori allies. Though she wouldn't dismiss it. Where has she seen her before? Underworld, Satan's private chamber. In the council building, but isolated from said council, offices, and attendants, it was just them four and no one else, sat the four leaders of the new devil faction. Serzex and Serafal on one side of the medium wooden table, with Ajuka and Falbium on the other waiting to hear what happened in Kyoto. Yet, judging from the faces, it did not look good. With a grunt, Ajuka asked plainly, "So, how bad?" With a heavy sigh, Serzex replied gravely, "Ajuka. Falbium. I am not going to lie to you and pretend it was just diplomacy. It was nothing of the sort." Both of the mentioned glanced to one another briefly, before looking to their female colleague for answers. Serafal nodded, her normal smile vacant, and added, "He's right. It was effectively a dressing down before the three factions of the Alliance, and two others who are likely going to join in some capacity sooner rather than later." "Which two?" "The Norse and Eastern Ukai factions," Serzex reported curtly, getting two nods from those sitting opposite. He then added, "The unvarnished list of what the Twilight Alliance believes we've done to them, and why they are treating us like a contagious problem, instead of a sovereign nation, is this. Serafal took over. From their angle, we keep showing up in their territories, their space, asking for cooperation, while our people keep harming theirs. Then we act surprised when they don't trust us. Well, that's... Ajuka began, but stopped when Serzex cut in. Not exactly wrong. A short pause before Serafal continued. For example, Yasaka's core grievance is simple: stop crossing the line and pretending it's an accident. No one corrected her. They all knew how much control they don't have of the noble houses, and they have only just started to fix that, but moving too quickly will risk making too many enemies and spark civil unrest. Serzex offered calmly. Worst of all, she frames it as a pattern, not an isolated incident. He sighs, then quoted. She said, and I quote, "Check your own people before you enter someone else's house." End quote. That's her generalization statement on us. Ajuka whistled sharply. That was bad. Their accusations are not baseless. Serzex continued, getting a nod from Serafal and sighs from the other two. He added, they have documented transgressions, names, charges, and outcomes. It's obvious that is where their confidence comes from, why they can say this to us so bluntly. Exactly. Serafal interjected sharply, arms crossed and eyes hardened. With all attention on her, if not eyes, she continued. I tried the usual we're progressive and seek coexistence, she countered with specific, documented examples. Worse still, it seems that the Grigori have backups, counters, and are willing to investigate any claim we make. She recalls the unnerving sharpness of Benamin's questioning and the casual withholding of information she displayed. Will she actually check their outposts? Shaking off that thought, Serafal added sharply. Obviously, Nibirius was the loudest. It was already very likely that she would bring that up again, though Heaven did ask about the Astaroth case. Gabriel did not seem to believe our answer, and gave the Nightwing scribe a look when she thought no one was watching. That got the attention of the other two. Falbium asked first. The Nightwings were present? Later. Serzex stated firmly, drawing his fellows to his hardened face. They settled down. Serafal added, looking down at her papers. They also brought up the Nekishu case. That was decades ago. Ajuka countered, getting nods from all around. Serafal though added. Yes, but now with a stronger position behind them, the Western and Eastern Yukai factions are ready to press the issue as a united front this time. Falbium sighed as he spoke. That is troubling. How far are they willing to go? Considering the circumstances. Serzex began, thoughtful but grave. Getting the nods, he added. Paired with the Astaroth-Teir and the Nabrius issues, they won't back down. Even more so with the Jurguri behind them. The Nightwings. Falbium whispered, like a reverent curse you should not say too loudly. The other Satans stiffen or sit taller, though Serafal looked more pissed off than anything as she snipped. Disrespectful children. Serzek's sweat dropped at her outburst, but the other two looked confused, so he moved on. More than likely, yes. All eyes on him, so he explained. I believe that if we do not provide adequate information or judgment on any of these points, then we could likely expect infiltrations from the Grigori Special Forces units, namely the Nightwings. With a grunt, the bold Satan of military affairs folded his arms as he leaned back, then nodded. Falbium returned. We will need to bolster our defensive capabilities. Gear them more towards small team infiltration attempts. The others nodded, but Ajuka asked, Did you ask about them specifically? Didn't get a chance to, I'm afraid. Serzex replied tiredly, then added. They knew we were interested in them and purposely left it vague. We did, however, confirm that they are all reincarnated fallen angels. Serafal informed, getting nods from the other two. She then dropped. They call theirs the Fallen Grace System, and is the basis for Heaven's Brave Saint System, which means either are based off the Evil Peace System. Ajuka was on his feet so fast, hands slamming down in shock. Heaven has a reincarnation system. Serzex and Serafal nod in unison, the former stated. Apparently, it was a joint project. The Brave Saint is technically an offshoot of the Fallen Grace, despite coming out first. Heaven's most ardent scientists have thoroughly vetted both for at least 2 months, with little input required, allegedly. Ajuka did not know what to say. Serafal moved on this time. Also, our branding is being questioned directly. She looks directly to the now seated Ajuka for this as she stated. This is the part that stings the most. Yasaka basically says, "You call yourselves reformed, but you're the same old devil politics in a new outfit." The others grimace at that, but Serafal did not stop. Her words were, "An old idea with a new face." Which is why charm doesn't move the political needle. Serzex explained, getting his 2 friends' attention on him. With a nod, he proceeded. They believe the label is cosmetic at best, until we enforce discipline inside our own borders. Falbium nods, understanding that, but they are working on it. Ajuka just grunted, still hung up on the now competing reincarnation systems. Serafal informed the 2 opposite. Seeing as they have documented proof, powerful allies, and tested capabilities, our word and promises have no weight behind them. From her point of view, we show up demanding outcomes, information, cooperation, and extraditions. Her frown deepened as she finished. Without first earning the right to ask. Such a dynamic means that even a mild push from us comes off as entitlement. Serzex stated firmly, getting no reaction from anyone. It was pretty obvious the hole they were in. A few moments of silence, before Ajuka offered. Is that why you couldn't get anything more concrete on their reincarnation systems? Anything regarding the Nightwings? Partly. Serzex admitted with a nod, but figured he should mention. Actually, I should explain a bit more on them. Ajuka and Falbium sat up straighter in their seats, leaning forward to rest their arms across the wooden table between them. During the meeting, while we were getting torn apart, Serzex began, no one interrupted, denied, or questioned it, and paying rapt attention. He continued smoothly. Kyoto was attacked by a third party. 2 sets of brows shot up, getting nods from the Ravenet and Redhead. Serafal continued. We only found out about it after Uriel had entered the meeting close to the end. Apparently, Heaven was not told of the situation and it was handled by a Western Yukai and Grigori force they called Wing Division Eclipse. Wing Division Eclipse? Falbium murmured as his heart thundered once, eyes narrowed as he inquired carefully. Why do I not like the sound of this? 2 grave smiles were returned, Serzex explained. Shamahazai explained that these wing divisions are simply a collection of 3 or more Grigori legions, within a unified command structure, and are led by a cadre. In the case of Wing Division Eclipse, it was Cadre Naruto's Wing Division. It contained at least the 1st Legion, the Nightwings, and the 41st, 112nd, 121st, and the 222nd Legions. Serafal explained with a frown, lowering her lifted fingers after naming them. When she met their gazes, she added, At least, that's what we saw on their uniforms. Why did Shamahazai give us such information? Falbium posed confused. He would never give out such critical information on any of his divisions and their makeup. Because they are only semi-permanent. Serzex explained, getting a raised brow from the military man, so he went to elaborate, but was waved off. Falbium just nodded after thinking on it a bit, thus countered. So, this Wing Division Eclipse is staying in Japan? Possibly. Serafal and Serzex announced in unison. She added, though Naruto seemed unbothered if they didn't. You spoke with him? Ajuka asked with a raised brow. Serzex frowned, then replied. More like he spoke at us. He glanced to Serafal, who was already frowning, as he added. You saw it, when I tried to assert interest in Kateria Leviathan. Naruto shut it down with chapter and verse, Alliance Arrest, Alliance Territory, and how our jurisdiction. Hold up, Red. Ajuka cut in, drawing both meeting-goers' attention to him and Falbium's puzzled expression. The green-haired Satan asked. Kateria Leviathan? What was she doing there? After the synchronous blink of Serafal and Serzex, it took a moment for the red Satan to explain, Oh right, that wing division we spoke about subdued a force while we were having that meeting. She was leading it. We know she was captured alive, as Naruto was summoned to the meeting for a clean debrief with us present. They debriefed with you present? Falbium asked, bewildered by the tactical decision. Both Seraphol and Surzex shook their heads, the latter clarified. Not exactly. He gave a tactically clean version of events that explained nothing of consequence, with a more thorough one planned for about now, behind closed doors. The other two nodded, thus Seraphol moved along with. It's like down to what else they accuse us of. Not just the crimes, but our behavior around them and the implications that we've operated in their territory with informants and covert pressure. They can't prove. They didn't speak it as theory, Falbium. Surzex cut him off, not harshly but tiredly even. After a moment, he added, the whole atmosphere was pretty clear with we know you've been trying things, and to make it worse, they believe their security posture improved because those channels were cut. Which means... Seraphol took over smoothly, drawing attention to herself. Our attempts didn't just fail. They hardened the entire alliance against us. A blunder on our part. Ajuka murmured, rubbing his chin and looking at the ceiling, missing the nods from both his friends. In short, Surzex began, getting eyes on him again. That is the strategic grievance behind the moral ones. They do not believe we can control our own extremists, noble houses, or independent peerages. This means that, even if we make promises of peace, they'll just treat it as unreliable. It's why Yasaka keeps circling back to actions. Seraphol sighed out, leaning back in her seat before she added. Not apologies. Not intent. But enforcement. The silence that followed was taut and undefined. They all knew they had a lot of work to do internally, let alone externally, to prove their general intent. The problems were, unfortunately, was their lack of accountability among the noble houses. None are willing to surrender any real control, which means they have to tread carefully. A minute or so, before Surzex sat back in his seat, hands clasped over his notes, as he informed them all, voice low. In short, the Alliance sees us, as a faction, trespass, harm their people, then show up asking for cooperation while hiding behind reform branding. No arguments but contemplation, so he finished. And until we prove we can police our own, they will treat us as a persistent security threat. Not a potential allied state, or even a future partner. A threat. A heavy sigh, before Ajuka commented. Well, that's not going to be well received by the Council. They'll want to press an indirect retaliation. Falbium murmured, frowning as he tried to predict the most likely outcomes. Seraphol nods, then stated. That's why we have to somehow sell verified restraint. Not dreams. Any further action aimed towards the Alliance will further turn the Alliance against us. Surzex nodded and informed. I can tell you that, were it not for his standing orders, Cadre Naruto would have fought us there in that council. Falbium and Ajuka looked to each other, then back at their friend, who nodded. The redhead added. Considering what Graphia attempted to do, it is not surprising, but it also seems that her little brother tried to do the same thing to a separate Nightwing too. Falbium sighed, face palming. Ajuka muttered. Euclid, huh? Then, the old faction has been meddling again. Both Seraphol and Surzex nodded, and so the green-haired Satan added. We need to contain them before they can drag us down further. How do you propose that? Falbium asked, looking to his friend. He added. We cannot support another civil war without risking the entire race. Not to mention the fact our own faction is barely capable of holding itself together without infighting. Perhaps, Surzex offered calmly, thoughtfully, and gaining all attention. He offered. We can use that fact, the old faction causing troubles for us, as our own point of contention to try and bring the council to heel. Kyoto, Kurata's kimono. Entering the legendary kimono shop, Rias was greeted by a squeal that stunned her and her peerage for a solid 5 seconds before they finally entered. As they stepped in, they came across the source of the sonic attack on their hearing was a teenager they actually remember. A young violet-eyed woman, long chestnut brown hair and twin tails secured by white scrunchies. They recognize her from the rogue attack on the school, an exorcist with the church, they recall, but now she was in a kimono. Then again, this was a kimono shop, and her Japanese is far more refined than most foreigners. Beside her, however, was her partner that was with her back then. Blue chin-length hair with a green dyed fringe on the right side, brown eyes, and serious expression. She too was in a familiar-looking kimono. It was gray-lined black, high-collared, knee-length battle kimono, dark chainmail armor over her visible bust, and secured by a matching obi. Soft leather-armored gloves covered her hands and led into the bracers up her lower arms beneath the sleeves. It reminded them of that cadre Naruto. The Gremry peerage were dragged out of their thoughts and observations when the twin-tailed girl chirped. "These are awesome, Zenobia! What did you hear about them?" With a sigh, the now identified Zenobia replied exasperatedly. "My trainers told me about them. Can you now calm down and stop hopping around like a child, Irina?" The confirmed to be Irina actually paused from her inspections of their outfits. Hers were a lighter shade with golden trim, and her own faction's light chainmail. She nodded with a beaming smile and chirped. "At least we still match, you know." Zenobia smiled at that. It was small, measured, but definitely sincere, and paired with her soft replied. "We're still friends." "Tag team?" Irina pressed, holding up her pinky finger that Zenobia took with her own, and they shook. A snort came from the sofa. Hanabi glanced up at the twosome and stated, "You two are so childish." Irina stuck her tongue out, childishly, purposefully, and then retorted, "At least I'm not a brokon. I have standards." Hanabi bristled, glaring death at the girl as she snipped. "Don't disrespect my brother, you airhead bimbo." Zenobia rolled her eyes as Irina glared back, but this meant that the swordsman and reincarnated fallen angel was able to spot the devil group approaching. Recognition flashed across her eyes a moment later, but was replaced with operational security the next second, and her words measured. "Gremry-san. It has been a while." That killed the playful banter immediately. Hanabi stood from her seat in the corner of the shop and stepped out from behind the building's support pillar with a perfectly blank face. Irina too regarded them with a cautious smile, though hid her hands in her kimono sleeves as a show of manners, but hide her status as a reincarnated angel under Michael. With a diplomatic smile of her own, Rias nodded to acknowledge the question before she replied. "Yes, it has, Zenobia, is it?" Upon the brunette's nod, she added, "It's good to see you well. Last we saw of you both." Rias glanced at Irina briefly, before she continued. "You were both rather shaken by the news." Neither former exorcist bothered lying and nodded, but Zenobia added, "Yes. It was a revelation that impacted us both differently." The devils all nodded, yet before Rias could say anything the blue-haired teen continued. "Thankfully, Lord Michael and Lady Gabriel were very accommodating. They guided me to my new path. As a Nightwing, right?" Akino pressed, and the three, unknown to the devils, angels simply nodded. Irina chirped. "She's super strong too. Our tag team isn't over yet." Her cheer got a few winces due to the volume of it, Kiba asked carefully. "Then, you both joined the Nightwings?" Hanabi and Zenobia both looked to the pigtailed teen standing between them, who shook her head, Irina corrected, with a smile and soft giggle. "Ah no, Night-san. I'm not a Nightwing like them. Though we still plan on working with one another moving forward." Before the devils could ask, a new voice entered from the changing rooms. "Irina-chan. Not so loud." All eyes land on a light blonde woman, her hair flowing down her back to her waist like a waterfall. Ribbons to keep it clear of her face, that held familiar pale lavender eyes, that were gleaming in playful mirth. She wore a gray kimono, similar to Zenobia, but with white trim and full length. All the devils were surprised to see her again, none more than Rias, who now remembered where she saw this woman before. "The magazines of this shop, which means she is—" "Sorry, Cheyenne-chan," Irina replied bashfully, chuckling softly and scratching the back of her head. She added after a moment, I was just so excited to see Zenobia in her new kimono. Cheyenne nodded, eyes shifting to the brunette appraisingly before she commented. Still doesn't excuse use of outside voice inside. Though I must admit that the Maelstrom battle kimono does suit you, Zenobia-chan. Bowing lightly, Zenobia reported firmly. Thank you, Cheyenne-sama. She's trying to be like my Nai-sama. Hanabi griped, arms crossed and clearly unimpressed. Cheyenne sighed at the antics of the young Hyuga, but paid it no mind as she looked to the scrutinizing devils as she offered. Sorry if we interrupted your shopping. We're all done here now, so please, go ahead. Are you a Nightwing too? Rias asked before she consciously thought about asking, but her curiosity was driving her nuts, as in all the pictures she has from the magazine, this woman was in most of the female models. Giggling delicately, Cheyenne covered her smile with her sleeves as she nodded and reported. Hi, I am Rias Gremory-san. I guess you recognized me from the catalog of this place, right? Rias and Akino nodded in unison, though they were both recalculating this woman's threat level drastically. She looks harmless, but Nightwings are masters of hiding in plain sight, and they are not taking any chances here. Hanabi, Zenobia, Irina, and Cheyenne all knew that look. The former Hyuga rolled her eyes so hard, the earth may have shifted on its axis, before she snipped. If we're done here, we need to get moving. Before walking past the devils, the others of her group following after her, when Rias called out. Hanabi-chan! Twirling on her feet, glaring death and murder, Hanabi growled through gritted teeth. Do not address me so casually, Gremory-san. That is certainly very rude of you, Gremory-san. Irina added with a serious nod, hands on hip, and Cheyenne sighed again. Hanabi is so prickly without her brother time quota being fulfilled. Hanabi hissed. Just leave already. You're an eyesore. I just wanted to ask. Rias began, but Hanabi just left before she could finish. Being the last out, Cheyenne glanced back and offered, smile understanding. Sorry about her. She gets cranky sometimes, especially when she's away from her brother for a long time. You understand, right? Rias bristled in dread, then shook her head violently and clarified. I am not a brokon. Inside voice, Gremory-san? Cheyenne softly chides, before smiling knowingly and leaving the shop after her friends. This left Rias in a complicated situation and emotionally compromised. Do the Nightwings all believe she has a brother complex? Report 21, the morning after. Underworld, Council Chamber. The door parts and the four Satans enter the filled chamber last. This was a highly anticipated meeting of the new Devil Factions Council, thus them arriving late to it was unsettling. When the four strongest devils sat upon their elevated thrones, none spoke to rush them in their explanation of the outcomes, but a tense silence followed as they seemed to evaluate the whole chamber. After an uncomfortable length of time, Surzex began. With us here, let us start this debriefing and our response to our talks with the Twilight Alliance with our response. No one argued or even moved, they were so focused. Surzex continued completely bluntly. We were dressed down. Eyes widened, feet were taken too, and outrage was about to spill forth, but the Red Satan did not stop. Our meeting was not diplomacy. I would be lying if I said otherwise. His eyes scanned the chamber with an intensity that silenced them, though there were plenty of gritted teeth and boiling pride. Seraphal spoke next, just as bluntly with a hint of casualness that did not really belong. It was more of a alliance-led reprimand if nothing else. Worse still, it was in front of multiple factions. How dare they? Do they not know who we are? After a heavy sigh out, Xiaticus Gremory, head of House Gremory, looked up from beneath his interlocked fingers and asked the pivotal question, to judge the fallout. Which factions are we discussing, exactly? The shouts and outcries died down. It was a valid question, and they all needed to count their investments now. A nod to his father before Surzex informed. Seeing as we know the Twilight Alliance is made up of Heaven, the Grigori, and Western Yukai factions, they all were present. Everyone nodded to that, so he added. However, at present, both Asgard and the Eastern Yukai faction seem to have observer status within the Alliance. For what purpose, We can only assume, as we have no solid confirmation, beyond joint investigation into certain matters of security. That was unnerving, but not unsalvageable. Zikram Bale, first head of his house, spoke next, thoughtful. What of heaven? Did they not interject? They didn't, Serafal announced, getting the old devil to frown. He pivoted. What of our current agreements? Weren't mentioned. Serafal replied curtly, somewhat annoyed herself. Many eyebrows shot up, before she added. We never got a chance to ask. Too busy trying to counter the accusations leveled against us. What accusations? Lord Phoenix demanded, already on his feet, and gaining the Leviathan seat holder's attention. He continued. Is it not enough that my son is too mentally unstable to be released to our custody? Serafal revealed calmly, face uncalled blank and causing a new hush to fall. A heavy breath through his nose, Serzex continued. There were many things that we had pointed out to us, before you ask, yes. They have documentation with dates, times, and identities. He cut off nearly 80% of the gathered noblemen and women with that statement. Though he didn't stop. So much so, the leader of the Western Yukai faction, Yasaka no Yoko, told us to our face that we need to stop crossing the line and pretending it's an accident. End quote. The Red Satan fixed several notable figures in the room with a look, no intent, just a visible observation. Likely their usual modus operandi. Lord Barbados stood from near the back and asked. Surely she said that in jest? Unfortunately, both Serafal and Serzex shook their heads. The redhead explained. She was very serious throughout the whole meeting. She also told us, verbatim, check your own people before you enter someone else's house. When we proposed a non-aggression pact, Serafal enlightened the room, causing indignant faces from many. How dare she? She is nothing but a lowly Yukai. Does she not know what she speaks of? A burst of his demonic power brought the room to silence, but there were plenty of side eyes and whispered words that persisted. However, Serzex added regardless, to try steer the conversation outwards. Yasaka and, by extension, the members of the Alliance have framed our actions of misconduct as a pattern. Not incidents. Preposterous slander. Propaganda against us. Clearly, they hold anti-devil sentiments. We can't let them define us. If they think we're a pattern, who is the pattern? You know. There are a few that, perhaps, possibly audits should be. Ajuka cut through the outcries and outrage when he added. I agree. We cannot allow them to see us as contagious, or spread word of untrustworthiness to our members. You claim we are untrustworthy? We must spin this. Lord Glaciolabula stands and stated. These are boundless rumors. Unlike their stolen claims to our reincarnation system. We must verify them. Lord Nibirius stood next. Surely, they know that our intentions are peaceful and beneficial to all. Even they have benefited from our continued protection and… Let me stop you there. Ajuka cut the man off, staring dead in the man's eyes before he continued. Firstly, they have admitted that they have reincarnation systems. Fallen Grace. For the Grigori and… Brave Saint. For heaven. A few murmurs, but the scientist did not stop. We have yet to be allowed access to either, but from what has been shared is the fact that both systems were worked on together as a joint development project within the Twilight Alliance. Violet eyes sharpening, Zikram barked. They what? Serzex and Serafal nodded, the latter explained. From the discussions, we have been able to deduce that the Jurguri figured out the architecture to reincarnation and created the Fallen Grace system. At some point, likely after the ratification of the Alliance, Heaven aided in ironing it out and created their Brave Saint system off it. Cooperative research? Lord Nibirius gasped in horror, mirroring Ajuka's early expression upon hearing this for the first time, and the other scientific members of the council gawked or were bewildered by this. Lord Phoenix bellowed, and raged. That is nonsense! How could the Grigori so openly cooperate with their sworn enemies? The answer landed like a tactical coup, Falbium intoned gravely. Because of us. That silenced the room in totality. His sigh broke the stagnating air. He continued. Our actions have been exposed. I care not for your bluster right now. Several house heads shut their mouths. The Satan of military affairs continued smoothly. They have documented evidence. Prisoners. Now, due to this, the alliance was formed. Due to this, our opponents have banded together and began sharing notes. Falbium sat up straight for a change. His drawl finally lifted as he stated firmly. Our strength still dwarfs theirs. Many nods across the chamber, but he added. For now. A few shared looks, anxiety spikes, and at least swallow of spit before the bold Satan continued unhurried. They have reincarnation systems now too. It is only a matter of time before they can match us militarily, and that is when things will come back to bite us. Lord Astaroth, who had been silent this entire time, asked carefully. What do you suggest then? With a nod, Falbium proposed a potentially controversial plan. With the collapse of our covert operations within the Far Eastern territories, where the Alliance largely operates, we lack understanding and trust with them to ask for anything. So, I propose building bridges closer to home and request a military exchange program with the Grigori's 6th Legion. Gasps of incredulousness at the audacity. Lord Gladiolabilus leaped up so fast, his chair crashed against the back wall as he snarled. Join a Crow Legion? Are you out of your damned mind? Lord Nibirius roared. How dare you? We could, perhaps, embed our people. Lord Barbatos thought aloud, getting a few around him to listen in as he added. We could learn their structure. Their tactics, maybe. That would take time. Lord Fornius replied from his side, frowning as he quipped. This alliance is far too much trouble. Lord Furfur countered. If we do this, then their logistics should be our priority. Think of the research and artifacts that Mad Crow is hoarding. He may be mad, but he is perceptive. Lord Furcus reported with a frown, then added. They'll see any infiltration attempt for what it is. It would also confirm that Fox's so-called pattern point. I refuse to be the one who enabled such an animal's argument. We can't afford to infiltrate the Grigori like that. Seraphal cut in, drawing attention to herself as she added. It's too risky, for our image, and no doubt the devils already there and loyal to them will point out our spies. Those things are no devils. Lord Gladiolabilus sneered, getting many nods of agreement, but even more side eyes. Lord Zeoticus Gremory shot the man a look, sharp and uncompromising. They chose a different path, true, but is freedom not the reason we fought the old regime? Lord Gladiolabilus glared back as he snapped. They are traitors. Nothing but maggots. Yet, Satan Asmodeus just proposed us joining them. Lord Barbatos countered, gaining attention on him as he pointed at the Gladiolabilus head. Then added, What of your own, no less? Perhaps you do have something to hide. You dare mock my house's honor with such a suggestion. Lord Gladiolabilus growled lowly back, teeth gritted and magic spiking. Thought that was obvious. Lord Belio responded calmly, not even glancing over at the angered man. Enough. Serzex declared with a flare of demonic power, drawing attention to his hardened visage. Unfortunately, for the Red Satan anyway, this did not stop Ajuka's muttering to Seraphal from reaching out as he asked lowly. We need reincarnation intel, first and foremost. More specifically, the Fallen Grace system details as the base. Seraphal became contemplative, but the council at large rolled their eyes or scoffed, then Lord Phoenix dared. You only seek help from the very enemies who dare undermine us. Before Ajuka could defend himself, Lord Gladiolabilus added with a frown. Your obsessions do not override your duty to our people, Ajuka. Classic Astaroth. Obsessive in excess. I beg your fucking pardon, Lord Astaroth declared, jumping up to his feet and glaring at the Barbatos head. He pointed. You are in no position to discuss obsessions, Barbatos. Your house is barely worth the stone it was laid upon. I would not even have to look too hard to find the rot you keep buried there either, Lord Nibirius commented. You should worry about your own skeletons, Astaroth. Last I recall, your heir is still in Heaven's custody right now. Who is to say what else that runt was hiding besides Sisters of the Church? I wouldn't throw stones in that glass house, Nibirius, Lord Citri advised calmly, glancing to the man as he added. Not with the list of crimes the Alliance has on you. That caused Lord Nibirius to frown, yet more turned on him and even more snapped to Seraphol, who suddenly found the floor very interesting. After all, that list was never made available for the council review. Lord Glaciolabilas then sneered. You're one of the ones who dragged us into this mess. Perhaps we should hand them over? Can we perhaps? That's a fair point. Enough! Serzex roared, gaining the room's attention once more and eyes off the suddenly very quiet Lord Nibirius. This was turning into a bloodbath with no clear direction and everyone trying to point out others' failings instead of addressing their own. Fine. With a breath while standing, Serzex spoke calmly, crystal clearly so none mistook his words. It is clear we are not in the best position, however that is no reason to panic. It is unfortunate, but not unrecoverable. So, we shall reconvene tomorrow morning, giving everyone time to think things over, and come back with fresh heads. More shifting eyes, no noise however was made for an uncomfortable amount of time. Then someone, no one knew who, spoke in a whisper that seemed to carry to all corners of the room. If we must check our own people, then who do we sacrifice first? The silence that hung felt like a noose around the chamber, and no one knew who held the lever. Kyoto, Yukai District. Wait! Drew the attention of the four women. One very annoyed Hanabi twirled on the collar and growled. What? At her back, Zenobia and Irina glanced back too and watched as the Gremry peerage reached them, Rias running to catch them and the rest following behind her. After catching her breath, the Gremry heiress stated, I am not a Brokon. Irina snickered behind her hand. Cheyenne covered her mouth, hiding her smile, but it still reached her eyes. Zenobia managed to keep her face stoic, though like the priestess her amusement was visible in her eyes. Hanabi, however, was even more irritated by this sudden announcement, and just turned to leave again without wasting any more time, her sunshine blonde hair glittering in the early evening sunlight as she griped. Whatever. The others turned to leave too, but Rias wasn't done and asked. Wait. I wanted to ask if you would. No. Hanabi snipped sharply, stopping but not turning back to even face the devils, gritting her teeth and the sheer amount of arrogance these things are able to exude. Blinking, Rias went to inquire further but Zenobia cut her off. Gremry-san. When all eyes landed on the former exorcist-turned-fallen angel, who had a hardened gaze as she continued. I am sure that whatever you are thinking of asking is a terrible idea. Rias went to speak, but Zenobia raised a hand and explained candidly. No, it is plain and simple. Hanabi is my friend, but more importantly I am a student of her older brother. Should you continue to antagonize her, you will answer to him. Regardless of anything else. That was not a threat, but rather a certainty, and the devils all suddenly felt like they were on the edge of a knife's blade. Nodding slowly, carefully, Rias responded. I get that, I do. I will drop that, but my question was, well, I guess is more about the Nightwings. Hanabi did not care to listen and resumed walking, done with the stupid rude so-called noble heiress, already. By the log, being on this side of things, she can understand why her Nai-sama has such a short fuse around them. Thankfully she was never that bad, right? Seeing her walk away, Rias asked anyway. I just wanted to know if you were actually ninjas or something? When the walking teenager didn't so much as flinch, the redhead turned to the other Nightwings present, hoping for an answer. Zenobia shook her head, following after the blonde and replied. I don't understand how one may think that. I'm a swordswoman. Irina walks with Zenobia, hands behind the back of her head as she giggled at the thought. All the devils looked to Cheyenne, who blinked at them before smiling and offered. I am sorry, but that is not a question I am qualified to answer. But you said you're a Nightwing. Kiba pressed, but Cheyenne nodded with a smile, while she too walked away without extrapolation at all. Rias just stood there, unsure as to what the truth was or wasn't. She was certain they were, but Cheyenne is without a doubt a shrine maiden. Aquino even confirmed that too. Just what are the Nightwings? Imperial Palace, upper guest room. The next morning, in the luxury guest room within the upper levels of the Imperial Palace, the morning light seeped in through the edges of the closed curtains, and signaled the beginning of the day, awakening the room's occupants. The drifting of warmth is what awoke Naruto first, but then the warmth returned. It was far more focused, and that caused him to groan. Hana, really? The sheets of purple silk shift, then moved slowly up towards the blonde with his head on the black pillows, before the woman emerged from under the covers, grin, and then she claimed his lips. As the two made out, passionately, she ground against his bare chest with her own. That broke when she finally winced, from a shift, and the need to breathe, so Hana pulled back and stared into his slit blue with her sharp black. With a smile, Naruto whispered softly, "Well, that's a pretty hot morning wake-up call." Chuckling, Hana responded softly, "Yoel, after last night I had to treat you well as my thanks." Amused, Naruto pecked her lips then grinned while he offered, "Oh, in that case, I should have tried harder." She looked dead in his eyes and spoke seriously. "Naruto, do not joke like that. I'm still aching all over." He chuckled, hands finding her waist beneath the sheets, with one running up her bare back and getting a shudder from her, and a very sensual lip bite from the Inuzuka matriarch. Grinning, Naruto added softly, "Glad you accepted my apology." Hana head resting against the firm chest of the man below. Her man. Sure, she's like third, but he never treats her like that. By the log, how things have changed between them all. The sudden fingers through her untamed, loose hair, rhythmically and smoothly setting her to lull. Paired with the soft, muffled sounds of nature waking up beyond the window, and Hana just allowed herself to melt against his chest further. As they lay there, their shared body heat keeping them cozy, it was a rare moment of peace and quiet for their lives as shinobi and fallen angels. Softly, Naruto broke it. "Hana." She hummed, but nothing more, just enjoyed the skinship and his hand running through her hair and the other lower back. He continued lowly, "This is... I'm not turning you away, but..." "Yes," Hana replied, sighing hard in understanding. She continued, adjusting slightly as her own hands traveled. "Now, I think we have some time left for ourselves, right?" His breath itched, her hands gripping his tool softly and began stroking. He looked down at her, though she was still feigning sleep, eyes shut and not looking up at him. She was probably smirking or something. When the Inuzuka finally looked up at him, she had the coyest smirk he's seen since last night. Hana whispered, "Right." Naruto's response was simply squeezing her fat ass, that she took as conformation as she maneuvered his morning wood towards her own morning being. Without ceremony, she slipped it in and moved back into it, both letting out soft moans. The silk sheets slid down her shapely frame, not that Naruto noticed as he was more fixated on her face and her expression of contentment at receiving him, bit lip and everything. His hand dug into her large ass, while she gyrated her hips softly as to get reacquainted with his breadth. When she finally got back to looking down at her partner, Hana smirked and leaned down to capture his lips, that was hungrily returned. Without prompting, she began raising and falling, successfully catching her man off guard, breath hitching a heartbeat before their tongue battle continued. Calmly, unrestrained, and lustfully, she moved, shifting her hips back and forth in rhythm. Breaths raced, heartbeats rapid, and passion climbed alongside their rubbing skin. Suddenly, Hana pulled back and sat straight, gasping as it inadvertently allowed him deeper, uncontrolled excess she wasn't expecting as he bottomed out within her. She allowed herself a moment to catch her breath, still rocking back and forth on him gently, while staring back at him. For a moment, things remained calm, but Naruto went to sit too, yet she pushed him down flat, keeping him there and began riding again. He didn't resist. Her breasts jiggling distracted him enough and he instantly grabbed one of the perky mounds that spilled out from his palm and between his fingers. They were too large to contain. His other hand remained gripping her bouncing butt, guiding her rhythm and providing a small amount of authority for him. Though Hana's breath did hitch when he latched onto the breast, he wasn't fondling with his lips and tongue. Moans started instantly, she was unable to suppress them in time, and he added to this by thrusting in time with her falls. She got louder and louder the more he fondled, played with, and stimulated her rock-hard nipples. Not wanting to lose control of the pace, she pushed him off and back down, glaring at his cheeky, knowing smirk. Annoyed, Hana grabbed his hands and lifted them above his head. Or that is what she tried to do. Not one to be bested, Naruto, using her grip on his hands to his advantage, yanked her down to him, and then rolled them over. She fought it, not wanting to cede control again, but he just giggled at her attempts and spoke softly. "Hana-chan, you're so cute when you think you're in control." She glared at him. Hana retorted. "You're annoying, you know that?" "Yeah," he replied, now atop her, nose to nose as he whispered. "But you love that I can, right?" She didn't respond. Then again, Naruto didn't need her to, as her virginal grip on him just doubled and told him her thoughts. He brushed his nose against hers gently, then whispered, "You always stay here, at my side. Just as I promise you." Hana's glare softened, fractionally, before she groaned again as he resumed thrusting and her voice grew. After her eyes stopped flickering, they locked onto his blues. He had not moved from their nose-to-nose positioning and just stared at her with warmth and determination. He meant what he said and never meant anything else. Without breaking eye contact, or silencing herself, Hana jolted forward and kissed him deeply, despite him currently pounding her into next week. She didn't care at that point. Sure, their relationship started off really messily in the aftermath of the Land of Spring engagement, when the bulk of the remaining 20 Inuzuka lost their Nikken partners, her included. All of them were emotionally volatile due to it, and desperate to latch onto something. Anything. Most latched onto their teammates, others never really recovered, but Hana latched onto him, the one who literally carried her out of that hell's cape after her mother maintained the rear guard. Naruto has never once let her down, left her aside, or ignored her need for reassurance, even when she may be a bit unrepentantly defensive at times. He even puts her in her place if she apparently goes too far, not that she does, obviously, but she finds a soft comfort in the fact that he is always watching out for her. So now, Hana feels elated to be able to do this for him now. Even more as he accepted the role of her partner and pack leader. Is it love? Hard to say. Is it just her Inuzuka culture to seek out the strongest man she can find? Possibly. Perhaps, it could even be the whole fallen angel modifications to their mentality. More than likely. But none of that matters to Hana, as she reaches her climax, yet again, just like the 4 times last night as her back arched, lips pulled back from their interlock with his and she screams in euphoric release. Even with the aches from last night's escapades, her entire body shudders gently, nerves and neurons firing in sequence. By the log, this never gets old. Though, the only downside is his refusal to finish inside. It is not the right time, he says if she tries to press the issue. So, as she pants and wheezes during the come down, Hana Inuzuka looks over at the man who just sent her over the edge laying beside her. He was panting too, smirking back at her while carefully moving her sweat-covered hair away from her face, and she could not wipe the one off her own face, nor did she care to try. The trance was broken when Naruto's phone on the bedside table went off, drawing his attention from her to the device. As he reached for it, mumbling about the timing, she noticed that he had not finished yet as his penis was still very much erect and throbbing. A twinkle entered Hana's eyes, a sense of mischief rising from being ignored for work when she's laying beside him, completely nude, very aroused, and an absolute bombshell of a body on full display. "What is it, Guren?" Naruto asked into his phone, as he sat up with the phone now against his ear. Guren replied swiftly. "I was wondering when you'd be back. I have this new idea and require your input." "My input?" Naruto inquired, confused. He then pressed. "What's this about?" "I came up with a theory regarding our crystals." Guren began, and his interest in the conversation had now peaked, meaning that he was caught off guard when his still erect dick was basically swallowed by Hana, to the base in one go, and forcing him to slam his spare hand over his mouth to stop the groan from being heard. Unaware of this, Guren continued smoothly. I have been studying that chain headpiece we crystallized back in Sakura's biolaboratory. I think we can make something out of it, something more permanent. Trying to control his breathing, and not make noise as Hana's tongue and lips grip his rod, Naruto unclamps his hand enough to not sound muffled as he replied. Yeah, that sounds good. Knew it would. Guren replied swiftly, unaware of the groan he just let out thanks to the Inuzuka currently pleasuring him with her lips wrapped around his bell. The calling Kunoichi added. I think we can make melee weapons, but more importantly, new tower shields. You know, like the ones those Iron Doves and Obsidian Halo Legions use, but lighter, more resilient, and more powerful in every way. Nodding repeatedly, groaning softly and then taking a breath, Hana was not making it easy, Naruto responded. So, you want me to? When you get time, I need you to come visit my fabrication station. Guren informed calmly, still unaware of the torture her colleague was undergoing by one of their own. Though, after a beat, she added. But probably only after midday. If you're around come lunchtime, we can discuss it over in the dining pavilion. Again, if you aren't too busy. Well? Naruto began, realizing how close he was and how relentless and unreasonable Hana was being right now. So he finished after a breath. That sounds like a plan. I'll send you a message closer to the time. Thank you, Naruto. It's fine. Naruto waved off with a forced chuckle. He ended it, as he was out of time, in all the ways that mattered right now. Talk later. The call ended and he glared down at the smirking, yet playful Inuzuka, whose tongue was flicking the very tip of his dick. Naruto hissed. Do you have any idea? She dropped down, all the way down, and successfully silenced him. But what pushed him over the edge was the twisting and continued deep throat. Gripping her head, keeping her there as he blew, Naruto jerked and jolted continuously for a good 30 seconds, locked rigidly in place. Eventually, when he finally regained motor control, he flopped back on the bed, panting like he just got out of a fight with an S-ranker team and barely survived. Hana, though, sat up tall and almost imperialistically while looking down at the twitching mess of a pack leader. Yes, she had a smug smirk and was unapologetic about it. When he finally looked to her, only then did she swallow the load in clear view and saw his eyes sharpen in response. It seems, he now realizes what kind of woman he has earned the attention of in the shape of Hana Inuzuka. Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, Dining Pavilion. Slowing to a soft jog, down to a fast walk and then a casual pace, Genshiro finds his mentor for the morning already there and grinning. Kiba offered a bottle of water, as he spoke. Not bad, Genshiro. Taking the offered water, Genshiro nodded while breathing heavily before taking a sip and following after the Inuzuka as they moved into the dining area. As they walked, the blonde asked, Inuzuka-san? Kiba glanced over at him, his black eyes sharp, but not unkind while he replied casually. Relax, man. Kiba's fine. Not big on the formalities, most of us aren't. Genshiro nodded, then explained. Well, the thing is, there was a guy at my school, back in Ko, with the same name and so it's a bit. Alright, that Yuta fella. Kiba responded with a thoughtful hum, causing the blonde to snap to him in surprise. Glancing back at the blonde, the Inuzuka offered a fanged grin. Yeah, heard about him. Our files on him, well, dude has potential. He nods, taking his meat-heavy breakfast from the open kitchen counter, and then, Kiba continued. Problem is that he's too comfortable with his own pain. Too comfortable with the whole serving a devil heiress thing he's got going on. The two guys reach a table and take seats, the shinobi finished. It's holding him back. Sitting down opposite, picking up his chopsticks, Genshiro offered. Then, if I too were to join the devils, then? You'd never be stronger than your master. Kiba answered before chomping down on a piece of perfectly smoked ham. As he chewed, he mentioned. Something Naruto always says, and we all follow, is rather simple. Swallowing, noting the focus of the blonde opposite. Kiba smirked. One can only be truly strong when you have something precious to protect. Genshiro remained motionless in thought. As stated, it was a simple concept. For him, his precious something is his siblings and grandfather. So, his gray eyes lock onto the man's black opposite and stated, resolve spiking. I will get strong to protect my family, so they can be happy. Grinning, Kiba nods before pointing his chopsticks at the blonde opposite. Now you're talking like a Nightwing. Why do you think Naruto grabbed him? Shizuka stated as she sat 2 seats down from the 2 boys, on Kiba's side, drawing eyes to her. As they glanced at her, Genshiro blushed rather heavily. Her figure was perfect in his humble opinion, and he would do some unholy things to it, but listened as the Nadeshiko spoke. He's a good kid with potential. Naruto saw that and gave him a chance. True, Kiba responded, nodding calmly as he chewed on his food. Shizuka, though, swallowed her rice, then glanced to the blushing teen and smiled, nearly killing him from overheating, as she offered. Genshiro-san. Genshiro tried to form words, but nothing worked. His mouth dried out, and throat constricted. Kiba snorted, then side-eyed the kunoichi. I think he's going to pass out if you don't stop. Blinking owlishly with a slight head tilt, innocent expression, Shizuka asked. Do what? There was a thud, drawing eyes to 2 tables down where the boy known as Issei was sitting with his parents, but had face planted into the table and his mother was trying to figure out what happened. Kiba snorted. Shizuka looked smug, until a new voice spoke up from behind. Is that true? About what Naruto-sama says? Both Kiba and Shizuka turned back. The table at their back held members of the new auxiliary company of the Nightwing Legion, and the one who asked was none other than the 4-winged Calawarna. After a moment, Kiba nodded, then explained. Yeah, it's true. It's been his whole thing since we were kids. That, and promises. Promises? Abigail inquired, the 8-winged fallen woman formerly of Azazel's personal guard and currently suspected of having the largest chest of the Legion. She's particularly proud of that fact. Yet, Shizuka answered smoothly, and with a nod. He never breaks them, ever. It's why we have absolute trust in him. Seriously? Nishiki asked, black brows arched, and looked somewhat incredulous. When both Nightwings nod, he chuckled gravely. Well damn, remind me never to piss him off. A wise course of action. Maki stated from the table beyond Kiba's but before the hiatus. She glanced back over her shoulder at the new guys and added firmer. If not, we'd be forced to detain you. Nishiki raised both hands up, in clear view, nervous smile. Yeah. I swear. No pissing off the super cadre. Got it. She nods once, before looking forward to her table mates, Sen, Amano, Amaru, and Sano, all smirking at the nervous 4-wing. Calawarna asked. Do you know where Naruto-sama is? We haven't seen him since the Kyoto battle. Kiba looked to Shizuka, who looked put out and frowned adorably before she answered. The Imperial Palace still. The debrief ran late and I had duties back here to tend to. She then glanced at Kiba, then added. So I left him with your sister. Kiba grimaced, then muttered. Keep that to yourself? I really did not need that image. Abigail and her sister Serena caught it immediately. Coy giggles loaded with sultry intent followed in short order, and led the others to realize what they were insinuating. Calawarna's eyes darkened as she pressed. Is Naruto-sama and that sister? Kiba and Shizuka shared a look, hearing the buried tone and deciding silently not to proceed further. The Inuzuka, though, glanced back over his shoulder at the Bluinet with a sharp, predatory look. I suggest that you watch yourself there, rookie. Accidents can happen. That entire table stiffened, shared glances before all looking to Calawarna. She swallowed her feelings and nodded once, stiffly, then returned. I see. Sorry for my rudeness. Just then, the rest of the Saji family arrived at the table and Genshiro helped his father down beside him. Suddenly, beside Kiba sat a new face for the humans. Who died today? Everyone glanced over. The Inuzuka's grin exploded onto his face as he chirped back. Yo! Tabito! My man. Kiba Bro 5, the 5'6", lean-built man, that looked kind of normal and rather unremarkable to most. His dark hair was neat, tidily kept short, atop a casual smiling face and brown eyes. As he sat down, only then did Gentru realize that this guy was wearing a plain blue button-down shirt and normal-looking trousers. Nothing screamed combat about them like everyone else's. He was dragged out of his thoughts when the other table, with all the newcomer fallen angels, called out, "Tabito!" Tabito nodded to them all politely, then turned back to face the guys ahead of him, when suddenly Maki, behind Gentru, stood up sharply, glaring at the guy before storming off with her finished plates. The other Wind Company Kunoichi with her. Kiba winced, then whispered, "She still hasn't forgiven you, huh?" Tabito let out a tight breath, then shook his head and responded, "No, she hasn't. Neither has Lady Kuratsuchi. No one has forgotten it." Shizuka casually reminded from the other end of the table to him, getting a glance from both Kiba and Tabito, who responded, "Yeah. I know. Lady Guren reminded me most the night." Kiba snorted, then chuckled as he quipped, "Even now I struggle to understand how." Tabito sighed through his nose, then he muttered, "I heard that even Lord Shikamura hasn't figured it out. It was an accident. You fucked up bad." Kiba barked out laughing, only deflating the Earth Company Chunin further, who began prodding his breakfast. Tabito muttered, "It wasn't my fault. This sounds juicy," Serena commented, leaning forward on the table she was sitting at. The other auxiliary corps members present leaned in too. Thankfully, Shizuka waved them off. "It's also a classified event. You won't find out anything." There were plenty of pouts, though Tabito himself relaxed enough to eat. He added after swallowing his fish, "Though thanks to that I've discovered my skill in bartending and chemical compounds." Kiba near enough cackled. "Oh, then just fuck this up." Yashigahara barked out, "Language, boyo! There are kids here." Kiba snapped to the old guy opposite, then to said kids and winced. "My bad, old timer." This time, Tabito snickered, then nodded before noticing the blonde-haired, gray-eyed teenager opposite Kiba, and waved before he announced, Where are my manners? My name is Tabito. Member of the Earth Company, Logistics Division, and bartender." Nodding, Gentru reported, "Gentru Saji. Human Sacred Gear User. It's a pleasure to meet you, Tabito-san." Inclining his head, Tabito replied, "Likewise. Though your grandfather has spoken highly of you. Keep your head up, you got this." Blinking, Gentru nodded, then glanced to his grandfather, who ignored his grandson in favor of this amazing jasmine tea he chose. When the teen's eyes narrowed, the old man could not help but notice that the honey used was exquisite and complemented the tea leaves perfectly. Kyoto, Imperial Palace, Dining Hall. At the same time, "Pupsik!" Katerina called, entering the hall, only for Naruto to glance up and Hana, sitting beside him, to frown. The Russian noble-looking cadre traversed the distance between the door and the one of many tables in moments, dropping down and chirped, "You wake late. Something happened?" Naruto waved her off calmly. Hana hid her grin behind her teacup, as the black-banged blonde reported, "Just taking things slow." That debriefing was dense. Katerina nods once with a thin frown, then spoke. But new threat approached from all sides. With a sigh, Naruto nods, so she continued, "I must be returning soon also. We must part once again." Hana couldn't quite suppress her giddiness at that fact, which was noticed by both her companions. Naruto pretended not to see but nodded to the statement. Katerina only offered her a brief glance before she added, "So, we go on another date today. No excuse." Hearing the creaking of the cup in Hana's grip, Naruto just nods and went to speak but paused. After a moment, he met the light green eyes of Katerina and voiced, "It'll have to wait until later. I have to check on the training field in an hour, then a meeting with my defense specialist after midday." Yet Katerina did not look fazed. If anything, her eyes gleamed in amusement, and instead stated, as if already written in history, "Then we should hurry, no?" Naruto looked unfazed by her assumption of tagging along but could feel the annoyance of Hana and was going to deny it but then stopped. Both women noticed this and also paused to observe him. After sipping his coffee a few times, eyes focused on nothing, he nodded then spoke. Fine, it may work out better this way, actually. Katarina lit up and nodded then glanced to the mutt, that was staring unashamedly at her pupsik with a brow raised. But her pupsik was ignoring it while still in thought about something. Naruto Aji echoed across the hall, drawing all eyes to the entrance to find the 10-year-old Kyuubi in the form of Kunu, and say at her back. Naruto smiled and waved lazily, before he spoke. Yo! Kunu-chan. The young Kyuubi rushed over to the table, beaming at the cadre. Kunu chirped. Aji, can we train today? With a soft smile, Naruto shook his head while he replied. Sorry, Kunu-chan. I have things to do today. He sighed like a man condemned to life in prison, before he added. Like a lot. The last Kage may have flinched from the pout he got from Katarina for that comment and action. Hana's smirk remained hidden behind her teacup she was taking a long time to drink from. Sei made no facial expression either way, but her 8 snow-white tails swayed lightly, though it was impossible to tell why. Kunu, however, ignored that all and began her deployment of the legendary technique that has supposedly leveled nations as her tails lowered. Recognizing the signs, Naruto paled and snapped out. However, Kunu perked up, snapping to meet his blue eyes with her gold as he continued. I'm going to inspect the new Alliance training ground in a bit. If you ask your mother. She said it's fine if I find you. Kunu chirped, cutting him off, and she was ignorant of the discreet sigh from the male cadre present. Naruto nods once, sipping his coffee afterwards, and then replied. Then, go get ready, Ann. I'm already ready. Kunu chirped again, and beaming at him. The annoyance of the male blonde was well hidden, but he nodded. Naruto then replied. Okay then, but it's only for the morning. I have top secret stuff this afternoon to do, and you can't come as it's too dangerous. Kunu nodded, so he turned his attention to her guardian and asked. Sei-chan, how are you feeling? Sei smiled and nodded then returned. Well, but Naruto-kun, you promised to help me with my recovery. Naruto sighed as he nodded, then reported. Yeah, I know. Been really busy, you know. We can set a schedule or something starting tomorrow. Sei nodded again, smile radiant like the moon, and responded. That would be wonderful. Katarina narrowed her eyes on this fox. It seems, many are after her pupsik. Kunu, suddenly sitting next to Naruto for some reason, asked innocently. Naruto Aji? Why do you and that woman smell similar? Her gaze moving from Naruto to Hana, who raised a brow at the question. Katarina's eyes shifted briefly to the Inuzuka, though listened as Naruto retorted. Because she's a dedicated bodyguard and never lets me do anything fun. He added a pout for good measure, though Hana rolled her eyes theatrically and managed to convince the small child of something far more innocent than what they were actually doing. Though, her sense of smell is impressive for one so young. Next time, they'll have to use their own scent-erasing soaps and conditioners, instead of the provided ones. The 2 adult ladies, however, were not so easily fooled and marked Hana as priority rival 1, ignorant of the others. Katarina knew there were others, but not their identities, and it seems that this one is of that list. Noted. Kyoto, new Yukai training ground. A little while later. Approaching the new joint training area the Yukai built, reinforced by the Nightwings, and suggested by Heaven, Naruto leads his companions through the building and onto the open space to find several members of the Alliance already present for spars. There were running bets, casual banter, but most were in clusters of their own faction. Beside a certain set of kitsune, a black bear, and a few rabbit yokai gathered beside Chojuro, Omoi, Tagaki, Zenovia, and Maki among the Grigori group. Obviously, Naruto's group was spotted immediately upon entrance. After all, it isn't every day that you see the leader of Winged Division Eclipse, the First Legion, and commander of the very alliance they all belong to stroll in with the likes of Kunu, the princess of the Western Yukai faction. Sei Murika, head of the Kitsune clan and an 8-tailed vixen. Katarina of the Second Legion, the Dark Doves, an intelligence legion much like the First Legion, and cool beauty that likely descended from nobility. Lastly, and never to be overlooked, being Hana, head of Nightwing Medical, personal guard of Cadre Naruto, an elite member of the legion she hailed from. Backs straightened, crass behavior shelved, and salutes were made, yet Naruto ignored them all as he reached the group of Grigori, his group on his heel. When he reached them, he greeted. "Morning, everyone." Chojuro smiled and shook the offered hand, then replied. "Morning, Naruto. Come to train? You think he needs to train?" Oma muttered, side-eyeing his fellow swordsman. Getting a nervous chuckle as a return, he sighed then added. "Just here to check on us, right?" Naruto nods once, then replied. "Yeah, something like that. Got time though, and little Kuna-chan wanted to train a bit." He shrugged, then added. "Two birds, one stone." Tagaki muttered. "Always hated that saying. I haven't used elemental magic yet." Zenobia commented thoughtfully, though their group was rapidly gaining popularity among the few heavenly angels present, and the yokai were gathering around too. Sei offered. "I trained all the kitsune here." She gestured to Izuhara, Yaju, Kosaku, Suzu, and Shimada, who held their heads high, tails perfectly spaced as their teacher added. "I am sure we can figure something out." Maki chimed in, tone firm. "That is assuming she has a fire affinity, Sei-san." The Nightwings all nod in agreement, though Naruto looked to Omoi and asked. "That project, the magic one?" Yet the white-haired Chunin looked to the swordsman of the mist. Chojuro replied with a shrug. "Araki hasn't gotten back to me yet. So, it isn't ready yet." Frowning, Naruto nodded, but then a new face, to most of them, added. "Cadre Naruto, right?" All eyes turned on the bunny yokai, black fur and haired, brown beady eyes, a slim athletic build that was definitely conventionally attractive to most and emphasized by the tight clothing. Young man stepped up and offered a hand while he introduced himself. "My name's Yasuo Kano, of the Usagi clan." Shaking the offered hand as to not be rude, Naruto nods once then offered. "Pleasure and everything, but you were looking for me?" The bunny nodded with a growing smile, clearly an upbeat, social butterfly and growing annoyance to some. Yasuo Kano replied. "Yeah, been trying to set up a meeting with you for a while now, but you're incredibly difficult to pin down, and your representatives are notoriously hard to read and impossible to negotiate with." Naruto nodded. That's why they were picked for the role. Temari's no pushover and Ko is unreadable to even him at times. Yasuo Kano continued, smiles still bright and jolly. "The thing is though, you rescued one of my own from that cathedral, before the angels reworked it and stuff." Hana blinked, then recalled the event and asked. I treated her. Is she okay?" "We never did get her name or any updates." Yasuo Kano nodded, smirking as he informed. "She's doing much, much better. In fact, she wanted to meet her rescuers, so I kept reaching out." Nodding, Naruto then casually pointed to both Hana and Omoi as he spoke. "Then you've met them. Hana's our medic, who treated them, and Omoi was the one to carry her out." Yasuo Kano looked between them like he just met his idols, allowing Naruto to slip away, and only Kuna's snickering announced it. While the Usagi clan had began yammering on with the two Nightwings mentioned, Naruto approached Zenobia and Maki off to the side, nods then spoke. "So, what are you two up to?" "Zenobia requested help with facing ranged opponents, Naruto-kun?" Maki reported swiftly, getting a nod from the blonde, though Zenobia herself looked at the strict kunoichi like she spoke a foreign language all of a sudden. Naruto noted the former exorcist's reaction with amusement, eyes glinting as he looked back to the serious expression on the Suna kunoichi as he responded. "Ah, a valid reason for a swordswoman. Is that why you were asking about magic?" Zenobia nods once stiffly, then proposed. "You all have shown mastery of magic to expand your swordplay reach. I wish to learn more about this." Naruto nodded, arms folded, though Maki offered. "I offered her wind techniques. It would work best with ranged attacks and defense." "That it would," Naruto confirmed smoothly, though he was staring at his part-time student and was contemplating it. The major problem, however, wasn't the magic, at least not directly, but rather the teaching of it. They have been trying to figure out how, but it hasn't really happened yet. It comes down to the fact that, as shinobi of a different world, all the Nightwings have just adapted their own techniques using hand signs into the magic that they have been granted during their reincarnation. They can do those hand signs, physically or mentally, to make their magic respond. The Nightwings that have deployed on missions actively have all mastered their ninjutsu to the point of not needing hand signs, and that has translated into their magic, by simply summoning it directly and on command. No hand signs required, just intent or intuition. It's why Azazel had found their way of using magic fascinating. No build-up, swift execution, superior control performance, and rapid-fire capability. The downside? Lack of spells and disinterest, probably the wrong word, but they struggle in learning traditional magic implementation of this world. Araki of the Water Company has been working on Shinobi-fying other spells from the Grigori archives for their use for the Nightwings. But with so many projects, he's backed up a fair amount. This is also not even getting into the fact that their mentality is different, thus teaching others may be a bit difficult. Especially when you consider that only the Yukai has chakra, a different type, sure, so even attempting to train others is complicated. So, that means winging it, Naruto mused as he refocused on Zenovia while he offered. Wind is actually my elemental alignment too, just like Maki's. Zenovia nods, looking between both her teachers, while he continued. It could work directly with Durandal's abilities, both directly and indirectly. A number of the Excalibur arts theory works off similar principles of wind techniques. There were more than a few people who perked up at that, including a particularly prideful six-winged heavenly angel by the name of Michelle, who still had a bone to pick with the fallen cadre about his comment about her joining his forces soon. How dare one of Sin talk about such things? Can I learn wind too, Naruto-aji? Kunu asked, suddenly appearing at Naruto's side with Sei behind her. When the cadre turned to her, she added, I know we kitsune are fire users, but Yujitsu is really flexible, you know. Naruto and Maki blinked at that. Yujitsu. The Yukai magic system, unique to them alone. Early talks between them and Yasaka did mention that they were willing to share them, assuming that shinobi ninjutsu was offered in exchange. At the time, it was shelved due to the difference in mindset of both styles. It was never really revisited. Kunu continued, likely unaware of the thoughts of the shinobi, dragging them both back to the training ground. Oh, and I can teach you fire too. Maki looked at Naruto, her gaze intense, and he knew why. He isn't exactly known to be a fire type, but a wind type, and the Wind Company often consider him one of their own in that regard, due to both being a close friend of their late Kage, and how his strongest attacks are all wind-based. Even if globally, he is known as a powerful lightning user. Internally, the Nightwing still has him listed as primarily a wind user. Clearing his throat, ignoring the accusing gaze from the former Suna Kunoichi, Naruto responded calmly. Another time perhaps, Kuna-chan. Right now, we are focusing on Zenovia's development in wind. Ara, Naruto-kun. Sei began, drawing his gaze as she smiled softly. Are you neglecting your elemental training to avoid looking bad in front of us? That is bad form, you know. Sighing, he isn't getting paid enough for this, Naruto responded clipped. Not at all, Sei-chan. I just have priorities. Learning fire is not particularly high on said list right now. Helping my student, however, is. She just smiled and nodded, though the way her 8 tails swayed told Naruto this was not yet over, and little Kunu just gave her a way to get under his skin. Yet, before Naruto could say anything, another shout broke through the soft hum of experts trading notes. Zenovia! Where are you? All eyes landed on the ever-excitable Irenia Shidu, the reincarnated angel and former exorcist partner of the student swordswoman. Slowly, silently, a path between them opened, and the violet eyes of the four-winged former human landed on her friend, and she beamed as she ran over. With a sigh, Zenovia muttered, You're too loud, Irina. But she was immediately brought into a hug by said angel, who giggled and smiled before pulling back. Irina chirped. You're my childhood friend and field partner, Zenobia. Of course I would be happy to see you again. Maki leaned into Naruto, then whispered. Is she normally like this, Naruto-kun? I think so. Naruto replied, then paused briefly before he added. Then again, she's Michael's messenger. Guess it's to be expected. Thought she was Gabriel's. Maki admitted, to which Naruto smiled while glancing to one of his more studious kunoichi. He remarked with a snicker. Yeah. I can see why'd you think that. Maki nodded, though they gained the attention of said teen, and she looked back and then bowed properly. Irina then greeted. Sorry for my rudeness, Naruto-sama. It is good to see you again. Naruto nods, then responded. It's fine, Irina-san. Though you said you were still my student's field partner. He raised a brow, leaning forward marginally as he asked. Care to explain? Irina nodded frantically, then chirped. I think our tag team can still work. We are still allies, yes? Lady Gabriel said that we were, and she will speak with you about permitting it. I think Michael too was interested in it too. Naruto kept a neutral face when he nodded, though neither Seraph had spoken to him about it yet. Though, that's likely due to the fact that there were more pressing issues discussed in the debriefing and subsequent discussions that it never really came up. Katarina made her presence known when she suddenly spoke, no longer hanging back. They do not mention yet. Drawing the young angel's attention to the white-haired beauty, a fallen cadre like Naruto, but felt rather colder. Naruto though added. Yeah, but all things considered. I guess it's expected. After a brief pause, he nods then added. Though, maybe a joint squad would be in the future. Irina seemed to light up, even with her angelic features hidden for whatever reason, but Zenobia commented. Naruto-sensei, who would you put in such a team? We do have a few people who fit the role. Chojuro commented, entering the conversation. Now it's shifted from wind manipulation into his area of expertise in the form of training again. Maki offered. I think its leader would have to be someone experienced, yet unbiased. Sano Shiori. Naruto said immediately, literally the first person to come to mind, and the other Nightwings nodded, even Zenobia, who nodded then added. She's been training Genshiro and myself on footwork. Strict but not unfair. Chojuro offered. Though, Goro might be more suited to this. He was thinking about their lack of manpower, and losing a powerhouse like Sano, one of the very few 8 wings, to what is essentially a babysitting mission isn't exactly ideal. Maki could see the logic, though Naruto countered. I'm not sure Hayato-san would accept the assignment unless his son was. Hayato? Irina gasped, very loudly, drawing eyes to her abruptly. Naruto, Chojuro, Katarina, and Maki all raised brows at that, yet Zenobia asked. Yes, Irina. Goro Hayato is one of the trainers at our headquarters. Why? Grabbing her best friend by the shoulders, Irina pressed seriously. Is his son called Issei? Naruto and Chojuro shared a look, agreeing silently that this sounds like a headache in waiting. Zenobia just nodded once, then grew irritated recalling the boy as she stated. Yes. Issei is, a character. The squeal let out stun-locked the entire gathering. Several fell to knees while clutching their ears, someone passed out, and even Naruto's vision swam as he focused on his breathing. Holy log, that would be a powerful weapon in the field if it can be mastered. Boosting his inherent regenerative abilities with a touch of Iriijutsu, Naruto clears the ringing in his ears shortly after, and then looked up to see Kuna sniffling into Sei's chest. The vixen had brought the kit into a hug and was glaring at the 4-winged angel, that was dancing around, wings flapping. He approached both vixens and placed his healing palms on their ears, then looked over at Irina and snipped. By the sage, woman, did you need to squeal so damn high-pitched? Irina looked back and then noticed everyone stumbling around and then grew red-faced, chuckling nervously, her halo dimming lightly as she whispered. Sorry. I didn't expect to hear about my childhood friend and got excited. Maki snipped, glaring at her too. How unprofessional. Troublesome. Oma muttered too, finger in his ear and trying to fight off the after effects of the sound-based attack. Tagaki, the six-winged fallen, the first captured by the Nightwings from that cathedral mentioned by Yasukano, muttered lowly. Damn scatterbrain. Got her head in the clouds. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Sei whispered as he finished up repairing her hearing, Kunutu as she was the first healed by the cadre. The 10-year-old whispered. Thank you, Naruto-aji. Naruto just nodded with a smile. Chojuro, though, inquired. Maybe she's a siren in disguise. Duh, makes sense. Katarina replied, rubbing her ears too, though she too looked to Naruto and asked. Pupsic, can you? Naruto was already at her side and cupped her ears with his gently green glowing hands. Katarina smiled truly, enjoying this moment between them in silence while feeling his power carefully flowing through her with the greatest of care. They were near enough face to face, for a minute or so, until it stopped and he whispered. How's that? Sladisny. Wonderful, Pupsic. Katarina whispered back and he smiled, seemingly reluctantly pulling back as the others began to chastise the baby angel of her reckless use of her gifted power. Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, Training Ground 1. Sneezing, Issei still managed to block his father's staff strike on his right side. Goran nodded but struck with the other side and forced his son back further. The dragon gear holder staggered back, but kept hold of the training staff, and managed to recover in time. Just as Issei retook the stance his father taught him, a critic from off to the side commented. That is nearly recruit level. That took all the wind out of the student's sails. Issei deflated but didn't lower his guard this time and quipped back. You're cruel, Elise-chan. Elise did not even flinch, but she did reprimand. Do not address me so informally, Issei-san. I am your instructor, not your friend. As Goru struck with a jab, that Issei stepped back from again, he commented. She's right, Issei. Remind me to cover proper etiquette for addressing various factions to the itinerary. Noted. Elise reported with a nod, though Issei struck back with a horizontal slash that his father blocked, as if an afterthought, as he griped. That's so not cool. Naruto ignores that stuff. My lord is strong enough to stand against the biggest of threats. Elise spoke factually, as if she was reciting the history of the world. Even as the two men continued to clash ahead of her, she was unhurried as she added. His strength allows him to forego formality in certain circumstances. Tripping his son with a strike to his shin, then a hook behind his knee and pulling, Goran nods as he places his staff's end at his son's neck, then added. He's a cadre-class fallen angel, Issei. Normally, seeing one is the sign of end times for mere humans. That is what the hero faction, the church, and certain other sects have written about them. As his father moved his weapon clear, Issei sat back up and asked. But he's so cool, and super chill. How can someone who has all those ladies with him bring about the end of the world? With a sigh, Goru informed while waiting for his son to stand. Because there are plenty of other beings who can challenge his strength. As Issei dusted himself off then climbed to his feet again, his father listed. Other fallen angels, heaven, dragons, yokai, and even the devils have their satans. They'd all intervene if one of the others did threaten the world. Frowning, Issei nodded then asked. So, it's all super complicated and stuff. Very. Goru confirmed that with a nod, as he got back into stance and gestured his son to do the same. Elise added blandly. Plus, my lord is not one for mindless destruction. He protects because he has the strength. Issei nods while focusing on his father, then asked. Is that why you're training me, Tuchan? Goran nodded then answered. As much as I hate to admit it, this group of fallen angels are different from the ones I'm more familiar with. Your goal is to join them? Then you will learn how to protect yourself properly, then learn how to protect others. No shortcuts. Issei smirks as he lunged forward. Then bring it, old man. Goru grinned, as he deflected his son's opening thrust, then smacked his staff in his butt hard, and then stepped back and watched his son clutching his ass. He chuckled. Who's old here? Elise just shook her head lightly, then informed. A naive and rookie mistake, charging a superior opponent head-on. Unlike my lord. Hearing that, Hanabi missed her shot at the distant target with her arrow, Anko snorted, and Genma choked briefly, before they all looked to the former heroine. She clearly has no idea who Naruto was in the past. That was literally his entire battle strategy, without fail. Kyoto, Yukai training ground. With a sigh, Naruto wonders how he ended up here. One moment they were discussing training details and squad work, then suddenly he's facing down Irina and Zenobia, both with their respective swords up. Worse still, he left Excalibur Destruction back in his room in Night Tower. Glancing around, plenty of people are surrounding the arena in anticipation for this training spar. He sighs again, Naruto muttered. This is going to be annoying, right? Abruptly, an angel descended, directly at his side, suddenly and without warning. From that beam of light from the heavens, stepped a young woman in high-class clothing of centuries past, long braided black hair to keep from obscuring her face, and sharp violet eyes. The light of heaven retreated and the spectacle over, Naruto, who looked completely unfazed or bothered, didn't even glance at her when he offered. Didn't think you'd come for something like this. Anything regarding you, little brother, always has my attention. Serial stated flatly, though her eyes had yet to leave the two young angels opposite her. Especially the brunette, who looked a little stunned to see her, but she added. However, in this case, I feel that an example for the future is in order. Naruto smirked and nodded before he replied. This could be fun. Then he paused and chuckled nervously as he added. Though I don't have a weapon. Make one of light. Serial stated flatly, growing irate at his seeming lack of smarts, though she retracted her wings to match him. Sighing, Naruto did so, and it hummed softly as he took up a kendo-like stance as he muttered. Fine, but this won't last against an Excalibur and holy sword. The signal went uncalled, yet all four moved at once and soon clashed in the middle of the sparring arena. Irina clashed with Naruto, Zenobia clashed with Serial. It was obvious that the two senior angels were pulling their punches, just enough to appear matched. Leaping back, Irina struck out with her chain whip form Excalibur and forced Naruto to duck and deflect the sword chain at mid-range. At the speed limit he was using, it was a bit of a challenge, especially when the mimic shards dug into his light blade and was chipping away at it. Just as he predicted, just like with that rogue. Forming a second, not really his style to dual wield like this, Naruto mused as he continues to duck and deflect the rapids tricks, off-angle approaches, and blind spot strikes. Though he glanced over to watch as his heavenly counterpart battled his student and deflects another whip strike from opposite, his light sword flickering on contact. Zenobia leaped back, just as her wings flapped once to increase space from the rapier lunge of Serial, who moved immediately after her. She ducked aside and slashed on her way out, slipping away from the follow-up thrust. Sliding around, she pulls Durandal around and rested on her arm. Zenobia thrusted back as she declared. Excalibur Art, light thrust. The light beam forced Serial to duck aside and back out of range, only for a breath, but that was enough as the younger angel slashed down where she believed the heavenly angel would be next. A call of light slash cut through the battleground and broke apart the other fight briefly. Serial did not falter and re-engaged ruthlessly. Thrusts were deflected and a side swipe blocked by the flat of the holy sword with speed she did not think her opponent had. A spin around before she ducked beneath the chain whip. Then footwork allowed her to evade the second slash, and the follow-up upward strike. Stepping back, Zenobia took a breath to steady herself, not acknowledging arrival of her teammate, or the spread of her four white wings, but instead spread her own black while funneling over half her magic reserves into Durandal, on a feeling she suspects was its intent. On an unspoken signal, Zenobia spoke calmly in time with Irina. Excalibur Art, cross slash. Together, side by side, both reincarnated angels, one fallen, one heavenly, slashed their respective weapons in unison, and a large cross of light magic erupted from the result with a surprising amount of speed, toward the seraph opposing them. Seeing this, Serial did not flinch but instead thrusted directly where both slashes interlocked, blasting the attack apart and dispersing it harmlessly. She charged in once more, but neither girl looked perturbed. Zenobia charged first, sword already mid-swing as she leaped, Irina's whip blade sliding beneath her with no opening, forcing the senior heavenly angel to deflect with her rapier and successfully make an opening. Slamming down with all her strength, Zenobia finished her spin and cut down towards the seraph, who didn't even look up at her. Unfortunately, Durandal is intercepted by something unseen but very much metal a good half-meter from target. Pushing off, Zenobia pulled back but was immediately hit by a barrage of light from Serial's rapier, only to be saved by the chain whip of Excalibur Mimic. However, again, any that looked like it would get past the Seraph's defense were deflected by something unseen. Closing in, Serial continued to slash and chip away at Zenovia's defense while avoiding her teammates' attacks fluidly. However, she did get distracted enough for the blue-haired twin set fallen to slash horizontally and forced the heavenly angel to leap back clear, deflecting the ranged sword whip once more. Landing, Serials realized she was equally between the two girls. They seemed to realize this too, and Irina pulled back the chain whip and decided to return Mimic into a sword, just in time to launch forward in sync with Zenobia opposite. Both girls closed in, though Irina threw a pair of light chakrams on arcs that would force her opponent to defend from all four directions as she leaped forward faster to catch up. Even Serial had to be impressed as she smirked lightly, then turned her back on the bluinet and clang! The spinning blades of light were sliced through and both teens were parried. Irina's eyes were wide as Excalibur Mimic was being held back by Serial's rapier with little effort. Opposite her, Zenovia's Durandal was stopped too, grinding against something unseen again. The mystery that had brought about the silence was answered by the shimmer slowly returning to view. A familiar black bang blonde returned to sight, blocking the two-handed sword of Zenobia, a translucent pale blue straight, one-handed sword appearing within his grip and pressed against the sharp edge of Durandal. With a cheeky grin, Naruto remarked, "You've gotten better, Zenobia. Excalibur transparency." Zenobia realized and her teacher nodded, chuckling as she stepped back. It made sense now. All those times they thought they'd tag Serial, the strike would clash into something solid. It meant that her teacher had intercepted them and protected his teammate. "Though, you both seem to have forgotten this was a 2-on-2, Naruto added, resting the translucent, single-edged blade against his shoulder while glancing back at Irina, who similarly had taken a step back. Serial nodded, then added, "Situational awareness is in need of improvement." Then she looked directly at Zenobia. Her facial expression softened a fraction as she spoke. "You've grown well, Zenobia. My brother has done well." Zenobia swallowed hard, then nodded before she responded. "Thank you, mother." Naruto blinked at that, then looked between them both and suspected more, but got nothing. Serial then looked to him, his brow raised at her hardened gaze. "Take care of her. I would have preferred her among our forces, but she is under your care, so be a respectful uncle and watch out for her." Naruto nods once, then responded, "No sweat. She works hard, pushes herself to be better as well as any other Nightwing." Then he smirks and added, "She's already a valued member of our lives. Don't worry about her." Sheathing her rapier, Serial nods once, then commented, "Then that is fine. Keep her away from boys, alcohol, and sinning." Naruto rolled his eyes, then snipped. "We may be fallen, but we have discipline, you know." Serial narrowed her eyes to slits as she glared at him. He narrowed his at her right back, not ceding ground to this silver-winged tyrant. Eventually, the heavenly seraph spoke. "You need more discipline, my idiot twin." "I'm plenty disciplined," Naruto declared indignantly, earning a snort from the fallen observers that none owned up to but a Nightwing was suspected. When Serial looked away, Naruto did too, and he was thoroughly annoyed now, much to her satisfaction, and the foursome walked off to an applause from the gathered crowd. "Though, it had been bugging her since the reveal?" Zenobia asked. "Naruto-sensei." Naruto glanced to her as they continued to head off the field, so she inquired, "How did you get Excalibur transparency? You started without a sword and—" "Trade secret," Naruto replied, cheeky grin as he looked at the sword in question still resting on his shoulder. He then asked, Mother, huh? Zenobia nodded once, then explained softly. Not by blood, but she raised me. So, that is how I see her. Naruto nodded once, then replied. Then, I guess that makes me your uncle. He glanced to her again, just as they reached the others, and beamed. Let's get along, my niece. Zenobia smiled and nodded softly, then whispered. Thank you, uncle. That was amazing, Kunu declared, breaking through the twosome's soft, personal talk and drew eyes to the young kitsune standing before them both now. Before either could say anything, Kunu asked. I didn't even see you move, Naruto Aji. Chuckling, Naruto nodded then explained. That's the point. Can't react to what you can't see. Your movements were sloppy, Serial announced calmly, getting another eye roll from Naruto, who snipped back. I intercepted it all flawlessly, thank you very much. Serial rolled her eyes, then reported. You tripped twice. I did no such thing. Naruto retorted sharply, then reported. You were actually being overwhelmed. I sense your magic build up, you know. Sticking her nose up imperialistically, Serial responded. I did no such thing. That would have been overkill against these children. Aha! Naruto responded flatly, tone and face blank of anything. Then, as he predicted, Serial stamped on his foot again and snipped. You need more training. You always say that. Naruto grumbled, not even fazed by her outburst. It was clear this would be a recurring theme with his fellow Death Domain angel. Chuckling lowly, Sei remarks. You two are certainly a pair. Naruto shot her a dry look, but Serial nodded and stated. Unfortunately, I'm stuck with him. More like I'm stuck with you. Naruto griped, glaring at her. Off to the side, Hana mumbled to Chojuro at her side. By the sage, he sounds like my little brother. Chojuro and Maki shared a look, they knew that. Every Nightwing was aware of the Inuzuka siblings' antics, and have just accepted it to be a part of their dynamic. All this display between Naruto and Serial is that siblings bicker constantly. This needs to be reported. And that concludes part 5 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Fallen Legion, File 2, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Havoc-Teir, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.